welcome everybody. Welcome to today's episode of the Law of Self-Defense. I am, of course, attorney Andrew Branca for Law of Self-Defense. Thank you so very, very much. So very happy to be here with all of you. We are, of course, doing the second day of trial coverage of the Aaron Dean trial. Aaron Dean was the Fort Worth police officer who was called to a open structure call at 2:30 a.m. This is treated as a silent alarm burglary scenario, a signal 56 call. So he got there with another police officer, a female police officer, and Aaron Dean started searching around the house with his flashlight on the exterior. He did not announce himself because that apparently is not policy for a open structure call. By the way, they'd been alerted by a neighbor who was concerned because he'd seen the house at 2:30 a.m. with all the doors open and all the lights on. So there's concern that a crime is being committed. At some point, Aaron Dean looks through a window into the house, sees a person inside the house looking back at him, raising a pistol. According to him, he shouts, "Show me your hands," and immediately fires a shot. The person he killed was Atatiana Jefferson, a 28-year-old black woman. The officer here, Aaron Dean, happens to be white. His single shot kills her, mortally wounds her instantly. She had been babysitting her then 8-year-old nephew, who was the first witness yesterday in court. And it looks like court's not really supposed to begin until the top of the hour. We are getting a little bit of conversation in. 1 second, folks. Let me get all this under control. Let's see. It looks like the law and crime feed has begun, but they're just milling around the courtroom at the moment. We have, let's see, the body camera footage of that event. It's a little under 2 minutes long, so while we're waiting for the court, I'll go ahead and show that. But Aaron Dean, 2 days after this event, quit his job as a police officer and was also charged with murder. A grand jury later indicted him for murder, an intentional homicide. That's good for 99 years, first-degree felony under Texas law. A lesser-included offense here would be reckless manslaughter, which is a second-degree felony, good for 20 years under Texas law. Based on the legal merits and what we know so far, I would have to say it's going to be a very difficult prosecution for the state on the legal merits. Of course, there is a racial dynamic here. Again, the victim was a 28-year-old black woman, and the police officer was a white police officer. There are protests outside the courtroom, I'm told, and so we have all that to deal with. Let me go ahead and show the body cam video one more time before we get the court up and running. Here we go. It's a little bit under 2 minutes long. Here we go. So this is the body-worn camera of Aaron Dean, then a Fort Worth police officer. (2:30 a.m.) And we're coming up on the shooting right now. partner whispering to him. She's standing right behind him, so he can't really back up.
Put your hands up! Show me your hands!
And in fact, a gun was found inside. We had testimony yesterday from the first witness. That is the nephew who is being babysat, 8 years old at the time, currently 11 years old. Gave testimony that was inconsistent in very important ways with every prior statement he's made. In prior statements, he said that his aunt raised the gun towards the officer, that he could see through the window and see the officer had a badge on. Now he's saying in yesterday's testimony, he said his aunt didn't raise the gun, couldn't see the badge. The state itself had to notify the court and notify the defense team under Brady requirements. And in fact, this is the first time they'd ever heard those statements from this witness. And so there we are. He was subject to direct. He was subject to, as you might imagine, a very gentle cross, much gentler than an adult witness with such inconsistent statements would have been subject to. And then he was dismissed. Now, interestingly, it was only half a day of court yesterday because there was a funeral in the afternoon. The funeral was for the lead counsel for the defense. The lead counsel for the defense died last week, just a few days ago. And in the summer, it was known he was ill. He recruited a couple of other co-counsel. They're currently the lead counsel on the case. The actual lead counsel on the case died. So yesterday afternoon was his funeral. So court was recessed so people could attend that funeral. Just died of old age, apparently 78 years old. And there you go. And I guess it was known that it was going to happen long enough and they had sufficient time to prepare that it wasn't necessary to delay the trial. Now, this shooting happened in October 2019, October 12th, 2019. So it's been delayed many times already. We're more than 3 years past that. Part of that was COVID. Part of it was simply that murder trials can take a long way to happen. And there is, of course, also Lee Merritt, one of the Benjamin Crump type of folks out there, attorneys, is the lawyer for the family here. He is suing, the family is suing, I believe, for $10 million, suing Fort Worth, the police department, and of course, the officer. Not that the officer would have $10 million, but that's how you do civil suits. And yesterday's opening statements by the state and the defense were interesting. I thought the state's opening statement was extremely weak. Perhaps if we're watching live now today. Yesterday we were playing catch up. We're watching live, so we're going to have breaks and so forth. I'll try to spool up the opening statements for the breaks, certainly over the lunch break at least, so we can hear them again. I thought the state's opening statement was extremely weak, really strong on emotion, a lot of emotion that didn't really matter, wasn't substantive on substantive issues of the case, and very light on law and evidence. Summarily claimed that this was simply a murder, that there was no justification, but didn't explain why or how they were going to disprove self-defense, which is the legal defense here, how they were going to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the state's burden. They spoke about irrelevant things like this was an intentional shooting. Well, of course, it was an intentional shooting. It was self-defense. No one's denying the officer fired intentionally. The question is, did he have legal justification in doing so? I thought the defense open was much better on substance, spoke much more to law, much more to evidence. I thought the demeanor was kind of casual. The defense lawyer was standing there with his hands in his pockets talking to the jury. I would have put more energy into it myself, but on substance, I thought the state's open was much stronger. Now, of course, it's up to the state. I'm sorry, I thought the defense open was much stronger than the state's, if I misstated that. Now, of course, we have the state presenting their case in chief with their first witness yesterday, who was not particularly helpful to the state. I mean, he was helpful in that he said things that were helpful, but the state themselves had to say contradicted his prior statements. So that was not particularly helpful. All right, the judge is up. So let's see if this is the right. And it looks like it is. The audio has been typically bad, but I'll do what I can about that.
All of the jurors are present, and are there matters that we need to put on the record before we get started?
Briefly, Your Honor, at the beginning, as we start today, the state is going to play the forensic interview of Zion Carr. At this point, the state offers State Exhibit 94, which is an unredacted copy of the forensic interview for record purposes only. No objection.
This is the social worker interview of the child who was present for the shooting, the first witness yesterday, Zion Carr.
Any objection? No. All right. States 93 will be admitted when it is offered. Are there any other matters that we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go. Everyone stands for the jury. I forgot to send out my invitations to see if
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers a forensic interview of Zion Carr taken early morning of October 12th, 2019, tendering to defense counsel for review.
And that is States.
States Exhibit 93, Your Honor.
All right.
No objection.
All right. States Exhibit 93 is admitted, and I wanted to make sure States Exhibit 94 is for purposes of the record.
That is correct, Your Honor. Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. At this time, the state requests permission to publish State Exhibit 93 to the jury.
Go ahead, Ms. Stevens. Members of the jury, there is some audio issues with the exhibit, so just kind of bear with us, okay? If you need the exhibit, when you begin your deliberations, we can get it to you, okay?
It's monster mouth? Oh, it's a monster mouth. Oh, I get it. Okay, I'm right there in that blue chair. I'm gonna sit right next to you. So I understand there's some stuff going on. Yeah. Well, you know what I want to do? I want to get a chance to talk to you a little bit about that first. I want to tell you again my name and what I do, and I want to get to know you a little bit better. Okay? Well, like I told you out there, then my name is Lindsay Dula, and I work at this place, Healthy Alliance for Children. And my job is to talk to boys and girls like you all the time about stuff that goes on at home and at school and things like that. Okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a chance to talk to you today. Yeah. Probably ask you a lot of questions just because that's part of my job, but I'm also going to give you a chance to ask me any questions that you want to ask me, okay? So first, tell me your whole entire name.
Zion Dwayne Carr.
Zion Dwayne Carr?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay, spell your first name for me.
D-I-O-N.
I have the volume plug in, folks. It's working.
And spell your last name
It's
for me.
being applied right now.
A-R-R.
C-A-R-R. Okay, and how old are you, Zion?
8.
You're 8? When's your birthday?
July 25th,
July 25th. And what year were you born?
2011.
2011, so let me think, so you're 8 years old, birthday in July. Does that mean you're in first grade? No, what grade? Third. Oh, I was really far off, and thank you for correcting me. Brian, while we're talking today, if I say something wrong, I want you to tell me how to say it right, just like you did. You're in third grade? What were you? How was it going to Chapel Hill Academy?
Good, but I don't know the difference because my aunt picked me up on Friday because I need to go to school that's close to our house.
Where's close to your house?
because I went to school.
Okay. You said that your aunt picked you up on Friday, so you could go to school that was closer to your house? Where's your house? Where's your house? Do you know what your address is? Yeah, what's your address?
Northeast Avenue 2,
Folks, if you want questions answered or you want me engaged on YouTube chatter, it has to be in a super chat format, at least $5.
1203 East
Or
Avenue.
if you're a Law Self-Defense member,
And who
you
all?
can a Law Self-Defense member chat.
Granny and your aunt. Tell me your granny's name. What's her last name? Carr. Okay. And tell me your aunt's name. Atatiana. And what's her last name? Jefferson. Okay. And is Atatiana the aunt that you told me about that picture from school, or was that a different aunt? Atatiana is the one picture from school. Okay. Well, tell me what you're up to at school. Like, did you lunch? Okay. Did you go to school yesterday? And so when you went to school yesterday, tell me what you did.
And yeah, don't forget to hit the like button on YouTube, folks. 400 people watching, only 150 likes, folks. That's not good. No one's here to waste their time. The like button is free.
You learn the time? How is that going? It's good? Okay. And did you do something else different than morning time? Okay. You said you ate breakfast. Where did you eat breakfast? In your bathroom, okay. Tell me about breakfast. You had a breakfast bar cereal and a juice? Okay, tell me what the breakfast bar cereal is. It was strawberry flavor? Okay. Then you said your aunt picked you up before you went to PE. Tell me what you did when your aunt picked you up. Miss Beat and your teacher were telling you how good you were and that they were sure you were going to come back? How many Miss Beat did? So she's like a teacher, but she's not? Okay. So after Miss Beat and your teacher talked to you, then what did you do? You guys definitely went to go home. What did you do when you got home?
Yeah, the problem with this audio is it's being played in speakers in the courtroom and incidentally being picked up by microphones. Good to know we still have the coffers in the courtroom, though.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I feel like I got to know kind of what you were doing yesterday. Okay. And you know what? Something I also talk to kids about, I have to know what it means to tell the truth. What does it mean to tell the truth? So telling the truth needs to be positive and telling what you did. That's a good way to say it, yeah. Telling the truth means telling what you did. It means to talk about stuff that really did happen. So, for instance, who brought you today? The police. Okay. If somebody said Miss Beat brought you here today, is that a truth or a lie? A lie. Why is it a lie? Because Miss Beat didn't take you here, so the police brought you here. If somebody said that you have shoes on your feet right now, is that a truth or a lie? A lie. Why is that a lie? Because you have shoes on your feet right now. If somebody said that your name was Diane, is that a truth or a lie? A truth. Why is that the truth? Yeah. And it's just really important that everything that we talk about today, I think that are true. situations that really did happen, okay? Don't mean while we're talking, we're not gonna play or pretend we're not gonna make up stories. Only those are stuff that really did happen, okay? So while we're talking, can you promise to talk about true things with me today? Thank you so much. Now, Zion, do you know what day it is today? Are you guessing or do you know?
I thought yesterday was the 10th. Friday was the natural 15th.
Okay, so you said today's Saturday, and so Friday, you think was the ninth? Okay. And you know what, while we're talking, if I ask you a question, you don't know, it's okay to tell me that you don't have to say, you don't have to guess or anything like that, okay? So today is Saturday, that's right, and the date actually is October the 12th of 2019, and it's about 4:45 in the morning. And we're outside of the, and I know it's not happening for one second. And Diane, I wanted to show you a couple things in my office and tell you about my office. My office is no different than other people's offices. One thing that's different about my office is that it's up there. What is that? A camera, I'm going to camera too. Watch people, that's what a lot of cameras do. My camera's a little bit different because my camera's actually going to record us talking. Just because I talk a lot to kids, but I don't want to sit and write down a bunch of stuff. My camera's just going to record so it can help me remember what we talk about.
Unbelievable.
Something else I wanted you to know about.
This is the same day as the shooting. This is October 12th, 2019.
Use whatever words you want to use. You're not gonna say anything that's gonna make me upset. You're not gonna say
Shooting
anything
happened
that's gonna be embarrassing or that you're gonna be in trouble.
2:30 that morning.
Okay? We talked about how important it is that we're gonna talk about true things today, and I wanted you to visit Facebook. Okay? Okay. Now, tell me what's been going on.
It happened when my aunt was pregnant.
It looks like the timestamp is 4:47 a.m. here.
She heard something in the backyard.
So it's about 2 hours after the shooting.
I heard something in the backyard. So I left and then the police and the police got her. And she runs around crying and crying.
Anyway, yeah.
This kid was living with his grandmother. I'm not sure what the parent situation was.
Understand the time.
It makes me wonder who I'm gonna live with them. Like my mother is my mother already have my papa already have my granny in the hospital and my aunt in the hospital. I don't know what to do.
Well, you know, something I want you to know, Diana, is that I told you my job is to talk to kids, make sure kids are okay. You know, I work with some other people whose job is to make sure that kids are safe. And so I'm gonna make sure that somebody's gonna figure that out where you're gonna be safe, okay? So I don't want you to worry about that, we're gonna make sure that you're gonna be okay.
And if my aunt get out the hospital, I'm gonna go back with her.
That's a good question, tell me why you asked that.
So, that's our family member.
That's your family member? How long have you been staying with your aunt?
Like, couple
Couple months? Okay, and is that your aunt Atatiana that you were telling me about? Okay. Okay. Well, you know what, I don't really know that, but I'm gonna try to get the answer to you for you, would that be okay? You know, you were talking about some stuff that happened, and I can ask you a couple of questions, just so I can make sure I understand since I wasn't there, is that okay? Okay. You talked about some stuff that happened, with your aunt, did you see that happen with your aunt, or did somebody tell you about it, or something?
I saw them in my aunt.
You saw it with your aunt, okay. So tell me where you were when that happened with your aunt.
I was under the covers in my aunt's bed.
You were under the covers in your aunt's
So we're getting to the shooting testimony now.
And where was your aunt?
She was in her bed and she got up and went in her person by her. And then this was just shut down. Like, like that.
So you said you were under the covers in your aunt's bed. You said your aunt was on the bed too? And what were you guys doing? She was playing her video games, you're watching her. What video game was she playing? Eight something? Okay. And so when you were watching her playing video games, was it daytime or nighttime or something? Do you know what time it was? What made you think it was 10 something or 9 something?
This was a open structure call.
Did you see the time?
Call.
You were scared, okay, okay. So you talked about being, you were in your aunt's bed, you said you're under the covers, and you're watching your aunt play the 8 game. What was she playing the game on? PlayStation 4 Pro, okay. And that was.
Not necessary that the victim was committing a crime in order for the shooting to be
And he
lawful.
said
You're
that
asking
she
the wrong
said that she
question.
heard something. Did you hear anything in the backyard? Okay. She said she heard something in the backyard, and tell me what she did.
She got in her purse and got in her blood.
Where was her purse?
The window,
By the window in her room or in a different room? Oh, okay. You said she got her weapon, tell me about her weapon.
it was like going, she did, she prayed and did the body, shot her, and then she put on the gun and she was praying.
She said she got her gun and she pointed. Did you see her point the gun? Where was she pointing the gun?
At the window,
At the window, okay.
She pointed
Did
the
you
gun.
see anything through the window? Tell me what you saw.
I saw the gun out the window, and I thought I saw some eggs.
Was the window open or closed or something? Closed, okay. And could you see any lights or anything outside the window?
Yeah,
Tell me more about the lights.
it was a flashlight.
And the flashlight. Which is one flashlight or more than one flashlight? One, okay. So you think you saw a gun and maybe a badge, and then you saw one flashlight outside the window? Okay. Could you hear anything when you saw the flashlight?
Yeah.
Tell me what you heard.
He said, put your hands up.
So put your hands up.
So when I heard that, I got turned around and just come out.
You should roll in the covers so you didn't come out. Okay. Did you hear anything different than put your hands up?
And then I heard put your hands up down.
So put your hands up, then you heard put your hands up down. Okay. And then what happened?
And then she did too. Then I shot her.
Did you see them shoot her?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you saw.
When I saw her, I shot she was the glasses, but and she was really funny.
Where was she on the ground?
She was by the window.
By the window? Okay. And what else did you see? Besides her being on the ground and you said you saw the glasses busted?
And then the police came in the front door.
You came in the front door.
The main phone, police come in, and said, I don't know what to do. And she said, I'm not well. She said, there's no way I would do it. And she was thankful to, she just took the further police from her hand. I don't know, and she said, yes. But I don't know who else to do it with. That was adopted.
Did you see something? If you want to look at that. One more. Okay, good job. Remember again, I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna work with the people that help kids too.
Okay. Not very good. Because I want to
What's your baby brother's name?
Maybe
Zayden? Okay, where's Zayden?
when some cousin,
What's your cousin's name?
we see,
Reese? What's Reese's last name? Okay. So, you said that you saw your aunt on the ground. What do you remember about her being on the ground? You didn't see blood or nothing? Okay. You said you heard her crying? Okay. You said that made you cry. And when she was on the ground, where were you? In the bed, okay. Did you move or change from being in the bed? Moving around, okay. Did you ever get out of bed or did somebody get you out of bed? Who got you out of bed? The police? Which police did? The girl one? Okay, the one you said came through the front door or a different one? When they came through the front door? Okay. All right. And so what happened when she got you out of bed? The police guy talked to you and said it would be okay? Okay. Now you said that when this happened, your aunt was there, was somebody else in the house? No? Who else usually lives there? Okay. And tell me your friend's name? Is Yolanda? Is that Yolanda Carter that you told me about? Okay. And where's Yolanda now? Is that the granny who's in the hospital? Okay. How did you know how long she was in the hospital? So you know that your aunt, are you saying your aunt Tatiana? Your aunt talking to your granny and she told your granny, say, and I can't hear you. How long has your granny been in the hospital? Several weeks now. Okay. When you talked about your little brother, do you have any other brothers? Yeah. What's your dad's name? That's okay. Do you have any other family that you get to see or visit? In Ashley. What's that in Ashley's last name? Cora? And do you know where Aunt Ashley lives? In California? Okay. And do you have any other family that you get to visit? Where's the area? It looks like Hawaii, but it's not. Okay. What's the area? Correct. And you said you've been staying with your Aunt Tatiana for a little bit now? Tell me how it is staying with your Aunt Tatiana. Where do you usually sleep with your Aunt Tatiana? On the couch? Okay. And tell me what your favorite thing to eat is at Aunt Tatiana. So you like taco food? Who makes you taco food? Your aunt does? And
Okay. I guess that's all they're covering.
call your next witness.
State calls Fort Worth Police Officer, Officer Darch.
Officer Darch.
Officer Darch was the partner to Aaron Dean at this call. So she was immediately behind him. She was whispering to him. She was the second officer on the scene. We lose the closed captioning.
Yes.
There she is, state second witness. Well, I guess technically the third witness. We count the video as a witness. That gentleman in the blue jacket there, just talking to witness Darch, is apparently a marshal. He's wearing a badge around his neck, but in plain clothes. I don't know. They have other bailiffs in the courtroom that are in uniform. I think there were marshals. And that's Aaron Dean right there. Drinking. So, and I'm prepping the opening statements from yesterday so we can, I did some audio enhancement to those so they'll be easier to hear on playback. But I often find it's useful to replay the opening statements to refresh our recollection of what each side promised to deliver over the course of the trial. Hey, how about some audio, Court?
Rule of evidence is in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? If you would say your first and last name and spell it for my court reporter, please.
Carol Darch, Caroldarch.
Oh my God, use the microphone.
Dina.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Morning.
I can already tell you that you're real soft-spoken, so if you'll speak up, these folks want to hear you.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am.
All right. So introduce yourself to them. Tell them who you are.
I'm Officer Darch with Fort Worth Police Department.
I shouldn't ask this question, but how old are you?
I am 27 years old.
When's your date of birth?
Oh my God,
July
she's
15th,
24 at the time.
1995.
Where'd you grow up?
Glenrose.
I'm sorry.
Glenrose, Texas.
And when did you become a Fort Worth police officer?
I started the academy August
Already
23rd,
joking.
2017.
When did you graduate from the academy?
April 13th, 2018.
What did you do as
So
far as
you've been on the
job
force a
wise
year.
before you were a Fort Worth police officer?
I was a waitress.
And just in the Glenrose area?
Yes.
What made you want to be a Fort Worth police officer?
I just have a knack for helping people.
Really?
And did you have a particular area that you wanted to work in the area of Fort Worth?
East side.
Why East Side?
It's just busier. You have more calls, more experience over on that side of town. There's a lot more to do.
Can you explain to us that doesn't know how the different districts are broken up? Where is the East Side start and end?
Now East Side starts on Vaughn and I believe ends at DFW Airport. I'm not for sure on that, so don't quote me. And then it goes, yeah, about that area.
Okay, all right. Okay, so when you graduated in April of 2018, I want to go through the different training that you received to be a police officer. So start at the beginning. You apply to be a police officer.
They're trying to
What's
overcome the
next?
fact that she was a brand new officer.
For me, it took
previously a
about a
waitress.
year. I don't know for other people. You go through your background, you do your initial PAT test, the physical assessment test.
She passed that, did
Okay,
she?
stop. What is the physical assessment test composed of? What do you do?
So it's 2 minutes and 43 seconds that you have to do it under. It's just you run a lap, you jump a fence, you go up and down 7 flights of stairs. There's a push-pull machine. You run in, you drag a 175-pound dummy, like I can't remember how many yards exactly. And then you go and you shoot 12 times with your good hand, or 13 times with your good hand, 12 times with your offhand.
What are you shooting?
A laser gun.
And you said a what kind of gun?
A laser gun?
Oh, lots of
So are
recoil.
you shooting live bullets?
No.
Okay, when you say laser gun, explain to us what that means.
Every time you click the trigger, just a green laser appears on the wall.
All right, and are there any other physical components?
During the academy, you run every day, you do push-ups, things like that.
All right, so after you have your PAT test, your physical agility test, what's the next thing?
You go through backgrounds. Once you're cleared through backgrounds, then you start the academy.
And once you start the academy, let's break up the different phases of the academy. In total, about how long is the academy?
It's close to 9 months. I know it's pretty lengthy. I can't say exactly how long it is, but it's close to 9 months.
How long does the initial application background check process take before you start the academy?
It took me approximately a year.
So you got that year first, and then you start the actual academy that takes maybe around 9 months or so.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's break up the academy. Tell me about, do you remember what's the first part of the academy that you did?
The first couple weeks you come in, you're in plain clothes, which is just business casual. And it's a lot of classroom. The first 2 weeks you learn a little bit in our control tactics, but not much. It's basically just classroom.
When you say control tactics, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Control tactics are like what you would use to take someone to the ground, handcuffing maneuvers, things like that.
And you said that's not that long, or that's not that much?
You don't do much in the first 2 weeks of the academy. Then they really start bringing you in and getting more involved in that.
And so after the first few weeks of classroom, what's the next phase that you remember?
I mean, you do the classroom the entire time. So in the morning when you get there, it's usually your PT or your CT, which CT is control tactics, and going and running, things like that. That differs every day, just depending if the control tactics room was open when you first got there or not. We had a senior class above us, so I believe we started out running and doing our setups, things like that, and then we would go into the control tactics room, and then we would shower and then go to the classroom.
And about how many people were in your academy class, would you say?
I believe when we started, it was in the 40s.
And then what else, or what's some other phases that you go through, some other things?
I'll try to turn my volume down a bit, folks.
It just gets more involved and progresses as you go further. It's like baby steps, or crawling baby steps, walking, running, full sprint.
Do you learn about the Texas Penal Code,
Yes,
the basic laws in the state of Texas?
yes, ma'am.
Is there what's called a general orders for the Fort Worth Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what that is.
General orders is basically just your standard operating procedures. Any call that you're going to go to, there is a general order on it, on how to handle that call, how to approach the call, things like that.
So when were you officially cut loose, or I guess the graduation date? Are you then free to go out on the street by yourself?
It's not. You have to go through a field training process, and that's a couple months within itself. I didn't initially start the field training process right away.
And why was that?
I had a broken foot and had to have surgery.
So within that first 8 or 9 months of the academy, are you guys trained about public intoxication?
Yes.
And in what way?
We have a red man scenario, which is where someone gets in a full padded suit, and you go in and you work the call. There's, I think they do 3 different call scenarios, one where they're completely compliant, one where they have passive resistance, and then one where it's like active resistance, where they're just not complying with anything you say, and then you handle the situation appropriately.
Why is it called Red Man?
Because they put them in a red padded suit
Okay.
so that the role players don't get injured.
And so the people that are doing the role playing in that red suit, are those your supervisors or your teachers?
It can be instructors. They usually have 1 or 2 instructors in the red man suits, but it can also be other officers.
And are all 40 of you guys in that scenario? Are y'all in different roles?
No, so they break you up. They'll either, most of the time when you go into red man, you go in alone, and you'll do your scenario alone. They will send in a second partner once you progress further along.
Are there also within the academy something called patrol procedures?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain that to us.
We did that in the last couple weeks of the academy. It's a week long, and you have other officers that have volunteered to come down to the academy and help you. And you'll run calls like domestics in a controlled environment. You'll run fight scenes, things like that of that nature. And you're just learning how to handle the call. Basically, they'll dispatch you over the radio. Once you're dispatched over the radio, you go into the tactical village. And once you're in the tactical village, that's when you'll actually handle the call.
Explain to them what the tactical village is.
Tactical village is a mock village. I mean, we have a fake school in there. We have a fake apartment upstairs, a fake store. It's a mock village.
Worth noting, Aaron Dean was commissioned as a police officer in 2008. In the same month, this woman graduated the academy herself. She was also a police officer for about 1.5 years when this shooting happened.
Thank you. You guys need a cough drop? Anybody maybe? I have some. Okay, very good. All right. Okay. You need a cough drop?
I'm okay.
You're all right. All right. Okay, so you were talking about the patrol procedures, and you mentioned that somebody will radio in or radio out. What does that mean?
Usually it's someone from communications, a dispatcher, and you'll have your handheld radio, and they will actually get on there. And usually they use ocean signs, just because it's not used in the field. They'll call out ocean 211. You're responding to a domestic at this location, and this is your call detail.
When you say this is your call detail, give me an example of the kind of information you'd be given.
You're responding to a domestic at this address. There's a male and female inside. You can hear screaming and things being thrown around.
And then what's the purpose? You then, I guess, are being taken through how you should approach and handle that scene, that type of call rather?
The first day, yes. As the week progresses, you're handling the calls on your own, just to see how you respond to your training that you've received for the last 9 months.
And when does the patrol procedures part come within those 8 or 9 months of the academy?
We did it the last couple weeks of our academy. I think they've since changed it. I know we did ours right at the end.
You said, you gave an example of a domestic. What are the other types of different calls that you are run through in that academy?
I believe we do a traffic stop. We do a domestic. We do public intox. I think we do a sexual assault, and I'm not sure what else. I can't remember.
Are they trying to expose you to just different types of calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know as an officer when you're going through these different exercises if you're doing them correctly or not?
You're being evaluated at the end of each call that you go to. So say I responded to the domestic in the apartment A. There are 2 officers there and they will be evaluating you the entire time you're handling the call. And then when you break down after the call, they'll tell you what you did right, what you did wrong, what you can improve on.
What happens if you get, I guess, like a bad grade on a particular type of call or a particular type of procedure? Can you fail this section?
Yes.
Okay. What happens if you do?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I didn't fail.
All right. You passed. Now tell me, is there a part of the academy that's called officer survival?
Yes, it's the week after patrol procedures.
So you said they've now moved patrol procedures not to the end anymore. Do you know, is it more towards the middle or the beginning, or do you know?
I don't know. I just know that they moved it up earlier.
So tell me about officer survival.
Officer survival is you're still responding to calls, you're still being dispatched like in patrol procedures. It's just a heightened and elevated, they're trying to stress you out. They're trying to see how you react under stress.
Why is it important to assess how somebody acts under stress as a police officer?
To know how they're going to react in stressful situations out in the field.
Sure. So the patrol procedures, can you tell me about how long that is?
They're each are a week. So patrol procedures a week and then officer survival's a week.
And can you give me an example of something they would do to mimic a stressful situation for you guys in officer survival?
In officer survival, there's a scene where it's an officer's down and you have to go and like apply a tourniquet, extract the officer from the location. And I believe there's an active shooter while it's happening. Don't quote me on that because I don't remember.
Okay. Each one of these scenarios you described, so for example, an active shooter, is it you by yourself going in and assessing the situation, or are there other people that are members as far as participating in the academy?
I believe during officer survival, you were sent in with a teammate, a partner, so you weren't responding to those alone.
For the most part, when you actually do get out of the academy through field training and on the streets, do you typically respond with a partner, or are you normally by yourself?
It's very customary for dispatch to dispatch 2 officers.
Why?
Officer safety.
Now, are you, going back to the academy for a second, are you also trained in CPR, basic life-saving
Yes.
techniques? And how long is that?
TACMED comes in, I want to say it's an 8-hour course. We did it one day.
Okay, you just said the word TACMED. Tell us what that is.
That's our tactical medical unit. They usually go out with SWAT and things like that, or if an officer's shot, they'll show up first on the scene. It's basically just an ambulance service. It's officers that have their paramedic.
So there's a particular division or group of officers within Fort Worth Police Department that has tactical medical training.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you?
No.
But you did go through an 8-hour course in the academy about the basics of that. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you give me some examples besides CPR of what training you received there?
They teach you to apply tourniquets, chest seals, your basic CPR.
Can you tell the jury what a chest seal is?
A chest seal is like a thin piece of plastic that is extremely sticky on one side. And when there's a hole anywhere in the abdomen, you want to seal it up so that air is not getting.
When you said anywhere in the abdomen, why is it just the abdomen?
I'm not for sure 100% on that. I know it has something to do with air and the lungs.
Because the name's chest seal, so
Yes.
that didn't make any sense to me. But regardless, it's some kind of sticky device, if you will, that can close or at least hold in the blood over some kind of wound.
Yes,
Okay. Have you ever used that before?
I have.
And you're certainly trained on how to do that.
Yes.
So do you just carry around a chest seal on your person, or how do you have that with you?
Some officers carry it around in their vest if they have an outer vest. I don't. I have a TACMED kit and it's a small bag that we're all issued.
The state may be trying to lay the foundation here that
I carry
Dean
mine in the car
neglected to
unless I know
provide
that I'm going
prompt
on a
care,
training or staffing.
but it wouldn't have mattered really. I mean,
What's
a
in
victim has
that
got through
TAC
part.
med kit?
You have an Israeli bandage, which is a tourniquet. You have a rubber tourniquet. You have a couple chest seals, and you have quick clot and some gauze and shears.
Is there a stress-induced training that is different than officer survival? Is that something separate, or is that included in the officer survival?
The stress-induced training is the entire academy.
Sure.
But the main part is officer survival.
All right. And so when you talked about public intoxication, a traffic stop, domestic violence, are there different ways to approach each type of those scenarios that you're presented?
Yes, ma'am. There's a different way to approach every call.
My understanding is
And
the victim
is
was
that
shot
the
through
type
the
of
heart.
training you're receiving pretty much all throughout the academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you getting feedback as well about that, the evaluation process?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you getting, I guess, counseled or feedback from the general orders, or is it just from the instructors, or both?
The instructors will quote the general orders, and especially if you mess up, they will let you know
right.
which general order.
Okay. So once you go through the academy, and then your graduation date was April the 13th of 2018, is that
Yes,
right? Now, after you graduate, what happens?
You graduate, and then you are assigned your first field training officer, and you're assigned to a side of town. Most officers start 1 to 2 days after the academy, starting with their FTO.
Is there a in-service training that goes on for a couple weeks between those two?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
tell me
ma'am.
about that.
I'm sorry, after graduation, there is the 2 weeks of in-service, where you go and you just get, so BPOC, which is the standard for officers in Texas, they mandate that every 2 years training cycle, you have to have 40 hours of training on these specific things, legislative updates, things like that.
Kind of a continuing education
Yes,
for
ma'am.
officers. All right. After the in-service training, what's next?
After in-service, you put FTO.
Field training.
Yes.
And you are assigned, you said one officer or multiple officers?
You're assigned one officer for each phase.
All right, take us through the different phases.
So your first phase is your field training officer, your FTO, is doing everything. You're just watching them and learning how to become an officer in the field. Second phase, you
Let me
start.
stop you real quick. First phase, in total, how long is the field training process?
I want to say it's 3 or 4 weeks. I'm not sure the exact length on it, but it's 3 or 4 weeks.
So if the first phase where the field training officer is doing everything, about how long does that last?
3 or 4 weeks.
Okay, so I said the entire field training process.
Okay,
So
the entire field training process is probably 4, 5, 6 months. somewhere in there.
So we've got the academy, 8 or 9 months. We graduate, we've got 2 weeks of in-service, then we move on to field training for 4 to 6 months.
Yes, ma'am.
First phase, 3 to 4 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
Field training officers doing everything.
Yes.
You're watching.
You're watching. You're not even driving.
Okay. When the field training officer, you say doing everything, are they responding to calls out in the public?
They are.
What types of calls?
Any call that comes in, whether it's shooting, domestic, a stabbing, a robbery, you're responding to whatever is on your side of town.
And are you able to ask any questions during that time?
Yes, ma'am. You ask all of your questions.
That's the purpose, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. After the first phase, what's the next thing?
Second phase, that's where you start taking over. You start driving. You're the lead officer. You're figuring out how to respond to calls, and your field training officer is right there next to you, letting you know if you're doing it right. They'll pull you aside, tell you if you mess something up, and then you go from there.
After the second phase, is that another 2 or 3, or they say so 3 or 4 weeks?
Yes, sir.
What's the next thing after the second phase?
I believe that's when you go into midterm, and that's 2 to 3 weeks. And it's just an evaluation of how you're developing as an officer in those first 2 phases.
And when you say there's an evaluation, is the field training officer that's been with you, the first and second, the one evaluating you?
No, so every phase of FTO, you have a different officer riding with you.
So then who's evaluating you at midterm? Those 2 that have ridden with you so far, or someone?
No, someone different.
Okay. How is the person during midterm, if there's somebody different than has been riding with you and observing you, how are they able to evaluate you?
They have a FTO manual, and it is just basically checking off the boxes. Are they proficient in working in domestic? Do they know how to fill out a packet? Do they know the appropriate questions to ask?
So I guess I'm just trying to understand if that person hasn't been with you to answer those questions, to see you do it, are they getting feedback from the other FTOs?
No, they're with you in the car.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you're answering calls
I
together.
got you. Okay, so the midterm phase is someone different than the first and second, but they're with you for those, how long, how many weeks?
2 to 3 weeks.
Gotcha, okay. And then what happens after midterm?
After midterm, you go into 3rd phase, which is another 3-4 week process. And you are the lead officer. You should be doing everything on your own by now. You should know your area that you're in, how to get to a call quickly. You should know how to process all of your own paperwork, how to do your reports, things like that.
And then what's after 3rd phase?
That's when you go into ghost phase. Usually the officer that's with you will be in plain clothes. They can wear a uniform, but you are not to ask them questions. They're a ghost. You're answering all your own calls. If you have a question, it's usually another officer that's on the scene with you that you'll answer. You'll ask that question to, and they'll answer you, but you're not allowed to ask your ghost anything. They're just strictly there to evaluate you.
When we started talking about field training, you said you get assigned a particular area or district.
Yes.
Do you stay in that same area or district the entire field training process?
For me, I did. I stayed in the east side. I know before that they had switched different sides of town. So you could be in north for one phase, you could be in south for the next.
Okay, after field training is complete, the ghost phase is the last phase. What happens after that?
You get cut loose.
And when you say cut loose, do you have somebody riding in the car with you?
You are a solo officer.
Is each officer, as far as patrol is concerned, in Fort Worth, are they assigned a particular car?
You're not assigned cars. It's you take what you get and you hope you get a good one.
Okay. So when you show up, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's clean.
Okay. All right. So when you show up to a shift, you just go out and hope that there's a car there you can take, and
Yes, ma'am.
like you said, that it's clean. All right. So when did you actually get, quote, cut loose?
I got cut loose in, I want to say the later half of September of 2019.
What area were you assigned to when you were on your own?
I was in East Division as an overflow spot for a couple, I want to say maybe a week. And then I got assigned to Baker Division where I had never been. And I was there approximately 2 weeks before the shooting.
And where is Baker Division?
Baker Division is from 8th Avenue to Vaughn and then Lancaster to Berry.
Is that considered east side or something different?
It's Central Division.
You didn't know that area at all?
No, ma'am.
All right. So you were in east side for about a week as a floater, then you were in central or Baker district.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, all this
Said how many
questioning
weeks before
feels
the
to me
shooting?
like filler. Like she doesn't really have anything to ask this officer.
And you had really only been out on your own for about a month or so before the
But obviously,
shooting,
Dart
right?
should be
Due to
a
the
witness
surgery
for
you
the
had.
state. It's their second human witness.
Now, when you went to the academy,
An
and you
eyewitness to the event.
graduated in April of 2018, did Erin
Just
Dean
put her up
also
there for 3
graduate
minutes and take her
with your
down, so it
academy
feels like
class?
you're just running up the
So
clock.
you would have
for her.
graduated on the same day.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if he went through the same type of training that we just all talked about?
It was pretty standardized training, yes, ma'am.
Do you know what day he would have been cut loose?
I don't.
Would it have been different than you because of your surgery?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me about the east side of Fort Worth. Describe that area to us, those of us that have never been there. What's it like?
It's high crime. There's a lot of drugs, a lot of property crime, a lot. If you're thinking about it, East Side's got it.
Okay. Are there other
High
parts of
crime.
town that have the same type of reputation?
Yes, South Side and Baker Division.
So central, east side, and south side.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So west side and north side, do they have that kind of reputation?
West Side has its own crime off of Las Vegas Trail. North Side, not so much.
And give me some examples. Would Joe T. Garcia's be in north side?
I believe that's Northwest.
Northwest. All right. Okay. So you had ended up at that time, you had worked in the Baker district for maybe about 2 weeks or so. So had you actually worked East Allen area before the shooting had occurred?
I may have answered calls there. It's been so long ago, I can't tell you for sure that I had. I'd been in the area though.
Would East Allen be in the Baker district, that central Baker
Yes, ma'am.
district? Okay.
It's Baker 15.
And what does that mean, Baker 15?
It's the beat, they're broken up. So Baker Division is broke up into different beats. And every officer is responsible for a different beat.
Give us an idea as far as a beat is concerned. How big is a beat?
They're not very big. I don't know the exact dimensions on one.
I mean, are we talking about 50 miles or are we talking about a couple blocks?
No, usually just a couple blocks.
And so when you get to October of 2019, had you responded on your own to, if you're cut loose on September of 2019, you're maybe out for about a month or so, month and change. Had you responded to different types of calls at that point on your own?
Some, yes.
Give me examples of the types of calls that you would have responded to.
Definitely domestics. The city is heavy call load with domestics. I don't know exactly what I had responded to on my own, but in field training, you respond to just about everything. I mean, my second day of first phase, I was responding to a shooting. So,
just the jury knows, just a normal, let's say, week for you now, out on your own, cut loose. You've been out now for 3 years or more. So, what are the types of calls that you're responding to? Give us some examples.
domestic shootings, stabbings, open structures, burglaries, welfare checks, things of those nature.
And you said shootings and stabbings. We know what that is. Domestics.
She put
we know
open
what that
structures right in the middle
Tell me what
between
an open
shootings and
structure type of call would
burglaries.
be.
An open structure is you're driving down the road in the middle of the night and you see a door open on a business, right? The door's not supposed to be open. You know it's not supposed to be open, so you go and check it out.
What about welfare check? Can you tell us what that is?
A welfare check is usually for someone that's in bad health. Through my training and experience, what I've dealt with, it'll be a family member, a neighbor, a concerned friend calling in, just saying, hey, I haven't heard from Joe in a couple days. Can you swing by and check on him?
All right. And so is a welfare check different than an open structure?
Yes, ma'am, vastly.
One is the circumstance we're talking about, maybe a door or window being open. Another, meaning the welfare check, would be, I haven't heard from my dad. I haven't
Exactly.
heard from my grandmother.
Exactly.
All right.
That's not helpful to the state.
Had you at that time, I know you don't know exactly, and if you don't know, that's okay.
This call
had you
was an open
worked
structure call.
calls up to that point? Can you remember?
I'm not 100% certain on that right now.
Have you now?
Yes, ma'am.
And the same for welfare check calls. Do you know whether you had done any of those back in those 3 or I guess month or so?
I'm not sure.
Have you now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. And had you also, maybe you don't remember about at that point, but up until now, you worked burglary calls before.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever worked a burglary where it's in progress?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning when you get out there, the suspects in the house and or in the business running away.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you, as far as burglary calls are concerned, well, I'm gonna ask you each one. Welfare checks, how common are those?
Welfare checks, you get those on night shift. They're not too common. On day shift, you're getting them left and right.
What about burglary calls? How common are those?
Very common.
And what about open structure calls?
Very common.
So you don't know if you had necessarily responded to that. Let's talk about narrowing it in now, the 1200 block of East Allen. Do you know whether you'd ever responded to that particular intersection and area?
I can't tell you with exact certainty.
Besides the shooting that occurred on October the 12th, have you, in 2019, have you responded to any calls over the last 3 years in the 1200 block of East Allen?
Yes, ma'am, multiple.
Okay. So let's talk, do you know who James Smith is, by the way?
I don't, I've never met him.
All right. Did you were not a part of the investigation out there at the scene when this happened, correct? Meaning you were not a part of the major case investigation, interviewing people.
No.
You were getting interviewed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and I have met before, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've met with Dale as well,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mo, who I don't know if he's in here, but our investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And we've met how many times, you think?
3 or 4.
And when we've met, I think we've met over at outside the office, and we've also met over here in the office. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who else has been present when Dale, myself, and Mo and you have met?
My cleat attorney, Terry Deflin.
Tell the jury what a cleat attorney is.
It's Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas, and I pay in every month out of my check to the POA, which is the Police Officers Association, and cleat is with them. It's legal advice, legal attorneys for whatever you need, and it's very standard after a shooting to have your cleat attorney right there with you.
So tell them about that. So after a shooting happens, how does that cleat attorney get notified? Do you know about a shooting?
You can call them, your sergeant can call them. Really, anyone that hears the shooting goes out can call an attorney and have them present at the scene.
Who, let's say you're going to make the call. Who do you call? How do you know who to call?
So Terry came and talked to our class, and she gave us her phone number during that class while we were still in the academy, and we're instructed to call that number.
And is Terry here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So she talked to y'all's class, gave you guys her card. Are there other cleat attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
So a shooting happened, she gets called. Is she showing up pretty quick after the shooting happens?
It was fairly quick. Yes, ma'am.
And so is Terry the one that actually showed up in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so when she shows up, what happens? Do you go talk to her? Does she come talk to you?
So for me, I was in a patrol vehicle in the passenger seat, and she came inside in the driver's seat, I believe.
This witness has previously said that she couldn't see much through the window because of the glare, did not see a
I guess
gun
what I
being
meant is
raised.
she's
I
there
mean, it
for
wasn't
purposes of
happening.
being
And of
there
course, we
with
had the
you,
testimony
or it's
of
not
the
the
boy
other
inside
officers that are
saying the gun was
Yes, ma'am.
out the window.
Okay. So you guys talk, and then is there anything else that happens out there at the scene as far as, does Terry then go inside the house and the scene? What happens?
I'm not for certain on that. I was sitting in the car.
Okay. And I guess I met with you.
Oh, with me? I know she did my walkthrough with me with a major case.
Okay, tell the jury what a walkthrough is.
Major case, just ask you a question. You don't say yes or no, you just point. They'll ask you, where were you standing when the shot went out? Do you know where Officer Dean was standing when the shot went out?
Do you know why you don't say actual words, you just point?
I'm not for certain on that.
Okay. And so you said it's major case division. Can you tell the jury generally what major case is?
Major case investigates any officer-involved shooting, in custody deaths. They're there for the what we call CPIs, the critical police incidents. Anything that's big, a death, uses of force, things like that.
As far as the scene was concerned, were there multiple members of the major case division out at the scene, or do you know?
I'm not for certain on that. I know Detective Roaches is out there.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1 and ask you, what is that?
This is the body cam from Officer Dean.
Did you have an opportunity before you testified today to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you actually here yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to ask you to look at those, if you will.
Okay.
Just kind of without showing the jury, just because they're not in evidence yet, if you'll look through those. Let's first start with State's Exhibit 4 here. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a map.
And does it have a particular location on the map?
It does 1203 East Allen.
And is 1203 East Allen, is that a street or an avenue? Do you know?
The resting D face on the prosecutor.
And is that area located in Fort Worth?
Yes, ma'am.
Is
It looks like she's
located in
talking to her
Tarrant County,
ex-husband.
Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so this map, does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that particular location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, State's Exhibit 5 through, I believe, 9. Does that appear, State's Exhibit 5, does that appear to be the front of the house that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then State's Exhibit 6 through 9, does that just appear to be an overview of the house and the street of East Allen in different northwest, south, all the different directions? Okay. Do those all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the house, the map, from what you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now let's look, State's Exhibit 1, did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember happening that night?
No, it wasn't a welfare.
Not from my point of view.
We can stop
And
lying
that's
about
not my
that.
question. My question is whether it's a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember.
Welfare
happening.
check and open
You were
structure
not
are
actually
two very
wearing a
different
body
things,
cam, is that
treated
right?
very differently.
Talk to them about that. Why not?
My body cam, I had placed it on the dock, and when I returned, probably a week prior to the shooting, my body cam was not on the dock anymore. And I filed a stolen lost property report for my body cam and was waiting to be issued a new one.
So you used a couple different terms that I want to break down. You said, so body camera, or is each officer, patrol officer issued a body camera
Yes,
to wear on their person?
yes,
Do you have on one right now?
I don't.
Okay, where would you normally have it on now?
So back then, we had a battery pack that went on our belts. We ran the wire through our shirt, and then it would usually hang here.
And so the body camera is going to be up on what you're showing to the
Shoulder.
jury.
Yes.
Just for purposes of the record, your left shoulder, correct?
You can have it on your right shoulder too.
But where did you normally wear it?
I wore it on my left shoulder.
And then as far as, there's also patrol cars that are equipped with video recording device too,
Yes,
correct? Did your patrol car back then have that ability?
Yes, ma'am. You have a dash cam on the front windshield, and then you have a camera that watches like the spot where you would put your prisoners.
How does a patrol car, you just called it a dash cam, how does the patrol car video get activated to start recording?
If you have your lights and sirens on, it immediately goes on. And it turns on anytime you turn on your lights and sirens. Other than that, you have to reach up and turn it on. There's a middle button that you reach up and you literally just click it on.
What about body camera? How do you turn that on and off?
Those, I believe it's like a box and there's a little round circle in the middle and you push the round circle to turn it on.
So you told us that you went to a dock station. Can you tell us what that means?
It's the charging station where you plug your camera up. It downloads all of your videos from the day and uploads them onto the evidence.com cloud.
So all the patrol officers throughout the day, when they get done with their shift, they can take their camera and put it on this dock station,
Yes, ma'am.
and it charges as well as it downloads all that video.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same way that it works for the patrol car?
The patrol car, I'm not exactly sure how it downloads.
But you don't have to take anything out of the car to charge.
No, ma'am.
All right. And so on State's Exhibit 1, yes. So my question was, you didn't have a body camera. You mentioned why you didn't have one. Did your patrol car, was it working and have a video recording device at that time? Did you have it on when you responded to this scene?
No, no.
Tell us why not.
You don't turn them on for every call. You mainly turn them on for traffic stops or anything that you're going to be doing right in front of your car. So if you're searching someone in handcuffs, you can put them in the front of your car and then it just has a different angle. If you're doing traffic stops or if you're running code somewhere, it's going to have your video on.
The body camera footage that you reviewed from former Officer Dean's body camera, did you remember him wearing a body camera that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember which shoulder he was wearing the body camera on?
I'm not certain.
That's okay. Do you know if he was wearing it on his shoulder or not?
I can't tell you.
That's
for
fine.
sure.
And so when you reviewed State's Exhibit 1, did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember when you approached the house and where he was in relation to the house and when y'all went into the backyard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not your perspective.
Not my perspective.
You didn't have it on,
No.
right? Okay. And now State's Exhibit 10 and 11, I want to ask you to look at those. And can you tell me what I'm looking at there?
This is actually my patrol car where I parked that night.
When you say this, are you pointing to State's Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe that's just the scene that night.
And when you say, I believe that's just the scene on State's Exhibit 10, is that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 12, 13, 14, does State's Exhibit 12 and 13 appear to be photographs of the defendant, Aaron Dean, and his, I'm going to call it a duty belt. What do you call it?
Duty belt.
Okay. All right. Top half of the defendant and the duty belt.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 14, does that appear to be the back of the duty belt?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 15, 16, 17, 18. Does that appear to be, and you can look at that, does that appear to
I may be showing all these photos of the duty belt to show that you had other equipment,
that was
a
used
taser,
by
a
the
baton, OC,
So
pepper
tell us how
spray.
you do that.
None
How
of
do
them
you
would
get
be
a gun
useful in this
before police
context, but
When you go through your weapons section of the academy, I believe it's halfway through, they issue you your duty weapon then. You'll do all of your shooting down at the range with that weapon, and then it is locked up until the day that you graduate and you get it back.
And State's Exhibit 19, does that appear to be your gun?
Yes,
Okay. And do you actually have a gun on today?
I do.
Do you know if that one that you had on that night and that one you're wearing right now is the same?
They're not.
Okay. And were they exchanged and you were given a different one, or do you know?
That night, they gave me a different one. Then I left the department and I was issued a new one when I came back.
Got it. Okay. And State's Exhibit 24 through 27, do those appear to be, if you look at those, there's just a few.
hit that like button on YouTube, folks. There's several hundred of you who have not hit that like thumbs up.
Recognize those.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do all of those photographs that you've looked at, do those all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the scene that night, and as well as where you parked outside of the scene off East Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
And do those also appear to be fair and accurate depictions of your gun as well as Officer Dean's gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 4 through, I believe it was 27, Your Honor.
Need to offer,
I'm sorry.
even not offered the,
And that's what I'm doing right now. The state would offer State's Exhibit 4 through 27.
any objection?
I'd like to see them.
I would also offer State's Exhibit 1, which is the dash cam video. This has been previously provided. And I believe State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 4, Your Honor, I don't know if that was previously provided. provided to defense. It's just a map. The State's Exhibit 5. 12, 27. It's okay. We're already provided to defense. State's Exhibit 6, 7, 8, and 9 is also a map.
Can the state judge may inquire of the state if 6, 7, 8, and 9, I think were complied to doing those either day as well? Because they just said that the map wasn't, these are aerials. I'm just curious if these are different.
Yeah, the state did not previously provide the Google Maps or Google Street View to the defense, because that's readily available, and we did not provide that to the defense. It's a north, south, east, and west view of East Allen.
Under 3914 states 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Defense is seeing for the first time. Am I understanding that correctly?
And Judge, can I have a moment? Because we actually might have provided them with the map. We don't normally, but can I have just a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Or maybe Rich.
The prosecutor's pissed. He's like, God damn it, it's a map. It's just a map. Anybody can download it from Google. We're not trying to sneak anything in. It's an actual map. Da, da, da. So that little wall there, folks, is the bar. That's what it said. It means to pass the bar. You pass the bar, you're licensed to practice law, means you're allowed to go past that wall as an attorney. The little wall in front of the gallery separates the gallery from what we call the well. And you cross the well and you get to the bench. Yeah, I don't mind the defense challenging it. I mean, we're going to take a break.
I'm sorry. Terry Daffron. TERR.
Just the map stuff is not.
You're welcome to step down. You're welcome to stay here.
All right, we're taking a break.
I understand. Do you need any water? Oh, you got it. Okay.
So I'll mute that. In fact, I'll stop the screen sharing for the moment. So this was not helpful testimony for the state so far, in my opinion. Brand new officer. She didn't have her own body camera, had gone missing for some reason. She's talking about how different it is to respond to an open structure call versus a welfare check. Welfare checks are not normally happening in the evening, at night, certainly not at 2:30 a.m. And in any case, this was explicitly not a welfare check, different code for a welfare check than an open structure. This was explicitly a Signal 56 call, which is an open structure call, which is treated as a burglary in progress, a silent alarm call. Could be a home invasion, and that's apparently what it looked like to the officers when they got on the scene. And folks, of course, you're allowed to have your doors open if you want. It's not against the law to have your doors open, but anything that would appear to a neighbor or an officer as reasonably suspicious is likely to result in investigation. They're allowed to do that. So, you know, the officers didn't go into the house. They're just looking around the outside of the house. There's exigent circumstances. They're there because of a 911 call, non-emergency call, but a call to the police department about an apparently suspicious circumstance. They're allowed to look around. So, that is that. And if you're asking, well, couldn't the victim here, Atatiana Jefferson, have been justified in her own conduct? You're asking the wrong question. Sure, both she and the officer could be justified. But only here only the officer is charged with the crime, so only he needs the justification. He can be justified without the victim having done anything wrong. it's not necessary that the victim was doing something wrong or committing a crime in order for the officer himself to be justified in his use of deadly defensive force. He doesn't even have to be right in his decision to use deadly defensive force. He just has to have been reasonable under the circumstances. And there's plenty of evidence here to support a reasonable perception of an imminent deadly force threat to the officer, including the victim's nephew's testimony given apparently about 2 hours after the shooting, that he saw his aunt raise the gun towards the window, point the gun towards the window. So any reasonable person would perceive having a gun pointed at them as an imminent deadly force threat against which they can lawfully defend themselves. Unless, of course, they were engaged in unlawful activity themselves, like if they were a prowler, right? But that's not the case here. The officer was acting lawfully and apparently within policy. At least we've heard nothing inconsistent with that. So I'm not sure how long this break will be. Let me see if I have my the defense opening statement is about 20 minutes long. Maybe I'll play that again to refresh our recollection on the defense representation of what happened here. And if I have time, I'll play the state's open as well. But the state's was so mushy and unsubstantive, it's just it's less interesting. Let me just pull that up. Okay, I'm going to pull that over here. So this is the defense opening statement from yesterday. So this happened yesterday, right? Just to be clear. In fact, I'll put a banner up. There we go, and I'll go ahead and play this.
Mr. Brissett. Yes, please report. Yes, sir. Ms. Diener, Mr. Smith, members of the call.
Miles Brissett. That's Miles Brissett,
Members of the jury.
defense attorney.
On the night of October 11th, my friend, Aaron Dean, never thought he'd be putting on his Fort Worth police uniform for the last time. Nor did he ever think he'd be here today before you with the charge of murder. He started his shift like he did every other Friday night when he was working. He's a young officer working a deep night shift, 8 to 6. Check in a little early and 7 o'clock out. As that shift went on, during the middle of his shift, he's assigned a call that we're here to talk about today. And as he goes through that call, he gets to the backyard. And as soon as he and his partner go in the backyard, they're immediately presented with a situation that they have to deal with. As soon as Aaron enters the backyard, he sees a silhouette in the window. Aaron sees that silhouette in the window, and that silhouette has a firearm.
Oh, so
That silhouette has a firearm with a green laser mounted on the front rail of that firearm, pointed directly at Aaron, closer than me to you to the window.
well, so much for the state claim that he didn't see a gun.
Conditioning unit to his right, a gate and obstruction of a fence to his left, and his partner is butt cheek to butt cheek behind him. He has no place to go. He takes a half a step back, gives the commands, as part of training, draws his weapon for the first and only time right then, and fires one shot. And tragically, Atatiana Jefferson is killed as a result of that. How did he get there? That's the question. Remember from voir dire, we start having to talk about the calculousness of reasonableness in this case. But that's what we're really talking about. Was it reasonable for Aaron to do what he did? That's the test for police officers when they use deadly force. It's an officer's worst nightmare around the world to have to draw their weapon and use it in defense of not only themselves or for others. So we have to start looking at what Aaron knew at the time. What did he know at the time? What data was given to Aaron at the time he responded to this call?
This is much stronger than the state open.
This case is about facts and not emotion. You can have all the grandiose opening statements about emotion and words and everything else, but we have to get back to the facts. So let's start with James Smith. James Smith enters the stage in this case when he makes a non-emergency call to Fort Worth Communications. Let's talk about Fort Worth Communications for a second. The state at the end of their opening said it was a 911 call. That's common for both tables. We'll probably slip up at the end. It was to the non-emergency number. Fort Worth Communications is based over just behind TCU on the west side of Fort Worth. It's a large room that has multiple stations. Each station can receive calls. One day you may be a call taker taking non-emergency numbers. You may be at the same shift if it got busy taking 911 calls. Everybody's trained the same. Everybody sits at a console that's identical. That's the call taker role. When you call Fort Worth, whether it's non-emergency or 911, they're all trained, and collectively they're all trained in the county together so they can cross over if there's an event. If somebody loses communication, say at Arlington, Fort Worth takes their calls. There's a very robust system for that. Mr. Smith calls the non-emergency number as a result of what his relatives have seen throughout the night. The doors have been open since 10. These glass storm doors that the smoke's being let out of have been open since 10. He calls, and as a result of what the communications officer hears, the call taker picks what code in the system to place upon a call. It could be a welfare check. It could be an open structure. It could be a robbery. It could be anything that they call the police department for. When we start talking about stuff like this, they follow general orders at communications. They have a playbook. This is what I'm being told from the caller. How do I code it to get officers there? Based on what Mr. Smith said to the communications officer. Not what he thought he said, not what he told the media several days later he said. What he said on that call was that it was an open structure. That's what the operator took and coded. In the city of Fort Worth, that gets coded as a signal 56, an open structure. For the police officers, they, in their patrol cars, both Officer Darch and Officer Dean, have what's called an MDC, or mobile data computer, plus their radio in the car and the handheld radio that you see on the officers that have taken you in and out of the courtroom here, and you'll see throughout the common here. So they have their computer, they have their handheld, and they have their car radio. When the city of Fort Worth cuts an officer loose on a call, it's simple. They give them the call through the MDC, and they give it to them over the radio in case they're not in their car at the time, so they can hear them. Officer Dean was the primary officer. You may hear a Fort Worth officer during this trial say he was the sheet officer. He was assigned to, it was his beat. He's the primary, Darch is his backup. For open doors, why do they need two? Because in Fort Worth's general orders for communications, it's a priority 2 call. Priority 1 being the highest, usually lights and sirens. Priority 2 is just below it. A priority 2 call requires 2 officers. If 2 officers aren't available, the general orders say the sergeant or lieutenant on patrol in that area is assigned as the second officer. If the sergeant or lieutenant are not available, it goes to a neighboring area until there's 2 officers there. For officer safety, priority 2 call. Darch makes it there first, Dean gets there second. I think the evidence will show that Darch goes to the wrong house first. They come back, look in the squad again, and get the right address. And they walk up to the front of the address. Remember, What did they know and when did they know it?
It's all reasonableness
Here's
here.
what they're told when they're going to the call, both on the radio, for the ear, and for them to read. Complaint advised, front doors to addresses open. Both the neighbors' vehicles are in driveway. White sedan and dark colored sedan. Neighbors are usually home, but never has door open. The word welfare is never said. They're given a signal 56. It's not a welfare check to Dean and Darch. The doors are open. That's what they have as the data elements when they arrive on scene. In addition to the communications general orders, the city of Fort Worth has a rather extensive set of general orders for officers. Communications is called Play 56.
Smart to bring out the big books, even if it's
Play
not.
56, Signal 56, takes them to a certain section in the general orders for how officers,
The complicated
young
job
officers
message.
that have just come out of training, been to the academy, had this book drilled into them day in and day out.
I've invited a bunch
Signal
of
56 is an
on
open
if
instruction.
they want to come on.
You go to that
On their own
book,
shows,
it
folks.
says treat it like a silent alarm. Burglary of a building, a silent alarm. Silent alarm, you don't park in the front of the building or structure or residence. And I think Officer Darch will make that very clear to you when she testifies. She did to the detectives that were asking her the questions. You don't park in front for officer safety. So they park down the street on Mississippi, short distance away, and walk up. Silent alarm says you don't reveal your position. You check to make sure if there's any forced entry on the structure. And in fact, as it tells you what you're supposed to do, the unit in charge of the call shall inspect the structure to determine if there's any signs of forced entry. Any signs of forced entry. It doesn't say just on one side. It doesn't say that you just look here and stop. Those officers walk up to the front door. And at that point, you're going to see Dean's body camera come on. When they looked inside and saw the mess that was inside the front of this residence, through the front door, you see the living room. Through the living room, it's kind of a living room combo kitchen. Upper cabinets in the kitchen are out, open, stuff strewn all over the floor. The living room looks like it's been ransacked. You're going to hear from both Carol Darch and others that went out there what this scene looked like when they were there. That's a data element for these two. These two see a house that to them appears to be ransacked. We're on a signal 56. It's treated as a silent alarm. They have to be quiet. They're not knocking on the door because that's not what the rules tell them to do. And they see what to them, what Darch is going to tell you, looks like a burglary in progress. Because the house should never look like that in their mind. That's what this looks like inside. They go down the side. They have to step over a weed eater. They have to step over a mower. Data elements that may sound simple to others, to an officer that works the beats in this area, this is a neighborhood in transition. Mr. Smith and his other neighbors have worked hard to get the criminal element out of their neighborhood. Yet it's still a rough neighborhood. The mosque church next door, the air conditioning units have a 10-foot fence and a steel cage and concertina wire and steel cage fencing around all the first floor windows. Miss Jefferson's AC unit has a steel cage welded around it, and it's new construction. Things that are left outside at night tend to disappear. Burglars tend to leave stuff piled up to take away if there's a burglary in progress. You walk over a weed eater, there's a mower out at 2 a.m. There's a young man's bicycle out down the left side. They clear the vehicles because that's what they're trained to do at the academy. They split. Carol down one side, Aaron down the other. They meet at the gate.
All right, folks. Looks like we're actually back. We're back in the courtroom. Let's see what's going on.
Like, that's all.
I guess they're still talking
Yeah,
about.
that's what I thought. I thought 4 through 19 and 24 through 27.
Okay, you ready? All right, will there be any objections to states 1 and then states 4 through 19 and 24 through 27? Mr. Brissett?
I'd like to take the witness on the line.
Out in the presence? All right, let's go.
Adam, we're back live. This is police officers responded to open structure call 2:30 a.m. We're investigating around the house. Looked through the window into the home, saw somebody apparently pointing a gun at them. The male officer fired a shot, killed the person inside the home. Has now been charged with murder. His name's Aaron Dean. He's the defendant. And it's his partner officer at the scene, Carol Dark. And the state has, she's a state
All right, everyone may be seated.
on direct.
Mr. Brissett, are there any objections to states exhibits 1, 4 through 19 and 24 to 27?
May I take this on a brief word?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Morning, Officer Darch.
Morning.
The state tendered you what's been marked and identified as states 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, correct?
Yes,
As you sit here today, do you know for certain, you didn't take those photos, did you?
I did not.
Do you know were you present at all when those were processed?
I was when mine was, when my car was hit.
Do you know what your serial number of your weapon was?
I don't.
So can you tell me by looking at any one of those photos, which one is yours for absolute certainty?
This one,
How do you know that?
because I don't have a weapon mounted light.
Okay.
A weapon mounted light.
Somebody had to purport to you that that was a gun from this case then, correct?
Yes,
Because the Fort Worth Police Department follows the same policies and procedures when they take apart a weapon on every case, correct?
yes,
Would you look at the one that you think is yours? Can you see a serial number that's visible and legible?
No, not from that.
yes.
Can you read it?
Really?
Baker, David Baker, 6305.
And is that yours?
I'm not sure.
With respect to State's Exhibit number 1, the DVD, it's not of the dash cam, which I think was the last words when it was offered. It's of what's purported to be your partner's body camera. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you make the DVD?
I did not.
Did you download Aaron's DVD that night?
I did not.
Bad question. Did you download Aaron's body cam that night?
I did not.
Is there a chain of custody with body cameras?
I mean, you're responsible for your own.
When the evidence goes to evidence.com, is there a trail or an audit trail of how the verification process starts from the cradle to the download?
She can provide the foundation on this evidence.
Have you
She doesn't
seen
know.
that, see if it was accurate?
I haven't.
Your Honor, with respect to State's Exhibit number 1, the defense doesn't have any issue that the state wants to conditionally offer at this point. We don't believe the predicate's been met for its full admission unconditionally. With respect to 15, 16, and 17, and 18, we don't believe the proper predicate's been met for that. For all the other numbers mentioned, we have no further objections.
All right. Court will overrule your objections to 15, 16, 17, and 18. They are admitted. And the rest of the exhibits Now, with the exception of states one, I believe there was a proffer or a proposal from the defense. What says the state?
Well, it's not required, and for authentication purposes, it's fair and accurate depiction of what occurred that night, and I made it very clear on the record that it was not from her body camera, but she was right there with this defendant. She is
my
able to
audio better now,
authenticate and
folks?
say that that's a fair and accurate depiction of the approach to the house and what that video shows.
Response.
We'll stand on our objection.
The objection is overruled. State's exhibit number 1 is admitted.
May we have a line check?
You may.
So all of our.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms.
Commissioner.
Steiner,
Permission to publish States Exhibit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at this time.
yes, but I can wake up this morning. Is it hidden? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And
Okay.
Judge, just so I can make sure, States Exhibit 1, 4 through 19, and States Exhibit 24, 25, 26, and 27, those are all admitted, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish those exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now looking at States Exhibit 4. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone else need one? Anyone? Okay. Are you guys good? Okay. States Exhibit 4, we can see 1203 East Allen. Can you show me, and Your Honor, do you have a pointer at all in here?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the bench?
So much coughing.
May I approach the bench?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know how to. I don't really know how to change the audio levels, folks. Hopefully this is okay.
Okay. Can you see it if I'm out of the way here?
I have it on this computer too.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, for the jury's purposes, I'm just gonna go over here to the far left-hand side. It appears to say over here, IH 35 West. Do you see that road that's running north and south?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we can also see this road running east and west, that's Allen. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So orient us here for the jury. 35, is that 35 highway in Fort Worth?
Yes.
Always has traffic?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then East Allen, is that on the east side of 35?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now, looking at
All the levels change by
next
themselves.
slide, which is gonna be States Exhibit 5. What are we looking at here?
That is 1203 East Allen.
And is that the residence where Atatiana Jefferson was living?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 5, to the left, there appears to be some sort of structure or building.
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it to be an apartment, like an old apartment that's empty. I'm not sure.
As far as what's on the 1203, that 1200 block of East Allen, are there any other houses to the left of the 1203 address?
Which left are we talking?
If you're looking at States Exhibit 5, to the left.
No, that's Mississippi right there.
And does Mississippi run perpendicular to East Allen?
Yes.
And to the right of Atatiana's house on States Exhibit 5, is there another house or are there lots after that?
It's just an open field.
Now looking here at States Exhibit 6, a little better perspective for the jurors. I'm going to use my laser pointer. You were referring to some kind of an apartment building or that's to the left of this house, this 1203. Is that what you're referring to, what I'm circling for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just to the left of her house. Is Mississippi the road that is running perpendicular to East Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, across the street from 1203, there appears to be some additional structures. What are those?
Houses?
You know who lives there?
No idea.
States Exhibit 7. What direction are we looking?
You're looking
Somebody
west
really
Allen.
cleaned up that yard.
State's Exhibit 8, which direction are we looking?
South.
And on State's Exhibit 8, you can see this building that's now to the right of Atatiana's house. We're now looking at the back, if you will, over top to the back. There appears to be this additional structure behind Atatiana's house. Do you know what that is?
I believe it's a garage.
And then we can see some buildings over here behind. Do you know what those are?
No idea.
State's Exhibit 9, which direction are we looking?
That would be eastbound.
And now State's Exhibit 10. Let me back up for just a second here. State's Exhibit, let's go to State's Exhibit 7. State's Exhibit 7, is there a house? So we have Mississippi, East Allen, and then Atatiana's house. This house right here that's on the corner, sitting on Mississippi and East Allen. Do you know the address of that particular house?
It's 1120, I believe. That's the first house we walked up to.
All right, so let's talk about that. When you were
Maybe the
called
dogs
out
were
to
smart
the
enough to be
scene,
asleep.
do
It
you know
was
about what
2:30
time it
a.m.
was?
2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
And can I inquire to the court how to get rid of that box? I can walk up to it, Judge.
Okay.
Or do you know how to get rid of it? Okay,
Adding pixels.
thank you.
Oh, that's still there.
That's okay, that's all right. Okay, all right. And so what time did you say it was?
I believe it was like 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock.
And I was asking you a little bit earlier about going through the academy with the defendant. Do you see Aaron Dean in the courtroom today?
I do.
And do you, can you point to something that he is wearing? Identify him in court for me, please.
Blue tie and a gray suit.
Your Honor, let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant. Court.
Record solar plate.
He also stood up prior to me finishing asking for identification.
That's correct. You
All
may
right.
see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. All right, and so went to the academy together. Did you guys ever work any calls together before this October 12th date that you remember?
Nothing that sticks out.
You were only out for about 3 or so weeks, so would it have been many calls if you did work any?
No.
She's only out for 3 weeks.
Have
on this
you
call.
seen or talked to him outside of work whenever y'all were working together?
I don't believe so.
Do you know what particular division he was assigned to?
Baker division.
Same as you.
Yes.
Would you characterize your relationship? Were you close, just coworkers? How would you describe it to us?
I keep everyone at work just coworkers.
All right. Okay, so that day, October the 12th of 2019, were you working as a patrol officer at that time?
I was.
What was your shift?
We show up at 7:45 and we're off at 5:45.
So what time did you actually go in? About that time?
I get there around 7.
And 2 or so in the morning. Where were you right before you get called out to this scene?
At the JPS roundabout.
What does that mean, the JPS roundabout?
It's a parking lot behind JPS. It's on the north side, northeast side, and it's just a big empty parking lot.
Why are you there?
I didn't have a call. I was finishing up the call I was on, and I was eating lunch.
Were there other officers that were parked in that roundabout?
Yes.
Why did you guys as officers choose that area to either finish up a call, eat, kind of congregate?
It's just safe. You can see everyone coming up at you.
So you get a call, and explain to us how you get that call. What happens if you're sitting in your car?
I was sitting in my car. Aaron gets dispatched. Officer Dean gets dispatched. They're calling for an assist unit. I was right at the end, so I just finished up my call and I took the assist.
And how do you get notified that the defendant is even getting that call? How do you know that?
Over the radio.
Is there inside of your car a computer that also gives you that information?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that called?
MDC.
And what is MDC? Do you know what that stands for?
Don't get me a lie.
No worries, that's okay. But there's a computer in there that relays information about calls too, correct?
Yes.
What kind of information will it give you?
It gives you the call details, and then it shows you en route times and on-scene times.
Does it also show you who's responding to the call?
Yes.
Is that how you knew that this defendant was responding to the call?
That and when they called out his call sign.
On the radio?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the basic general nature of the call? Do you remember?
I believe it was an open structure.
And did you get an address?
Yes.
And so you said that Dean responds, why do you go as well then?
Every priority 2 call, dispatch has to assign 2 officers to it.
Particularly dangerous.
Explain to the jury what priority 2 call, what do you mean?
So priority 1 is the highest, that's lights and sirens, you're getting there as quickly as you can. Priority 2, it's still of urgency, but it's like a normal run-of-the-mill everyday call. There's nothing emergent that's happening right now that you need to get there as quickly as you can.
Except you have to have 2 officers.
Are you aware that the Fort Worth Police Department has an emergency 911 and a non-emergency number?
Yes.
And so are you able to tell either of the radio or on your computer inside your car whether it was an emergency 911 or non-emergency?
We don't get that information.
And so you just get the priority information
Yes, ma'am.
and some of the details.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what do you do when you get that call?
Zipped up my lunchbox and took off.
How far away were you from this particular address?
Of course,
at
our
JPS
lunchbox is open.
roundabout?
A mile or 2, not very far at all.
And if the call comes in around 2:25 in the morning, do you remember about what time you arrived?
Just a couple moments later. It doesn't take very long to get there.
Did you get there to the house first or
I did.
When you get there, where do you park?
I parked facing southbound on Mississippi.
And so now showing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 10 here, and then State's Exhibit 11. Are you able to show us on State's Exhibit 11 where you're parked?
I believe that's my patrol car right there.
Okay. And it looks like there is only, I don't think I see any other patrol cars in State's Exhibit 11, but going back here, State's Exhibit 10, are there multiple patrol cars in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And so if we're looking at State's Exhibit 10, and this is Mississippi running this direction, East Allen running east and west, are we able to see your patrol car in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Okay, can you show me that for witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you show me which one your car is in State's Exhibit 10?
Oh my gosh, stop the coughing.
Which one's the? It would be that car right there, I believe.
And so you're pointing which direction?
I'm facing southbound.
Okay. And are you able to see in either State's Exhibit 10 or State's Exhibit 11 where the defendant is parked? Do we actually see his car in those exhibits?
Not to my knowledge, no ma'am.
So looking here at State's Exhibit 11, we can't see any of the patrol cars, correct?
No ma'am.
Can you show me though, using this laser, where he pulled in? Did he come in front of you, behind you, or somewhere else?
It'd be like right in this area,
Okay, so kind of on that, I guess, corner or catty corner.
I believe, yes ma'am.
Tell me the address again of that. Is that a residence or a business?
It's a residence, I believe. I believe it's 1120 something.
So when you guys get out there, you said you get there first, he parks kind of catty corner or behind you at least.
Yes, ma'am.
What do y'all do?
We get out of our patrol cars and we walk to that first house.
And it ended up being the wrong house?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know that?
By the numbers on the front of the house. And the
Did-
door was closed.
Okay, so the call is doors open and you walk up, the doors close and the numbers are not matching.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you do?
I believe we went back to the car and checked. We either checked on the MDC or we radioed out asking what the numbers were.
So when you say we, do you guys talk about that and you both do it? You just kind of know to do it? How does that work?
I can't remember if we talked about it, but I mean, it's just commonplace.
Do you remember whether or not you both went to your separate patrol cars to check, or
No, ma'am, I don't.
don't remember? All right. Regardless, you figure out wrong house.
Yes, sir.
So where do you go?
We walk across the crosswalk here and then up, like catty corner, corner to corner across the street.
All right, so let's go over State's Exhibit 9. And may I push one?
Yes, ma'am.
You show me the route that you take from that address that was wrong.
I believe that we walked like right through this way, just like diagonally across.
And when you go diagonally across, so you would have been passing just right in front of this building.
Yes.
Once you get over here to the street and then some go in this direction before you approach her house.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have your flashlights out?
I don't recall at that time.
Do you remember whether it was a pretty lit area or a dark area?
It's darker in that area.
And when you go to approach the house, show you, leave. Let's go back for just a second. When you approach the house in State's Exhibit 5, you said you kind of walked in front of it. Did you notice whether or not there was a fence between those two buildings
No,
that night?
no, ma'am.
So you go up to the front door of State's Exhibit 5, that house, and what do you do?
Walking up, you can see that the front porch light was on and that the white door on the inside was open on both sides. And then we just looked.
When you first got out and went to that wrong house, do you remember whether or not you had unholstered your gun?
I had not.
When you went back and confirmed the address before you started walking across the street, once you knew which address it was, did you unholster your gun?
No, ma'am.
At what point did you unholster your gun, if at all, when you were walking up to Atatiana's house?
We didn't. I didn't.
Okay. When I say unholster, tell us what that means.
It means breaking the security and bringing it all the way out. Bringing your gun all the way out.
Do you remember if you ever took your gun out and unholstered it throughout the entire call?
Through the entire call, I believe that I did when we were clearing the backyard, and then I believe I had it out in the house until we got into the room. I'm not for certain.
That's okay. And when you say the term clearing, what does that mean to you?
Just making sure that there are no other occupants, other threats in the house.
Why do you unholster or take your gun out when you are clearing an area?
In case you're met with a threat.
When you have your gun out, do you have your finger on the trigger?
No.
Why not?
Officer safety.
Is that something that you were trained in the academy about?
Yes, trigger discipline.
So when you are clearing areas, whether that be a house, a field, a car, you have your gun out, pointed in front of you, I'm assuming?
You have it down in the stool position, or you can have it pointed depending on what you're doing.
When you have it down or pointed, do you have your gun on the trigger? Do you have your finger on the trigger?
No.
So you approach the front, you said the front and the side door, the doors were open, and we can actually see, they're calling a storm door, kind of a storm or screen door. Did those appear to be closed?
Those were.
So when you are driving out to 1203 East Allen and hearing that it's an open structure, what thoughts are in your mind, if any?
Okay.
I honestly can't tell you what I was thinking that day. Other open structures, you go to burglary.
Right.
Thinking what you're going to encounter on the call.
Yep.
Are you thinking to yourself, east side, high crime area? Or are you just thinking, I just got done eating, I'm gonna go to this call?
I just got done eating and going to this call.
Okay, all right. You show up, and when you're walking up to the house and you see those two doors, the front and the side door that are open, storm doors shut, what are you thinking?
When I see the inside, or
Just when you're walking up and you see those doors open.
that it's odd for it to be open that time of night.
And do you and the defendant talk about anything as you're walking up?
I don't remember. if we did.
And so you look inside, what do you see?
The cabinets are standing wide open. There were things just thrown about. It looked like the house had been burglarized from the living room, kitchen area.
I want to show you a couple other exhibits that have been offered and admitted. State's Exhibit 12. Are we able to see on State's Exhibit 12 this shoulder-worn body camera that is on Officer Dean at that time? Okay. And then there's also, can I have the lights? Or I can, crap. Thank you. You can see it a little better now. On State's Exhibit 12, there is this black device that's on his chest. What is that?
It's a handheld mic
A
for
hand-
a handheld mic for your radio.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 13, will you take me through and explain what all this is? So let's start on the far left-hand side for the jury. What is this right here?
That's his gun, Glock 17.
And what is this?
Pepper spray.
So we have the gun, Glock 17 for purposes of the record, and then immediately to the right, there's a leather object holding something, and you said that's what?
Pepper spray.
Okay, and then we have some sort of other black device that's to the right of pepper spray. What's that?
That's the battery box for the camera.
And then to the right of the battery box for the camera is what?
Tourniquet.
A cat T tourniquet.
I'm sorry, what?
A cat T tourniquet.
And then you mentioned an Israeli bandage, which was a tourniquet, and now you said
Nope.
cat T?
Yes.
Israeli
What-
bandage
are
is a
those different
bandage.
things?
Yes. This one has Velcro and like a torque kind of on it. The other one is like an ace bandage, and it has wings on it. So you'll just wrap it as tight as you can, and then you crank the wing once you get it on.
And then to the right of this tourniquet, we have this looks like it's one thing that's holding maybe two slots, but some sort of
So-
leather.
That's a mag pouch.
Okay, what's
Whoops.
14, which is the back of that duty belt? Let's start again to the left. What's this right here?
That's the baton.
What's the purpose of a baton?
It's a use of force weapon.
You guys are issued other objects besides a gun that are
Yeah.
less deadly. Is that right?
Yes, they're less lethal.
I'm sorry.
None of them
Less
work through a
lethal.
window.
So the taser, baton, and then we have the gun.
And
None of
pepper
them
spray.
are
The pepper spray.
appropriate in defense against a gun.
And then to the right of the baton is what?
Radio.
Okay, and then to the right of the radio is what?
That appears to be his flashlight.
And then there appears to be some small leather,
It's called a belt keeper.
And
Keeps your
then-
belt up.
okay? A lot of stuff on the belt, right?
Yes.
All right, and then to the right of the belt keeper, there's two pouches. What is that?
Handcuff case.
I'm sorry?
Handcuff case.
And then to the right, we can see the back of his gun. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, State's Exhibit 15, defendant's gun. And I want to compare that to.
All the
State's Exhibit
proportions of
19.
these images are off. They're stretched out top to
Can
bottom.
you tell me what additional items are on defendant's gun, State's Exhibit 15, that are not on yours?
He's got a weapon mounted streamline.
So let's start with, you said Glock 17. Is that the type of gun this is?
Yes.
Is that the type of gun that you have?
Yes.
Is that the type of gun that you're wearing on your hip right now?
Yes.
And how many, for those of us that are not as proficient in firearms, guns have magazines that hold unfired bullets or cartridges, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many the Glock 17 magazine holds?
17.
Is yours fully loaded right now?
Yes, ma'am.
You have one in the chamber.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that how y'all are trained to keep your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said on State's Exhibit 15, there's this additional, what did you call it?
A weapon mounted light.
Weapon mounted light. What is the purpose of having a weapon mounted light?
So you don't have to tie up your other hand with a flashlight.
But you don't have one.
No,
Why not?
I'm cheap.
Okay. Are they expensive?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the holster that you have on your person, May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you stand up for me, please? Just real quickly. The holster that your Glock 17 fits in, is that issued by the Fort Worth Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you start as a patrol officer, or really any officer, you're gonna be given the gun and the holster.
You're given your entire vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
All of this, okay. Now, what about if you've got that light that's affixed, that's gonna be too big for the holster?
There wasn't a
Yes, ma'am. You
taser
get it
on
in
his
your
belt.
holster.
Do you get that issued from the Fort Worth Police Department?
I'm not sure. I haven't gone through those.
Okay, you don't have one, so you don't need to do that. Okay, so as far as department issued, that is what is given to you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, MC. All right. So you said that you guys were approaching the house, and when you look inside, you said it looked, I don't want to use different words than you. You tell me the words that you used to describe this house.
It looked like it had just been burglarized.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 24.
Wow.
We're walking up to.
Looked like it had
1203
just been burglarized.
Allen. And now at this point, there's crime scene tape there. That was not there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you can see now that the storm door is a bit open. Obviously, other people have been in and out of this house. Was that door completely flush and closed?
Yes, ma'am, as I recall.
Now, I see, if you can see it, there's a little yellow, what appears to be a cord. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that there that night?
I believe so. I
An
don't know for
observation
sure,
is
though.
not speculation.
Now, continuing on, to State's Exhibit 25, you said it was, I guess, messy or tossed, it appeared to have been burglarized, is
Yes,
that right?
ma'am.
And so is there a difference between a messy house and a ransacked or burglarized house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us the difference in your experience.
In my experience, a messy house is gonna be what we all know as mess, you know, things thrown everywhere. A burglarized house is gonna have the open drawers where it looks like it has just been methodically gone through. There's gonna be things in places that there shouldn't be, you know.
And State's Exhibit 26, we can see these, looks like to me, these 1, 2, maybe 3 cabinets,
mean,
doors
come
that are
on.
open.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
It's not like the house is
and
orderly.
then
There's stuff all over the
State's
floors.
Exhibit 27, now we're just looking back towards the front of Atatiana's house. Now you can kind of see that front door, that side door a little better, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you described the inside of her living room as being ransacked, or at least looked like it had been burglarized, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any kids?
I don't.
Okay, I don't either. Obviously you know now that there was an 8-year-old that was living there.
Yes,
Is that right? Okay. Okay, so regardless, you didn't know that then, you look in the front, what do you see?
And we saw the cabinets open. There were things thrown out of the drawers. It looked like someone had methodically gone through that house looking for something.
Did it look like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, do you hear anything?
No, ma'am, not that I recall.
Are the lights on or off inside of the house?
In the main living room, they were on. So in this part, they were on.
So State's Exhibit 26, the living room, the lights are on.
Down that hallway, there's a light on that wasn't on during the time.
Okay, that was off.
Yes,
All right. So you said you don't remember hearing anything. After looking through the front door, where do y'all go?
We went around the side of the house. When we did that, we were clearing the cars just to make sure that there was no one in the cars ready to escape or ambush us as we walked up.
Do you remember when you were given the call detail information? Were you given any information about the cars?
I don't remember the call screen. If you have it, I can read it.
Sure, absolutely. Mayor, first witness?
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, the exact reason the officer's looking through the window of the home is to make this assessment of whether it looks like a burglary.
State's Exhibit 95. I'll give you an opportunity to look
So this is a little different than what we're actually seeing in our car. It's got, you know, all of the other officers that were involved that wasn't on our call screen. So it would just be like,
And so just for purposes of the record, on State's Exhibit 95, there are multiple pages. And you just made a gesture at the top of the second page that the information you guys are given is more just kind of at the top, but I would say maybe the top third, maybe top fourth of that page.
So many people in the comments triggered.
until where it says Baker 310 dispatch.
So the information that you're really focusing in on is going to be the
First couple lines.
first couple lines. Okay. And so by looking at State's Exhibit, you're fine. Do you need a cough drop? No, you got it. Fine. Okay. By looking at State's Exhibit 5, those first few lines, does that refresh your memory about what exact information you would have been given?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So were you given information about the cars of the people that live there?
Yes, ma'am.
Make or model or just color?
Just color.
And so would that be information that you would have seen whenever you go to approach and you get inside or look inside the house in State's Exhibit 26?
Can you ask that? I'm sorry.
Sure, that's okay. Do you need some water?
Yes, hang on.
Yeah, Your Honor, can we do something about this coughing? This incessant coughing? So it looks like it's a juror doing all that coughing. I guess that's why they haven't tossed the cougher out. Your Honor, can we make that the alternate? All these cases we covered that involve chokeholds, and there's no chokehold available for this juror.
Good? Yes.
Okay, so you're given information about the colors of the cars.
Yes, ma'am.
And what other information are you given, just generally speaking? Open structure, there's 2 cars in the driveway. Anything else?
Can I read it? Figure
You can certainly read it to refresh your memory.
It says that the neighbors are usually home.
Okay. And were you given information about who called the Fort Worth Police Department? Do you know if you would have been given that information inside of your car or over the radio?
We would have gotten it both places.
Both. And are you given the information about, so would it have the name of the person that called, and then does it also have a phone number?
It does.
Okay. And just looking at State's Exhibit 95, are you able to tell who the caller name was and the phone number? You don't have to say it and you don't have to read it out. I just want to know if that's on the call.
It is on here. On our MDCs, there's different tabs where if you don't have that tab clicked, you're not going to see who the caller is.
But you have the ability inside your car to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, so you get out there, you look inside, you go to the side door. Now where do you go?
The side door, we started making our way, which would be northbound down the side of the house.
Do you hear anything like that?
Not that I remember.
After you get to the side of the house, where do you go?
That's when we go into the backyard.
You said that you guys cleared, or I think you said y'all or you cleared both cars.
Yes, sir.
Do you guys talk about who's gonna clear what or how you're gonna do it?
Not that I remember. I don't remember a whole lot of communication from them.
Before you walk up to the house, do you guys discuss who's gonna take lead or call the shots, if you will?
It was his beat, so it was his sheet.
Okay. Now you said that to me before. It was his beat, it's his sheet. What does that mean to us?
If you're responsible for that area, most officers take pride in their areas and they try to take the sheet on it, just so that people get to know their face, get to know their names, things like that.
So naturally, are you gonna kind of take a back seat to what he's kind of telling you to do or directing you to do, or y'all gonna do it together?
My primary mission at that point is to be an assist officer.
Alright. And so who makes the decision, or do y'all discuss who's gonna go into the backyard?
I don't think we did.
Who opens the gate?
I believe it was Officer Dean.
Now, I want to ask you, do you have some trouble with your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us why?
I've had 2 TIAs, 2 transischemic attack strokes.
What?
So as far as your memory is concerned, and just generally speaking, when have those occurred?
The first one occurred February of 2020, and then the second one the following March, so March of 2020.
So did you also give interviews to the major case department back in October of 2019, right after this happened?
The night of, yes, ma'am.
So if there's any questions that you're unable to remember, would that be the most accurate and the best from what happened that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, we have the body camera footage.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And so you're not quite sure who opened the gate, but do y'all go in the backyard?
Yes, ma'am.
When you go in the backyard, do you remember who went in first?
I believe it was Officer Dean.
Do y'all talk about who's going to go left, right, straight, what you're going to do?
No, you're trained in the academy, and it's just muscle memory at that point.
What do you train in the academy to do in our backyard?
You do what they call, I don't know the exact terminology for it, but it's basically you perform an X. Whoever's on this side goes in this way, and whoever's on this side goes in this way.
Okay. Why?
Just so that you're facing what you see.
And is there a particular way that you are taught to clear a backyard or clear a space?
You do what you call a pie, and you just break it up into small sections, what you can see first, and then you go into the corner that's unknown.
And so did you guys personally do that when you went into the backyard?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it something that you can visibly see that another officer is doing, or are they able to do it just with their eyes only?
It depends on how big the area is that you're clearing.
Could you tell whether the defendant was slicing the pie or cutting it up in these pie sections?
I had my back to them.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You've got your back to him when you go in the backyard. About how far away were you guys from each other?
We were very close.
Were the backs of you, were y'all touching?
If we weren't, we were close. I know that.
Very close.
Yes, ma'am.
And which direction is he facing?
He would be facing southbound, which would be toward the house, and I was facing northbound toward the backyard.
And when y'all get in the backyard, so you're actually looking at, I guess, the fence, if you will.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so after you get back there, you're back to back, he's looking at the house, you're looking away. What's the next thing that happens?
I'm clearing the backyard. As I get a quarter halfway into it, I hear him start giving out commands. So I drop my gun into the stool position, and I go to turn around, and about halfway through my turn is when I hear a shot ring out, and I turn around, and that's when I can see her.
So when did you pull out your Glock 17?
I'm not sure the exact time, but I believe it was when we were going into the backyard.
So you pulled it out, you think you pulled it out, and are you using it to clear and slice the pie, if you will?
Yes, ma'am.
So would it have been pointed
At the fence,
at the fence? You said you put it down in stool position?
which would just be pointing at my feet so that I don't turn around and have the barrel of my gun in his back.
Do you know whether or not the defendant had his gun out while y'all were approaching the front or side doors of the house?
I don't remember him having it out when we were approaching the front or the side.
Do you know whether he had it out? Do you know when he had it out? When he pulled it out?
No, ma'am.
Okay. when you guys were, after you were walking by the cars that we were talking about in the driveway, do you remember seeing any type of lawn equipment or electronics of any sort outside?
I know from the video, I don't remember firsthand if there was. I know from the video though that there was a lawnmower and a weed eater.
What about when you get to the car, the second car, do you remember having, there was a bicycle of some
I
sort?
tripped on a bike. Yeah.
Okay. Do you say something about that in the video, or do you remember?
I don't remember, but I'm sure I did.
And then, do you remember whether that was a bigger bike, small bike, or do you remember?
I don't remember.
And so you were on the inside of that car, between the house and the car, there's a bike, and you kind of run into that. Where is the defendant?
He is on the east side of the car.
Other side.
Yes.
And at any point before y'all get into the backyard, have you called for backup?
No, ma'am.
Would you know if backup had been called by the defendant?
You would hear it on your radio.
And that's on your person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you guys go up to that front door, do you guys inspect the front doors and try to open up that storm door?
I didn't. I'm not sure if he did. If Officer Dean did.
Side door, did you?
I didn't. Again, I'm not sure if Officer Dean did.
What about announcing, saying Fort Worth Police or knocking on the front or side door? Did you guys do that?
No, ma'am. We didn't, because if there's a burglar still in the building, you don't want them to know that you're there so that they can escape.
And so did you also, when you talked earlier about parking kind of across the street and down, did you ever have your lights on when you were pulling up to that first wrong house, if you will?
I had my headlights on, but not my overhead lights.
And why would you park diagonally kind of over there across the street instead of in front of the house?
For officer safety reasons.
Explain that to us.
So if you're on a call, you're going to a domestic, it gives the offender time. They recognize that you're there. It gives them either time to escape, time to harm the person inside. It's a better idea to park not in front of the location.
So you just gave the example of the domestic, but let's talk about this call, an open structure call. So why would you, for officer safety purposes, park not in the front on an open structure call?
So if there's a burglar in the building, there's someone inside, they don't know where you're at.
So get over there to the backyard, you said you heard a shot and you turned all the way around. And then you.
I heard him give commands. I started turning, was halfway through my turn, and that's when I heard the shot.
Do you remember exactly what words he used in his commands?
No, ma'am.
You said, so once you turn around, are you now facing what?
The window.
What do you see?
I see Officer Dean. I'm looking just over, I guess that would be his right shoulder, and I can see her face through the window.
And if you guys are back to back, then how are you able to just turn around? Like, how does that work with your bodies? Where is he when he actually shoots? Is he now further away from you than back to back? Because if you whip around, then now you're kind of hitting him. So how does that work?
I mean, my gun belt was on his gun belt.
All right. So y'all are still pretty close together.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the shot is fired. You said you see her over his.
I believe it was his right shoulder.
You see her over his shoulder. Were you able to tell at that moment that it was a male or female, or could you tell?
The only thing I could see was eyes, really. I couldn't make out if it was a male or a female. I just saw someone in the window and I saw their eyes.
How would you describe their eyes?
As big as saucers.
You said as big as saucers. Okay. Were you able to hear anything besides his commands?
I didn't hear anything. I don't know if it was auditory exclusion or what, but I didn't hear anything until we got into the house.
Now, you just used the term auditory exclusion. Tell the jurors what that means.
It's when you're in an amplified state, your adrenaline is going and you physically cannot hear what's going on around you. There's multiple different kinds of exclusion.
Permission to
Nice Jaws
publish
reference in the
the
chat.
line on the body camera footage.
Yes, ma'am.
No, we approve.
Sure.
Well, none of this seems very helpful to the state. I mean, their policy was not to announce on an open structure call. So that's certainly not reckless. Their policy was you don't want a potential burglar inside the open structure call to know that you're there for officer safety. This officer didn't have body camera footage because her body camera had gone missing, apparently. She also mentioned she's had a couple strokes, so she's got some memory lapses. Reminds me of the Dean Cummings trial, where the lead investigator had been in a coma for 9 days and couldn't actually remember anything about the investigation. Yeah, this officer, Carol Darch, had testified that when she went to put her body camera on, it had gone missing, and she was waiting to be issued a new one. Dwayne, you don't have to yell in every comment.
All right, Ms. Diener, you may proceed.
Oh, this is the footage I've already shared with all of you.
Start at the beginning.
Put your hands up, show me your hands.
Second, 325, shots fired, start supervisor, and then start code.
We need to get in there. We need to get in there.
Yeah, you guys attacking kid?
So this is more of the video than I have. This is the whole thing. What I have stops at the shot.
8325.
Hands up, show me your hands, show me your hands. Show me your hands. Hands up. Show me your hands.
Hands up.
See what looks like what in here? Yeah, I'm good. Come on in, come on in. It's clear, it's clear, it's clear. Can that go quick? There's a weapon on there, I have not cleared it yet.
Yeah, I'm not talking to the chest.
Yeah, one got shot into the chest.
Sit back, sit back. Get it. Just get.
Oh, yeah, chest scene?
Oh, yeah, go sit back. Yeah. All right, so hold, this, move this airway, this airway. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do, let's do chest in there.
I think a bag in there. For the gun? Oh, yeah, technically good, yeah. You hold that? Yeah, I got it. And shut off the laser.
Let me take that door.
All clear. Round.
The volume must be redacted here for some court reason. They don't want these statements coming in as evidence. These would all be hearsay until these witnesses are called, if they're going to be called. It sounded like the female officer was attending to the victim here, but there was nothing that could have been done. She was shot through the heart.
I'm gonna ask you some questions about what we just saw in State's Exhibit 1, and if we need to go back and rewatch it, that's fine.
Okay.
So, when you guys walk up to the front door or the side door, do you or Officer Dean at that time, the defendant, try to use the actual handle to see if it's locked or unlocked?
Not to my knowledge, no.
When you go into, now looking at that video, going into the back gate, it looks like to me, and we can go back if we need to, that the defendant opens the gate and looks like flashes a flashlight in the backyard. Do you see that?
Yes.
Before y'all both go in there. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he say anything at that point to you after putting that flashlight and looking in the backyard?
No, ma'am.
When you watch that video back and you see the commands and then the shot, do you now know what he said? And I can back it up.
I think he said, hands up, show me your hands.
You hear him ask about a TACMED kit. We've already explained that to the jury. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes,
Why were you wanting to get a TACMED kit?
for life-saving procedures. Someone is in the house that's shot now.
Is that when you could have applied, but TACMED shows up, but a halo seal or a chest seal,
Yes.
if there's a shot or anything else you need in there? All right. So y'all go around and go into the front, and then you go inside, and I hear your voice before his making some announcements of some sort.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you said?
From the video, I said hands up.
And why are you saying hands up?
I can't tell you exactly why I said hands up. I don't know if I was in a heightened state of adrenaline, and that's the last thing I heard, so I said it too. But I wanted to announce that we were coming in the house.
And why would you want to announce that you're coming into the house?
So anyone else that's in the house knows that we're coming in.
when we see you guys, well, specifically, we can see the defendant going and pointing into some of the other rooms before we actually go to that back bedroom. What is that called and why is he doing it?
It's clearing, and he's doing it to make sure that there is no one hiding with a gun, waiting in a room to shoot us or to get one of us, you know.
Get back into that back bedroom. What is your priority when you get back there? What do you do?
As soon as I came through the door, I heard the baby, and that became my sole focus.
Oh, okay. So she was attending to the child.
What did you do with him, the child?
I got him to come to me. We went down the hallway. I remembered that it was cold outside because I had my jacket on, and there was a blanket on the back of the couch. So I wrapped him up and I went and stood on the curb with him so that he didn't have to see what was going on in there.
So whatever happened inside of the room after you took him outside, you don't know.
No,
Was the child you're talking to, Zion Carr, you know his name now, was he emotional?
yes, ma'am.
And we can hear him on video.
Yes, ma'am.
And so how long did you wait out there? Do you remember?
It felt like 30 minutes, but I know it was not long.
By the time that we see the defendant's body camera come out to the front, we already see some.
The volume just dropped.
personnel that's already there. Is that right? Do you recognize anybody on that video?
Yes, ma'am. I recognize all of them. I work very closely with them.
Okay, who are they? Tell me their names.
Officer Vitek, Officer Cotton, Officer Fuller, Officer Gilbert, and then Sergeant Horner at the door, and then Officer Hoffman in the room.
Okay, and VTech and Cotton, were they part of the TACMED team, those first two officers at the scene, or do you know?
They're not. They're assigned to Baker Division as well.
And the first few officers that we see that come into the room and tell the defendant to get back, who are they? Who's that?
That's Officer Cotton and Officer Vitek.
Did they then perform some type of life-saving measure?
They did.
Were you able to perform any life-saving measures on Atatiana?
I was not.
Your focus was on that little boy.
Yes, ma'am.
From what we see in the video on State's Exhibit 1, did the defendant perform any CPR life-saving
No, ma'am.
measures? VTech and Cotton show up, they do. When you're still there at the scene, about, I didn't have it marked, but I know it was in the last maybe minute or so, maybe 2 minutes of the video, the sound goes off.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why?
That would be muting your body cam.
Do you know why he would have muted his body cam?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether he did that on his own or maybe somebody told him to do that?
I'm not sure.
You don't know.
Hmm.
And you go to, when you're outside, does another officer come and relieve you, or where do you go after you're out there with Zion?
I'm outside with Zion standing on the curb, and Officer Ray pulls up, and we get him into the back of a patrol car and turn the heat on just because it was so cold outside.
And then where do you go?
I went back in through the front door to see if there was anything I could do to help.
And was there?
No.
So where do you go? What do you do?
I was still by the front door, and that's when Sergeant Horner told me to go find a car and sit in it, and Officer Hoffman was assigned to sit with me.
And how long do you think you were in that car, just sitting there?
A couple hours.
And do you talk about what has happened?
No, ma'am.
Talk about other things.
Yes, ma'am.
When does your cleat attorney, Terry Daffron, when does she show up?
I can't tell you the exact time, but it was probably 30 minutes or so, an hour.
After the shooting? So when she gets there, does she go, do you guys go back inside the house and do that walkthrough we talked about earlier?
We never go back inside the house. It's just we go around to the backyard with Major Case.
All right, go back around and then you point in certain areas.
Yes, ma'am.
Is any of that recorded?
I'm not sure.
After, and the walkthrough walkthrough that you're doing, is Terry, is your attorney with you when you're doing that?
I believe she was, yes.
After the walkthrough, what happens?
I go and sit back in the car, and then Major Case tells me that I need to go down to 1000 Calvert.
And what is 1000 Calvert?
That's where their offices are.
When you get there to their offices, do you remember about what time it was?
No, ma'am.
Still the same day, it would have been that the shooting is around 2:30, 2:33 or so. You're out there for hours and then you go to the Major Case position.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you do the interview that same early morning hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember how long that was?
I'm not sure. I know we were down there for some time.
Who all was in that interview with you?
Everyone that made scene, it was, in the actual interview.
It's someone from Major Cases interviewing you.
Detective Brimshus and Heisey, and then Terry Daphne.
Do you do another interview after that one?
Yes, I don't remember it though.
Yeah, that's right. And then, does anyone else ever come and talk to you? Anyone with Major Case or the investigation talk to you after those two interviews and the walkthrough of the scene?
I had an interview with our internal affairs.
And what is the internal affairs division within the police department? Just tell us generally what it is.
They investigate officers to make sure that what they did was legal, and 2 GOs, that they didn't break any laws or GOs, general orders.
All right. So now that you have watched the video, can you tell us, does it appear that you or the defendant ever inspect to see if there's any damage on the front of or the side door? Can you tell?
You can tell when you're walking up if there's forced entry.
Was that
Was there on those doors?
right?
No.
And we know because you guys go in that front storm door. But did you guys check to see whether that was locked or unlocked on your first approach?
I don't believe we did, no.
But now we know it was unlocked because
Yes, ma'am.
we go through it. All right. Did y'all, when you are clearing the cars that are in the driveway, do you remember which direction those cars are pointed?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not those cars have license plates?
No, ma'am.
No, you don't remember, or no, they did not?
No, I don't remember.
If they had license plates, is that something that you could do, is to run license plates on the cars to see who the owners are?
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, though, you guys were clearing the cars. Did y'all run the license plates to see who the owners of the cars were?
I did not.
Did you need to do that with the information that you had from the 911 call details?
With my experience then, I wouldn't have thought about it.
Okay, wouldn't have thought about who owns that car. Did you think at all about that those cars were the neighbor's cars, as it says in the call details, or didn't even think about it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. 3 weeks you were cuddlies, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Did you ever see Atatiana's gun?
No, ma'am. I saw her face.
That burned in your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever hear the defendant say gun?
No, ma'am.
When y'all were leading them back into the back of the house, talking about getting that TAC med kit, we hear y'all calling stuff in, calling medical personnel, notifying SART, all this is happening. Fort Worth Police Department, lots of folks show up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Chief of Police was up there, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At any point from the time that you're in the backyard, and you go to the side, all the way to the front, does the defendant tell you gun?
Not to my knowledge.
She had a gun. What about
Not that I can remember now.
Now, when you come out of the house and when officer, did you say which officer it was that showed up to kind of relieve you with Zion?
Officer Ray.
Officer Ray. And so when you come out of the house and he finally relieves you and gets Zion in the back of his car, kind of have a minute to think what's going through your mind.
She can't remember an entire interview she
someone down
gave. Her memory on whether he said gun or not is not going to be very good.
As far as, I know, well, I'll just say this, do you want to be here?
No.
Is this been extremely difficult for you over these last 3 years?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't want to have to testify and be in that seat.
No one wants to be involved in a shooting.
Sure. And nobody really likes to testify either.
No.
Okay. Were you concerned and worried and nervous to be here today?
Yes, ma'am.
In your mind or in your heart, what are you the most concerned about?
Zion,
What about him?
just how he is, his well-being.
Do you know that you testified yesterday?
Yes, ma'am. Can I have a minute?
I'm going to pass away to Sean.
Can I take a minute?
Yes, let's take a break, so let's take a short break. Did you retire to your jury room? Hang on just a minute. You retire to your jury room, okay?
All right, we're taking a little break. It looks like the state was passing on the witness, so direct examination was over. She looked like she was wrapping up. Let's see. I wanted to pull up the Texas self-defense, deadly force and defense of person statute here to address something I've seen mentioned several times now. Yeah. So I'm going to. Okay, give me a second, folks. I have a couple little things I have to take care of here. And let's see. One of my computers ran out of space here. Okay, that actually looks like perfect timing. Let's see. 6. Okay, so I've seen a number of references here about the Castle Doctrine. The Castle Doctrine doesn't really have any application here, folks, if you understand it. First of all, it would only apply to the victim's state of mind here. The victim's state of mind is not relevant. It's only the defendant's state of mind that's relevant here. But in any case, the Castle Doctrine, properly understood, all it does is say if you would otherwise have had a legal duty to retreat, you're relieved of that legal duty if you're defending yourself within your castle. No one's the victim's any it wouldn't apply anyway, because Texas generally doesn't have a legal duty to retreat. All the Castle Doctrine is relieve you of an otherwise existing legal duty to retreat. So Castle Doctrine is completely irrelevant. What you might be thinking of is there are special provisions under the law of most states, including Texas, that if one of the requirements for being justified in using deadly defensive force is that you're facing a deadly force threat. And Texas does provide a legal presumption that you're facing a deadly force threat when you're defending yourself in your home. This is the Texas Deadly Force in Defense of Person statute. And we see it says you're justified in using deadly force against another if you'd be justified in using first, meet the conditions for non-deadly force in self-defense, and you also believe you're protecting yourself against an use of unlawful deadly force. Then it goes on to say the belief that deadly force was immediately necessary is presumed to be reasonable if the actor knew or had reason to believe the person against whom he's using force was unlawfully and with force had entered or was attempting to enter their occupied habitation. So that could play a role here if we were looking at the victim's state of mind, but we're not looking at the victim's state of mind. The victim's state of mind is irrelevant here. It's only the officer's state of mind that is of legal concern here. And that's not at all affected by either the Castle Doctrine, which is entirely irrelevant here, or even defense of highly defensible property under Texas law. So none of that matters, folks. If you're not asking the right question, you certainly can't get to the right answer. Let's see, what else do we have? So we're on a break. That officer was that was Officer Carol Darch, that last witness, the second human witness for the state. The first was Zion Carr, the then 8-year-old witness to the shooting, who gave a statement 2 hours after the shooting that he saw his aunt, the victim here, point her gun at the police officer at the window. So that was in the record. He testified yesterday that he never saw her raise the gun, but of course that contradicts every previous statement he's made. So that's not very compelling. And then they had the video testimony of his interview, the 2 hours after the shooting interview that Zion Carr gave to, I guess, a social worker. And then we have this witness. Fort Worth police officer Carol Darch, she was the backup officer to the defendant, then Fort Worth police officer Aaron Dean at the case, and she's just given her testimony on direct examination. And trying to free up some resources on my other computer here. And now she'll be subject to cross-examination. Interestingly, a few interesting things. She testified. First of all, she was brand new. She had graduated the police academy just the year prior. So she's only been an officer for about 18 months. I think not even that long, because I think her actual commission as an officer was delayed because she had a broken foot. So she'd only been an active police officer for a few months. The defendant, Aaron Dean, himself is about 10 years older than her, but he'd also just graduated from the academy, the same academy class she was in. So he had barely any more time on the job than she did. So two relative rookies responding to this very dangerous call. A level 2 call, only one step below the most dangerous calls. It's treated as a burglary in progress, treated as a silent alarm kind of situation. Their policy is not to announce before they assess the situation. They assess the situation by sneaking around, looking through windows. That's what they're supposed to do. So there was nothing inappropriate about the officer's conduct here. Certainly nothing reckless. It seems impossible that the state would have any leg to stand on in terms of claiming that they have what they need to disprove, or rather to prove recklessness beyond a reasonable doubt. Very weak case so far for this prosecution. They seem to be grasping at straws. He had other tools on his belt. He had a baton. Interestingly, he didn't seem to have a taser, but he had pepper spray. He had, I forget what else was there, but none of that would be applicable to a threat on the other side of a closed window. Pepper spray doesn't go through closed windows. Batons don't work through closed windows. And also none of it is applicable to defending yourself against a gun being pointed at you, which is the claimed threat here. So I don't even know why the state's bringing it up, except I guess maybe to rhetorically argue that, hey, he could have done other things, right? Did you check the license plates on the car in the driveway? That's not the first thing you do when you get on scene, especially if you think there's a burglary in progress, perhaps a home invasion situation in progress. You want to assess the scene of greatest threat first. I mean, you may as well call and try to check the tax records. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. That's not the priority. Let's see what else. Oh, and the officer also mentioned she'd had a couple strokes. I guess last year. When were the strokes? After this event, but before her testimony, of course, just now. And so her memory is defective. She mentioned she gave an entire interview. She's aware that she gave an entire interview, a lengthy interview following this event, and she has no recollection of it. So these questions about, well, did you hear him? Did he ever tell you? Did the defendant ever tell you that there was a gun in play here? And she says, no. Well, she just doesn't remember. I mean, her memory is defective because of the strokes, demonstrably so. So that's not a reliable source of information. Certainly nothing to, prove recklessness beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's no legal requirement that he give any verbal command before he can defend himself against an imminent deadly force threat. No verbal command is required. So no particular, and if no verbal command is required, certainly no verbal command of a particular of a particular phrasing or a particular magic word. He's not required to say the magic words before he's privileged to defend himself from lethal attack. I don't think they're yet quite back. I think the judge just took a seat, so maybe we're about to begin. Let me get it ready. So I believe the state's passed on the witness. They're no longer doing direct.
One juror.
Okay, waiting on one juror. Maybe he's getting some cough lozenges. All right, I'm going to grab a cup of coffee.
Ms. Diener, does the state wish to reopen?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what we were looking at earlier. State's Exhibit 95, the call details. Does that appear, and you can look through the different pages, does that appear to be a true and correct copy of the call details that were generated on October the 12th of 2019 for this particular call?
As I remember, yes.
I'm going to roll off for State's Exhibit 95.
For all purposes or
For all
purposes of the record?
purposes.
Objection, hearsay.
For all purposes, the objection sustained.
And for purposes of the record, we're going to offer it as well, and then just for, and I can change it and then re-offer it later, maybe as 95A, but at the very, very top of page 2, just the first.
Well, let's just do 95 for purposes of the record, and then we can come back and visit with it later if we need to.
I just was going to inquire whether he'll have an objection to the first few lines.
We can do that at
later?
a break. Yes.
Okay. Then may I proceed?
Any objections for 95 for purposes of the record?
No.
All right. States 95 is admitted for purposes of the record.
Okay. And so I want to ask you a couple questions about the time of the shooting, okay? Officer Darch, when the shot that you heard, I know this may sound like a strange question, but is the firearm, that Glock 17, the defendant's gun, is that a deadly weapon?
Yes.
And shooting at a person through a window, is that an act clearly dangerous to human life?
Yes. I don't think it was until after my major case interview.
At some point, you did learn that.
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, what happened out there on October the 12th of 2019, the shot that was fired, do you know where that actually hit Atatiana Jefferson?
I'm not sure.
Did you, one question I failed to ask you earlier is, did you go into any other rooms in the house besides that back bedroom to get Zion? Like, did you go to any other bedrooms or bathrooms?
When I was clearing, I went into a few rooms just to make sure that there was no one in there. And then I was met with a big dog that was running at me, so I put him into a bathroom.
And would you agree with me that a gunshot wound to the chest is serious bodily injury?
Yes.
I'm gonna pass it in check.
All right, cross-examination.
Carol, would it surprise you that VTech and DARTs were EMT paramedics at the time?
I was not a paramedic.
I'm sorry, were VTech and Cotton,
Paramedics?
yes,
Not to my knowledge.
they're the ones that started tending to Miss Jefferson first, you recall that?
Yes.
And they moved Aaron out of the way, you've seen the video.
Yes.
Aaron had started with an Afghan right there
Yes.
at some point, correct?
Yes.
On direct, you mentioned the word auditory exclusions.
Yes.
Is one of the events that takes place with the human psyche or body under a traumatic event, like a police shooting, correct?
Yes.
Are you trained on some of the events that take place in critical incidents?
Yes.
What happens to your vision during a critical incident?
You get tunnel vision,
What's that mean?
where everything around you just encloses and your primary focus is what's in front of you.
As part of your training that the state went through for a significant amount of time, did you review critical incidents of other officers both in Fort Worth and around the country?
Yes.
Part of your training?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn that your tunnel vision focuses usually on the threat that's going to harm the officer?
Yes.
What harms an officer usually on a person?
A gun. Hands.
Where's the gun held on a person?
Hands.
In your training experience at the academy, did you learn that though you may have the best commands in the world, when that stress environment of the vision that's here goes to the tunnel, that commands usually change to what they're seeing as opposed to what they are trained to say?
Yes.
Would it surprise you that in your major case interview, before 7 o'clock that morning, that you said that
Okay. I don't believe that's me, folks. Still got the law and crime logo up there. I guess we'll see what happens. Guess we'll see what happens. Let's see.
are pointed at your
There we go.
partner's chest, it would be pointed at your back. Pointed at your partner's chest, it would be pointed at your back.
We have your lunch ready, okay? So if you go with Deputy Nicholson.
All right, so I guess I missed the cross. If that was on my end, I'll go back and look at the long crime stream and try to capture that. But it was very short. I guess that was the whole cross, and they're going right to lunch. But I guess we'll see when we come back. So I will stop that screen share there. And let's see if I can find this here. Sorry, folks, doing this in real time. That's how we do what we do here. And let's see what's going on. In fact, I guess now would be, well, the judge is talking, but it's muted. It doesn't look like any official people are standing up in the courtroom, so nothing official is happening. All right, so let's start tackling some of these questions and super chats. First, the Law of Self-Defense members. Let's see what we've got here. Chuck, Law of Self-Defense member, says, to me, it may come down to the time he gave her to put the gun down. Nope, that's not controlling here. He's not required to give any time at all. He's allowed to respond to the imminent deadly force threat. Time is a luxury. If you have the luxury, you can give the time, but it's there's no requirement that you give someone the opportunity to lower the gun they're pointed at you. Let's see. Charles asked, didn't you say there was a Brady issue yesterday? What was that? The Brady issue was when the young boy, Zion Carr, testified in the witness stand that he never saw his aunt raise the gun. He's made multiple statements about this event, including just 2 hours after the event, talking to an apparent social worker, in which he said he distinctly saw his aunt point the gun at the window. So the state wanted to put into the record, make clear that this was there were prior inconsistent statements with that, what would otherwise be very damaging testimony. And if they had not, it's exculpatory evidence. The existence of these prior statements inconsistent with the testimony are exculpatory to the defense. The state has an obligation to provide the defense with a copy of exculpatory evidence. So that's what Brady requires. Brady being a U.S. Supreme Court decision, of course. Okay. So I have I had a little technical issue here with my recording of the proceedings, so I'm going to take care of that for just a moment. Okay. Let's see, other questions from the Law of Self-Defense membership. By the way, folks, Law of Self-Defense members get all their questions answered for free. Otherwise, if you're just posing questions on YouTube and you want to get them answered, they have to be a minimum $5 super chat. So that's at least $5 per question posed on YouTube, or for less than $10 for a month, an entire month, you can be a Law of Self-Defense member. You can become a Law of Self-Defense member right now by pointing your browser to lawofselfdefense.com/join and instantly become a member. Post all the questions you want in the member chat. We're streaming this live, not just on YouTube, but also Rumble, Twitter, and for our Law of Self-Defense members on their dashboard. Dave, law self-defense member, asks, Andrew, since the member of the gallery who was called out by the judge was sworn in as a witness, it's likely that she would be called to testify in any way, or is that simply to enjoin her from any particular actions like speaking to the press? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why the judge swore her, except by swearing her as a witness, she can no longer stay in the courtroom. So that's one way to achieve throwing her out of the courtroom. Even though she may have been like a family member. And there are states that have laws that allow for family members to be in the courtroom, even if they are witnesses. So I'm not exactly sure what the judge was thinking. Also, normally a witness would be instructed, now that you've testified, you're free to go, but don't talk about your testimony to anyone except the lawyers. I don't remember her saying that to the judge saying that to that particular troublesome person in the gallery directly. But someone else may have informed her. Who knows? Dave asks, is it possible? So this troublesome person in the gallery was making gestures to the child witness yesterday, which of course is not permitted. That's why she was tossed out. And the judge swore her as a witness before tossing her out. Dave says, is it possible she'd be questioned in open court in any way? Well, it depends on what you mean by open court. I mean, I guess she could be questioned by the judge in front of the parties. That wouldn't happen in front of the jury. But I think if he was going to do that, he would have done it right then. So I think he was just happy to toss her out of the courtroom. Dave, it would be helpful if you could reduce, Andrew, it would be helpful if you could reduce your own microphone volume so that our ears don't get blown out. Sorry, folks, it's troublesome. StreamYard, what I use for my live streaming, doesn't provide any meaningful auditory controls. I have a soundboard here, but it's very limited with what I can do. So I do the best I can. I don't mind the comments, though. If something's wrong with the sound, let me know, and I'll try to fix it. Law self-defense member. Who's next? Paul from Florida, law self-defense member. I think he's talking about when I was playing the defense opening during one of the breaks today. That defense opening was made yesterday. Defense counsel was painting a pretty good picture of a burglary in progress. Yes, indeed. I thought he was as well. And that's, of course, effectively the call that these officers got that they were responding to. A signal 56, open structures, that's treated as a burglary in progress. So sometimes my soundboard seems to go crazy and makes my voice into a robot voice. I have to turn it off and restart it. That's what I did. It seems to have fixed the problem. Yeah, I hope that coughing doesn't last a whole trial. I think the cougher is on the jury, folks. I think that's why they haven't been removed from the courtroom. The prosecutor started speaking to that person. They were kept off camera, and in the direction she was looking, that's where the jury sits. So I expect it's a juror. Let's see. Brian says, Branca, I hope the defense brings it up. As they enter the driveway, the first window screen appears to be pried away and a tire iron on the ground by the car. Those are two reasonable signs of a burglary. I didn't see that in the body-worn camera video. I'll have to look more closely. But they wouldn't need it. I mean, they have enough. The call is essentially a burglary call. Donnie asked, did the prosecution lay out a theory of culpability and describe the evidence she was going to offer to prove the culpability? No, she really didn't. Nope. She talked a lot of emotive talk about how, they burned their hamburgers for dinner that night, and that's why the doors were open. Lots of irrelevant facts, facts not relevant to the legal arguments in the case. She didn't speak to evidence or law except in the most summary fashion, saying, we'll make clear that this was murder and this was not justified. But she didn't explain why. Let's see. Donnie says, the Castle Doctrine affects the officer's perception that there was an unlawful use of force on the part of the homicide victim. I don't understand what you're saying there. Donnie, again, law self-defense member. It would appear that the homicide victim's use of deadly force was unlawful because she was the initial deadly force aggressor. No, you can be an initial deadly force aggressor if you have a lawful reason for doing it. Her argument here would be defense of property. Under Texas law, she'd be presumed to have a reasonable perception of a deadly force threat from the officer if she reasonably believed he was attempting to forcibly enter the home, which at 2:30 a.m. looking like a prowler, It's not a bad argument. Again, both of these people could have been legally justified in using deadly defensive force based on their reasonable subjective perceptions of what was going on. It's not necessary for either of them that the other party was acting unlawfully. That's irrelevant. What matters is not whether the other party was acting actually unlawfully, but whether they were reasonably perceived as presenting an imminent deadly force threat. And the defender themselves was not. They knew they were not acting unlawfully. The defender was not acting unlawfully. Okay, so that's all the law of self-defense member comments, I think. Yep, at the moment. So let me go to the super chats. And it looks like when that screen blacked out, yeah, that was law and crime, folks. So I'm not going to have that, the prosecution's cross. I don't think anyone's going to have it outside of the, yep. Yep, too bad. I had the video going again on my second computer here. We're not going to have that. All right, so let me pull up where are my super chats, and we'll get to those. Let's see. All right, Appalachian drone flights. Nice. $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Says, I don't have a question, simply wanted to say thank you for what you do. And keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Mike Lombardo, $5. Thank you. First degree murder here? Really? I just do not see it. Do we have an IA investigation yet to determine whether he violated department policy? Love the show. So that investigation was done. This witness currently questioned, the backup officer on the scene, Officer Carol Darch, testified about being a participant, being interviewed in that kind of investigation to see if policies were violated and so forth. So we know that investigation was done. We just don't know anything substantive about it. Presumably, the people who conducted that investigation will be called as witnesses to testify. Swissguard 2322, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Writes, well, to be technical, I guess the defendant, said he saw a silhouette and that the silhouette had a gun, but he didn't actually say he saw the silhouette with the gun. Okay, perhaps we'll have to see. Ghost of Speedy, $5 super chat, writes, completely off topic, writes, Fair and Balanced said yesterday on stream that she plans to take you down, I guess meaning me. She said, war is coming and you will be exposed. Why is she so mad? I don't know. I don't have a personal beef with Fair and Balanced, but I don't even know if any of this is true, by the way, of course. It could just be made up for drama purposes. But I don't know. Farron's an adult. She can do whatever she likes. Chris, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. I thought in the examination, the prosecutor inferred an officer agreed that it may be procedure to check the plates. Well, the prosecutor just asked if they had done that. The prosecutor never said that's part of the procedure. So she may be able to trying to, falsely plant that seed in the jurors' minds. Maybe she's mentioning it now so she can talk about it on closing and say, well, he could have checked the license plates. Well, they could have done lots of things different, but that's not the question. The question is, did they do anything that was wrong? Because there's 100 things you can do that are right. You're not required to do all 100. You're just required not to do things that are wrong. And if the procedure doesn't say, hey, when you get to a burglary in progress call, first thing you do is call in the plates in the driveway, it's pointless. Pointless. But, as we say, if the facts are on your side, you pound the facts. If the law is on your side, you pound the law. And if you have neither's on your side, you pound the table. It feels like the prosecution here is engaged in a lot of table pounding. Look at that examination of that witness just now. They started, it was almost 3 hours. 3 hours of direct examination of Officer Carol Darch for what? What value did the state get out of her? That was worth 3 hours. That was worth 30 minutes. I didn't hear it. So, and I think that's it for the super chats. So now we're just on a lunch break. I think what I might do is I think I'll pull up. Let's see. Do I still have it? I'll pull up the rest of the defense open. We watched the first half of that. In fact, you know what? I think I'll just restart it because many new people have come in. So even better, you know what I'll do? Because it's a lunch break, we probably have an hour. I'm going to pull up the state's opening first, so we can all hear that. Let's see. How long is that? That's about 25 minutes. That's about 25 minutes, and then the fence is about 20 minutes, and that should get us back into the courtroom following lunch. Now, I'll put up a little banner to make clear that this is the state opening from yesterday. I'm going to take my talking head off. You will see my talking head, but it's my talking from yesterday when I play this. And I'll grab a little snack while that's playing. Let's see. Share. And here we go. So this is State Prosecutor Ashley Diener, Law and Crime, again doing a stellar job of putting names and stuff up on the screen to inform us about who's doing what. But this is Ashley Diener, State Prosecutor, her opening statement from yesterday. Very powerful advantage for the state. The first substantive words the jury hears are from the state. They get to frame the entire arguments.
The last words that Atatiana Jefferson heard before she died. Put your hands up. Show me your hands and see. About a second. You're going to hear that after those things were yelled at her, the bullet went through her back bedroom window, into her chest, through her heart. She fell down, face down. And you guys are going to have an opportunity to see and hear exactly what happened next. She says, oh my God. And then the next thing that you're going to hear, that Atatiana heard, the last noises she ever heard, were her 8-year-old nephew, Zion, his cries. Because when Atatiana Jefferson, just 28 years old, died in her bedroom, face down, she was not alone. Her 8-year-old nephew, Zion, was there to watch. Now, this is not a case that deals with rival gang members shooting each other. This is not a case about a drug deal gone bad or a robbery. This is a case about a Fort Worth police officer, a stranger to Tatiana, who shot through the back of her bedroom window in the middle of the night when she was in her home and should have been safe. You are going to hear that this is an absolute intentional act, an unjustifiable act that never should have happened. You're going to hear throughout the course of this trial from multiple witnesses that are going to talk to you about what happened in this case. They're going to hear and talk to you about what happened and how we got to Tatiana taking her last few breaths in her home. So how did we get here? What happened? So we go back. October 11th, Tatiana was killed, murdered by this defendant on October 12th of 2019, around 2:33 in the morning. So we back up to October the 11th. So October the 11th started for Atatiana and Zion very similar than a lot of other days. So you guys are going to learn a little bit about who Atatiana was. Atatiana was 28 years old. She had 3 siblings. They're right over there. Amber, Ashley, and Darius. Call himself the 18. Tatiana's mom, Yolanda Carr, she lived in the house with Tatiana off 1203 East Allen, east side of Brooklyn. And Zion lived there too. So Tatiana, raised in Dallas, went off to school at Xavier University, graduated her biology degree. After that, you're going to hear how she came home. And in 2019, she had moved in with her mom, Yolanda Carr, off East Allen, to take care of her mom's failing health. She was also there to help take care of Zion, help raise him, because at that time, Amber was having some severe health issues with her heart. And so Tatiana was living there at that house, helping raise Zion, teaching him the responsibilities, day-to-day chores. And you guys are going to hear on October the 11th, just a regular day, that Tatiana had taken Zion outside. He's 8 years old at this time. And let me tell you, Zion's very rambunctious and energetic, as many 8-year-olds are, right? And you're going to hear from witnesses that will describe neighbors across the street that saw Tatiana and Zion outside, her trying to teach him how to mow the lawn. So this neighbor sees Zion running across the lawn, pushing a lawnmower, trying to learn how to veg. After that, on October the 11th, they went inside and they had dinner that night. They burned the hamburgers they were making in the kitchen. So there was smoke. So both the front and the side door of this house, they opened to let that smoke go out. Both of these doors also had storm doors, kind of like those storm doors that they'll have, it's either screen or glass. That was kept shut, but the main door, the front and the side, were open to let that smoke go out. So at this time, Yolanda had been in and out of the hospital. And on October 11th, going into the 12th, she was in the hospital. And unfortunately, Yolanda has since passed away. So in that house that night, there was a Tatiana and her mother. So once they go to bed, they go into Tatiana's bedroom, and you're going to get to hear about Tatiana and what she liked to do. She was studying, wanted to be a doctor. She was working, taking care of Zion, her mother, her family. She also loved to play video games. Loved to game. She would get on the computer, play video games with Zion. That's what she loved to do. In fact, her siblings would poke fun at her for playing video games all the time. Just what she liked to do. So that night, Zion goes to bed. Tatiana's in her back bedroom. They're in her pajamas. Barefoot. Comfortable. They're supposed to be safe. But you're going to learn that at 2 o'clock in the morning or so, Zion, who's asleep in her bed, he wakes up at some point throughout the night, and he sees his Aunt Tay, which is what he calls her, is still playing video games, and she's up. So 8-year-old says, I want to play too. So he gets up and he starts playing video games with her. So they're laughing, having a good time. Tatiana and Zion had no idea what was coming. They had no idea that across the street, James Smith, a neighbor, had called the non-emergency number for Fort Worth because he saw and noticed those 2 doors were open, that front door and that side door were wide open. Lights are all on in the house. Both cars are in the garage or in the driveway. But that's unusual for those doors to just be wide open. It's a dark, really cold night. And so when the call comes through, he calls the non-emergency number, gives them the information, tells them when asked if the neighbors are home, he tells them when both cars are in the driveway and he describes them. He says that his doors have been open for several hours. I just want to make sure everything's okay. So when this defendant and his partner, Darch, her name is Carol Darch, and you're going to hear from her. Carol Darch and this defendant go in their patrol cars, 2 separate patrol cars, show up around the East Allen area. They actually park right next to a house that they believe to be 1203. They went to the wrong house first. There was a house just down the street, kind of diagonal from where Atatiana lives. And you guys are going to have an opportunity to see maps, photographs, and hear testimony from these witnesses. So you better orient yourself as to what we're talking about. So they park next to this house inside, and then no lights, no sirens. They then go across the street, and unbeknownst to them, James Smith, that neighbor who had called, his family.
The charge is murder. And reckless manslaughter is a lesser included of murder under Texas law. So that's on the table too, even though it's not in the indictment.
And the one thing you're going to learn about James Smith is he and his family own multiple houses on this street of East Allen. East Allen's a little bit of a niche inside of the East Side. East Allen, the 1200 block where Atatiana and her family lived, across the street, there are multiple houses, and those all belong to James Smith and his family. Right next door to Atatiana is a old church or mosque. Okay, there's no other houses right next to her. To her left, you're looking at the house to the right. If you're coming outside the house to the left,
I think you need to tell a story in opening, but the story should be built around the law and the evidence, not this emotive
kind of neighbor
nonsense.
that we all want. He's the kind of neighbor that pays attention, looks out for us. James Smith has lived in this area, and y'all will hear from him and learn this for 60 years. He's kind of like the mayor of this particular street, right? He's the guy that tells you your package is on the front door. He's the guy that watches out and knows everything about the neighborhood. He actually takes a particular amount of pride. He's like the guardian of that particular area. He had called the non-emergency number before. Y'all hear about that. So he's outside along with his other family members that live in all these houses, and they're watching. They're waiting for the police to show up and pull up and check. But they don't ever see a patrol car go to the front. They don't ever see lights. They don't ever hear anyone identify themselves. What they see is 2 figures go diagonally across the street, go up to the front door.
Oh, this coughing.
Peer inside.
Jeepers.
Go to the side door, peer inside. And you guys are going to see they don't announce. They don't knock. They don't ring the doorbell. They don't step back and call for backup. They then go from the front to the side. They check either of those doors, those storm doors, to see if they're unlocked or locked. They then continue onto the side, walking right next to Atatiana's white car. They continue, and this defendant goes wide to the right of Yolanda's car. It's in that driveway. Darch, his partner, goes between the car, the dark car, and the house. And there's a bicycle right there. And Darch kind of hits that bicycle.
It's like a TV ward.
And at this point, Tatiana, who's sitting at her computer desk playing video games, hears something outside. To this point, she had no idea that the Fort Worth Police Department had even been called. And so you guys are going to learn that as she's sitting in her computer desk, she thinks, oh my God, it's your worst nightmare, right?
How would they know that?
How?
How would they know what she was thinking?
You're by yourself, and you got Zion. So she goes to her purse, gets the gun out that she owns, and she walks up to the window with her gun, and she's looking outside. She's got her gun out, she's looking outside. You guys are gonna hear from Zion, who was inside and watched this whole thing. Unbeknownst to her, the defendant, his partner, were sneaking from the right side, coming around
Sneaking.
and looking at the back gate of that backyard. The defendant then proceeds to open that back gate, flashes flashlight all around the backyard. Tatiana sees flashlights. She's now heard noises and sees flashlights. She thinks, I'm gonna have to protect us from whatever that is.
That's probably true, but I wonder how they know that.
It was someone that is supposed to serve and protect. So as she goes up to the window, as she's looking outside, this defendant goes into the backyard, stands in front of the window. And you're gonna see on this body camera that he turns, something catches out of the left of his eye, something catches. He sees something, he turns, and you will hear, put your hands up, show me your hands. And I'm talking about, show me your hands, put your hands up, too. It is not fast enough for Tatiana to process and follow the commands of an unknown stranger in the backyard, let alone fast enough for him to see anything in her hands. When you watch this body camera footage, pay attention to what this defendant says, what he does, what he doesn't do, and what he doesn't say, because that's very important to this particular case. And we're going to watch the video over and over again throughout the course of this trial. So after this shot is fired, immediately his partner, Darch, says, we got to get in there. We got to get in there. Dean, we got to get in there. So at that point, they go from the backyard, out the gate, around the cars, side of the house, back to the front, through the carport, in the front, in through the front door, start going through the house, straight inside, and you'll hear Darch say, put your hands up, Fort Worth Police, starts to finally announce as they're getting through the house into the back bedroom. The entire time that that is happening, you will not hear this defendant ever say, go. He said, show me your hands, put your hands up. He didn't say drop it. He didn't say gun. And if they're about to rush into this house, he did not warn his partner that he had seen it. So they go into the house, they rush to the back bedroom, they find Zion on the bed, hysterical. Tatiana is face down. Darch immediately takes Zion from that room, takes him to the next room to get out. Just calm down. And so what does the defendant do when he gets in there and sees her? He doesn't do CPR. He doesn't put his hands over her chest and try to save her life. He doesn't do any of those things. Instead, what he does is he's looking around the room. His flashlight comes upon Tatiana's gun. When we play that video, I want you guys to listen
Unbelievable.
to the side and what he says. Looks like we got a weapon. Thank God, right? The evidence is not going to show you at any point throughout that entire video that you watched that he ever says anything about seeing the guns in her. And when you watch that video and you see how fast this happens, there's no way. There's no way. So after they get inside, and he is looking around, he starts playing with her gun, trying to figure out how to turn off the light of the laser, trying to figure out how to disarm it, sets it down, still not providing any kind of CPR or life-saving measures to her. And it's not until you hear at the very front, because they've called for medical help and other backup, when he hears those first few officers show up at that front door because they announce Fort Worth Police, you're going to hear him say, "We're back here." And it's at that point he grabs a blanket and finally puts it on her chest. But it's too late. And it wouldn't have mattered if he would have put that on at the beginning and started doing CPR, because she had hope. So they perform life-saving measures, and they spend 20 minutes trying to save her life. They did everything possible. But they could not save her. She is pronounced. It's at that point you're going to hear about the investigation and what happens after that. You're going to hear about how Darge, his partner, when all the different supervisors, the entire Fort Worth Police Department shows up out there at the scene, that Darge does what's called a walkthrough of the scene. This is something that is done in police shootings. So she goes through and does a walkthrough. Here's where this happened, here's where that happened. She does not do that, though, until she gets the benefit of having her fleet attorney there. When I say fleet attorney, I don't mean these two folks, not criminal defense attorneys, but attorneys that are provided to law enforcement by their associations. They get the benefit of having that attorney show up and be with them right after the shoot. So she does a walkthrough, explains what she has seen, what happened, what she remembers. She's put into a patrol car, and then she is taken to the major case unit, which is a part of Fort Worth Police, and they investigate police-involved shootings, any incidents involving police. So the major case department has that particularized knowledge and training, and they handle these cases. So they did their own investigation. They interviewed Darge 2 different times, went through what happened. They looked at that video over and over and over again, frame by frame, slowed it down. They met with multiple witnesses, medical personnel, went out to the scene. Crime scene is going to testify. They're going to talk to you about what they did out there at the scene. You're going to see a bunch of different photographs so that you guys can really see and envision this house and this backyard. They took measurements. They collected the guns from both from her house and from the defendant. And you're going to hear that after Major Case interviewed all of those witnesses, reviewed the 911 calls, the video, looked at all the photographs, were out there at the scene, that they determined that there was sufficient probable cause for an arrest warrant affidavit to be given to a felony district judge, just like this judge. And that judge signed an arrest warrant for this defendant to be arrested for murder.
I think that's improper.
At the conclusion of this case, after you hear,
She's using the arrest to suggest guilt. He's still presumed innocent.
you listen to that 911 call and look at those photographs. You watch that video as many times as you need to. Thank God you have it. After you look at all of the evidence in this case, you will be sure, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this is murder. You're gonna know that this is not self-defense. This is not a circumstance where they're staring at the barrel of a gun and he had to defend himself against that person or to protect against his partner.
I guess we'll see.
Evidence will support he did not see a gun in her hand. This is not a justification. This is not a self-defense case.
So the state's argument is he didn't see the gun.
Your home is supposed to be the one place on earth that you get to go to be safe, to seek shelter, to seek refuge. But for Atatiana Jefferson, her home was not her refuge. It was not her sanctuary or her safe place. It was her demise. And she left in a body bag because of what he did. And so we're going to ask you to hold him responsible because that's what the law and the evidence demonstrates. Thank you.
Let's try to unmute. All right, folks. So that was the state opening. It seems she's trying to hinge her whole case on a claim that the jury will know that the defendant here did not see the gun in the woman's hand. I think it's very, I think it's very weak because the jury is allowed to make reasonable inferences from the evidence, and there's evidence that we've already seen that the gun was in fact pointed at the officer through a window. He didn't fire instantly. He gave a command and then fired. It would be reasonable to infer that he fired when something additional happened, when he saw the gun. Otherwise, he just would have shot her through the window if he never saw the instant he saw her, if he didn't see the gun. And it's not like there's a statement where he says, I never saw the gun. There's no evidence that he never saw the gun. She's asking the jury to infer that he never saw the gun because there's no statement from him either way, at least not in the record. By the way, I see some of you commenting that you're trying to watch as members using a mobile device. I'm a boomer, so I never tried to do that. I see you can. I did it on my mobile, which is a relatively modern phone, Apple iPhone, and I can stream the video fine. I can see the video, but you're right, the chat doesn't work for me either. There's probably nothing I can do about that in the moment. The chat works fine on a computer. But it appears that the chat functionality does not work well on a mobile device. Remember, the state has to prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. I just don't see it on this evidence. He fired for a reason. It wasn't just that she was on the other side of the window, or he would have fired instantly. It was more than that. And it's reasonable to infer it was the sighting of the gun. So let me go back in time here. I did grab a little snack. Yes, thank you. Let's see if there's particular questions I can address. Yeah, so far, based on the evidence we have, it appears that the officer's conduct in searching around the home with their flashlights is entirely consistent with the nature of the call, entirely consistent with normal police procedures. You may not like the procedures, but that's what the officers were trained and required to do by their departments. So that was entirely consistent and what they were supposed to do. You may not like it emotionally, but it doesn't make the officer's conduct unreasonable or reckless. It makes it reasonable. Maybe there should be a change in policy. Sure, why not? But that's not a matter of criminal liability of the officer. Maybe it's a bad policy. Well, that should create civil liability, negligence liability for the department, but not for the officer. The officer didn't make the policy. It's not up to him. Let's see. She may not have had time to recognize him as an officer. Yeah, we don't know if she recognized him as an officer or not. We do know that the then 8-year-old with her gave a statement to an interviewer that he could look through the window and could see a badge on the officer. But we don't know what was in the victim's mind here. We don't know what she could see. A lot of these flashlights, the flashlight I carry is darn bright. You shine it in someone's eyes, it's hard for them to see anything. But it doesn't matter what her subjective beliefs were. That's not relevant here. What's relevant is the officer's subjective beliefs and whether or not those were reasonable under the circumstances. Let's see. Up, 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 up. Those of you who are platinum members, we do have a dedicated platinum Q&A forum. That is not something I normally use to answer questions about a trial coverage, live stream trial coverage like this. But if you want to use that, I do get emailed those questions pretty much immediately. So I would just encourage you to put in bold letters in the field on that Q&A form for our platinum members put in Aaron Dean trial or something, so I can immediately recognize it as something involving this trial. And if you'd like to learn more about becoming a platinum member, you can do that at lawofselfdefense.com/platinum. Let's see, a few comments about Farron. That's okay. We can skip over those. Boy, a lot. Okay. Bup, bup, bup. Yeah, I'm sorry about the volume on those, folks, but I did actually normalize the volume on that video clip we were just watching, the state's opening. The original was much worse. Let's see. She was not shot in the back, folks. I don't know why anybody thinks that. She was shot in the upper center mass chest in the heart from the front. Oh, maybe she did phrase it that way. She was shot in the back of her bedroom window. Yeah, that would be pretty creepy. I can't really reposition the banners, folks. I know it was covering my face before. That's my face from yesterday when I was commenting on that opening statement. So I didn't think it was that important, but I did take the banner down. The trouble is, if I don't have the banner up, then people are new into the chat, don't know what they're watching. They think it's live coverage from today. They get confused. Let's see. Yeah, the police are allowed to trespass under exigent circumstances, folks. And the Fourth Amendment doesn't protect you and your property from all searches. It protects you from unreasonable searches, which is the category into which exigent circumstances fall. And in any case, that's something that's evaluated after the fact. You determine if the cops violated your constitutional rights later. It's not something that happens in the moment. I don't think they can remove the coffer. I think the coffer is a member of the jury, unfortunately. So I hope they get that fixed. Or the judge could excuse that juror. They have two extras, two alternates, but he won't want to risk that this early in the trial. Yeah, it shouldn't matter that the police officer is white and the victim here is black, but of course, that's the world we live in. We cannot allow cops to unilaterally trespass and shoot citizens they put in bad situations. If we were to adopt your standard, when there's a genuine threat to innocent people inside a home, you'd not want the cops to trespass? Then you'd complain that the cops didn't do anything. Why do we even have cops? You'd complain about those the sheriff's deputies that were outside that school in Florida and didn't go into the school when there was an active shooter. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think any of you would like a law of self-defense that required you to make perfect decisions. That's not what the law requires. It requires reasonable decisions. So you can be mistaken, and it's still lawful self-defense. Mistakes happen. It was reasonable conduct by the officers because they were acting consistent with department policy. Straightforward. There's actually, we don't have to make inferences about it. The policy says do this under these circumstances, and that's what they were doing. Sometimes the volume just changes, folks, by itself. There's nothing I can do about it. Sorry. We don't have very good systems for that kind of thing. If you want questions answered, they either need to be put in the chat if you're a law self-defense member, in the member chat on your member dashboard, or they need to be a $5 or better super chat on YouTube. Yes, department policy means it's presumptively reasonable. That's what that means. That's why the policies exist. That's their purpose for being. Okay, let me take a look here, see if we have any new super chats. It does not look like it. Any new member questions? Richard, law self-defense member, writes, I have thought about this all night. I am not okay with cops sneaking around at 2 a.m. and then in 1/2 a second shooting the homeowner through a window, period. If your department is bad policy, you quit. That's your remedy. Is it bad policy? I don't know. It's not facially bad. You have reason to believe there's a burglary in progress or a home invasion in progress. That's the call. You know you're not, there's good reasons for not just ringing the doorbell and announcing yourself. You want to spend, it took the cops less than 2 minutes, literally, to get to this point. So they were spending less than 2 minutes just assessing the situation, walking around the house with their flashlights when they got a gun pointed at them. It doesn't mean the woman who pointed the gun was doing anything wrong, but it does mean the officer was faced with an imminent threat of deadly force while he was acting lawfully. Let's see. Chuck says, if commands don't matter, then what's the point in saying it? Well, they're not a legal requirement. They could matter. What's matter mean? If you have the luxury, if you can give commands consistent with safety, then sure, give commands. They could matter. They could make the difference. Maybe the person will even obey you. Maybe it would clarify any ambiguity. I'm not against the giving of commands, but they're not required in order for use of defensive force to be lawful. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I think another super chat might have come in. I thought I saw one go by. Real quick. Yeah, a couple. All right. So Palmyra Productions, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. For the love of God, many people have said it now. Please turn your microphone up. I have my ear up against the phone. Thank you. Maybe it's a phone issue. Do most of you with experiencing low volume, are you using phones? Maybe it could be a mobile specific thing. The volume's cranked up damn loud in my ears. And we have to, I got to be careful about, we just don't have good mixing capabilities, folks. Sorry about that. Southern Mom, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Why would the officers have even ran tags for cars in the driveway? Burglars don't necessarily park right at the house. They are hitting. I've been in work calls and may have missed previously. No, this is just verbal sleight of hand by the prosecutor. I guarantee you there's nothing in the standard procedures for the Fort Worth Police Department that if you're responding to a burglary in progress call, which is what this is, that the first thing you do is run tags on cars you have no reason to believe may even be involved in the burglary. That's just nonsense. If it were, we know it's not a policy, because if it were a policy, the prosecutor would have brought it up right there. Jan Zoth, $5 super chat. Thank you. Writes, looking lawful but awful. Looks like a messy house, and they're using it as a burglary, viewing it as a burglary. You think they would have stolen the small TV by the kitchen. You never know what burglars are going to take. There's different kinds. Sometimes they're just going in looking for, drugs, either prescription or non-prescription, light things they can grab, not hauling away a TV. I mean, what would you get for a TV? A small TV in the kitchen? What are you going to do? Bring that to a pawn shop and get $10 for it? You're going to carry that around? Easy to identify you as 2:30 in the morning walking around the neighborhood with a TV in the vicinity of a burglary scene? No, it doesn't surprise me. But again, it's not like the cops had 30 minutes to assess this. It was within 2 minutes of them approaching the house that the shot ended up being fired. Yeah, I mean, the burglars mostly, they want to grab drugs, cash, jewelry, small items they can pocket, small high-value items, and easily resell. Or at least many burglars. Let's see. There was no burglary. Indeed, there was no burglary. Do you think that matters? That there was actually no burglary? Or do you think the relevant issue is the police had just arrived and were taking 2 minutes to assess whether or not there was a burglary consistent with the call they had received to go to the house in the first place? Well, we're getting close to the top of the hour, and so we should be coming back from lunch. I did just see a head go by on the screen. Is it frozen? It almost looks like the long crime feed is frozen. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see. I guess we will see in just a couple of minutes. Let's see. Nobody called the cops on the neighbors. The neighbors were concerned that the house across the street was being robbed. That's a perfectly good reason to call the police. Nobody was calling the cops because they thought the neighbors were being naughty. Although that could be a perfectly good reason to call the police too. Yeah, and this testimony by this female cop, Carol Darch, the backup officer on the scene, didn't strike me as being helpful to the state at all. I mean, she gave an explicit example of seeing something that would be alarming or suspicious to any police officer would be seeing the doors to a business open in the middle of the night. That's not normal. Having the doors and all the doors open on a house at 2:30 in the morning is not normal either, folks. Sure, of course you can do it. There's no law against it, but it's likely to give rise to reasonable suspicion on the part of your neighbors or on the part of police officers that it's unusual enough that it's worth looking into. That's what reasonable suspicion means. Oh, let's see. Well, that's nice. I know the cop was not in the wrong, but I would still say guilty as a juror. I hope you get that kind of jury. You certainly would have earned it. Yeah, it's really shocking how both the responding officers were effectively brand new. They both went through the same academy about 18 months earlier, before this event. The defendant, Aaron Dean, he was in his early to mid 30s, about 10 years older than the female officer, but they both went through the same academy class. They were both effectively brand new. A year and a half on any job, how good are you, really? A job as complicated as being a police officer. And I'm sure the defense will bring this up because just like in their opening, the defense brought up the policy manuals, at least 2 of them that were big, fat books, to emphasize there's a lot that these cops have to remember at any given time. There's a lot of plate spinning, and both of these officers had been on the job for just months, really. Especially if you consider the FTO time right after the academy, where they're really not, they're not cut loose, as this witness said. Well, I'm getting nervous now because, let's see. It feels like we should be back. And it looks like the let's see. Well, the long crime, the chat is working. So something is happening there. It still says live. It's supposed to be, yeah, lunch until right about now, 2 p.m. Eastern time. Just because it's a bad outcome doesn't mean it's a crime, folks. Unquestionably, it's a bad outcome. This victim, this woman did nothing to deserve being shot. She didn't earn it. She didn't deserve it. It's not a death penalty for having a gun in your own home and thinking there's a prowler outside. But those are not the right legal questions. Someone asked me about riding my motorcycle through Utah. I haven't been through much of Utah. I've been to Moab, Canyonland, and Bryce Canyon is pretty much the most of Utah I've done. That's a small portion of the state. It is on my list to get up there and ride around the state more generally. But at least the parts I've been to have been lovely. Well, Moab I could give, I've been there a few times now. Most interesting are those rock formations. I've seen them a few times. Canyonland is lovely. I think it's as nice as the Grand Canyon, really, maybe better. A lot less tourists. It's much more out of the way. And Bryce Canyon is beautiful. I really like it up there. Yeah, I'm looking hard at a motorcycle tour next summer, perhaps, through Eastern Europe, around Eastern Europe. Including Vienna. We'll see. Trying to talk a buddy of mine into joining me. Be a couple of week trip on rented motorcycles out there. BMWs, of course. Valhalla Await says, we don't know she pointed a gun at him. Well, we don't know anything from personal knowledge, but we have evidence in this case that she pointed a gun at him. The kid testified she did not at trial. Every other prior statement he's made about this has been that she did point the gun out the window. That's evidence. And he made those statements within 2 hours of the shooting. So it makes it much more robust evidence, much more credible version of the narrative than what he's giving a trial three years later. Let's see. And it's consistent with the officer firing the shot only after a delay. Something changed. Oh, yeah. Salt Lake City, I probably wouldn't go into itself. I don't generally ride in big cities. It's not my thing. Too many other cars. And cars are the big threat on a motorcycle. Let's see. Yeah, it really looks to me. Yeah, people in the law and crime chat are beginning to ask if the stream is frozen. It looks frozen. But there's nothing I can do about that. I'm reliant upon law and crime for the feed. Take a look at the member dashboard. And the super chats. Looks like a couple more. Okay, so Yan Zoth again, another $5. Thank you very much. Looking lawful but I already talked about this one. Looking lawful but awful. Looks like a messy house, and they're viewing it as a burglary. You think they would have stolen the small TV, right? Tony Badalamenti, $5. Thank you very much. Does department policy say anything about distinguishing between homeowners versus intruder? You can't assume all bodies in the house are intruders. He didn't shoot the woman. The defense narrative is not that he shot the woman because he thought she was an intruder, per se. I mean, if it had been an unarmed intruder, he wouldn't have been privileged to shoot her. No one's shooting anybody because they're quote unquote an intruder. He shot because the person he saw was pointing a gun at him, was an imminent deadly force threat. And we don't know everything about the policy because we haven't had people testify per se about the policy, except for this last backup partner witness who talked about what you're supposed to do when you respond to a open structure call, and it's not to announce yourself. Let's see. All right, well, it looks like the law and crime stream is just screwed up. But I have, thanks. I have another stream here.
They're carried around and you're carried around your holster, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that to get you used to wearing your duty belt
Yes, sir.
and get used to wearing your holster?
Yes, sir.
Now, holsters have evolved. The prosecutor asked you some questions about a holster. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And the holster of today is not the holster if your father was an officer that your father would have worn. They have advanced safety features in them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Without divulging to the country what the advanced safety features are in them, the gun just doesn't come out of the holster anymore, does it?
No, sir.
In your experience back in 2019, was Aaron the only police officer in the 1,700 police officers in the city of Fort Worth that was carrying a light on the rail system of his Glock?
Not even close, sir.
Was that a common feature at the time and still today for officers to carry on their weapon?
Yes, sir.
The city allows it.
Yes, sir.
In fact, the city approves of it.
Yes, sir.
But the city says if you want it, you have to buy the holster that meets level, is it level 3?
I'm not sure exactly which level it is, but something, yes.
Are they called levels for the holsters?
Yes.
It has to meet the appropriate level of holster, and it can be adapted to have a rail system that has a light on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can't carry anything that's not approved by the department.
No, sir.
Any issue with what you saw from the
I'm back.
exhibit and the photos of Aaron's weapon up there that he would have had a light rail from, I think, a string light on his gun?
No, sir.
Did they talk to you about having that ability to have those lights at the academy?
They did when we were at the weapons range.
Was it recommended?
Loosely, yes.
And they are expensive. They're a couple $100, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
And police officers aren't flowing with cash, are they?
No, sir.
Let's talk about other parts of the uniform. The prosecutor on direct showed you some pictures of Aaron at least, right?
Yes.
And y'all went over on the screen about Aaron's duty belt.
Yes, sir.
And there were some questions asked about lethal and less than lethal options that you carry as a peace officer in the city of Fort Worth. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How long crime's $1 billion enterprise? They can't stream properly. It's amazing.
Officer Darch, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes is Defendant's Exhibit 27 and 28. Do you recognize 27 and 28?
Yes, sir.
And were those taken at major case?
Yes, sir.
And were those taken during the early morning hours of October the 12th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand what the purpose or why those were taken?
To document what we have on it.
And you're in Defendant's Exhibit 27, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Aaron is in Defendant's 28, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense intended to state Defendants 27 and 28 offered for all purposes.
Counsel approach, just a minute.
Well, the judge has something on his mind. And the courtroom muted.
Any objections?
I do not.
That was Defense Exhibits 27 and 28 are admitted.
May they be published as well, Your Honor?
Yes. Let's start with Defendant's 28. You recognize the guy in 28, right?
Yes, sir.
In 28, let's show the first segment of the jury, then I'll show the second segment. In that night, was it cool out?
Yes, sir.
If I told you the high on October the 11th was around 65 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it dropped like a rock that night, would that surprise you?
No, sir. It was very cold that night.
About the time of the shooting, it was down to about 40 degrees
Yes, sir.
with the wind gusting out of the north.
Yes, sir. It was cold.
Is there a quartermaster for the Fort Worth Police Department?
I'm not sure what a quartermaster is.
Do you get your supplies or your clothes? Do you have to buy from a certain place or are you issued
Yes.
uniforms?
You're issued some and then you buy the rest.
Are you issued a watch cap?
No.
So looking at Defendant's 28, you see Aaron wearing a watch cap that says FWPD.
Yes, sir.
What's that stand for?
Fort Worth Police Department.
And that's something Aaron would have to go to the quartermaster of the supply house and buy that?
Yes.
You recognize anything distinctive about his shirt? Is he issued? You have what I would call a Class A uniform on today because you have your tie on.
Yes, sir.
A tie is not something normally you go to the street with, is that correct?
No, sir.
And that's for officer safety as well, isn't it not?
Yes, sir.
Why would a tie be not part of the uniform for the streets?
Something someone can grab onto.
Something someone can hurt you with? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, your uniform, your long sleeve shirt, that's consistent with what Aaron had on that night.
Yes, sir.
You both appear from that night to have vest on. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes, sir.
Over the years, the policy's differed at Fort Worth, so I don't know how it is for your class. Is it mandatory now, or is it still an option to wear a vest or not wear a vest?
It's pretty mandatory.
Is it an option in 2019 to have an outer vest like the deputy behind Aaron right now,
If it's approved, yes.
or you could have an inner vest on that goes underneath your duty uniform like you have on today?
Yes, sir.
And it appears from looking at the picture of Aaron that he had an inner vest on, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your formal dress shirt, the dress shirt that you're wearing here, you're issued at least one badge when you graduate the academy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, those badges are individualized to some extent, are they not?
Yes, sir.
How are they individualized?
They have a number right here.
All right, you're assigned a badge number, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as long as you're at the department, that's your badge number.
Yes, sir.
Did you get a new badge number when you came back?
Yes, sir.
So it's during that stint, that's your badge number.
Yes, sir.
Jesus.
Because what Ms. Morton's typing on can't visualize the badge for a patrol officer without rank, line officer, is silver, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And it's a shiny silver. Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
The exhibit you have in front of you, I think defendant's 28,
27.
27. That's what you're wearing that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have on an outer fleece jacket, would you agree with me, or something similar to that?
Yes, sir.
And it has two distinctive Fort Worth patches like your uniform shirt on the sides of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you know that is it Officer Ray, who you gave Zion care,
Yes, sir.
custody, and control of?
Yes, sir.
He took great care of Zion, did he not?
Yes, sir.
And you know Zion, while you went to major case, Zion went back to y'all's substation.
I'm not sure where he went.
Where's the sergeant office? Your sergeant that separated y'all, where's she office at?
1289 Hemphill.
1289 Hemphill, is that where your office was?
Yes.
If it was told that they took Zion there first to get him some clothes and to let him have something to drink and lay down and try to go to sleep as best he could, and if it was out of the sergeant's supplies of her stuff, that's where it would be?
Yes, sir.
That's where her personal vehicle would have been?
Yes, sir.
So if the sergeant sent somebody back to get stuff out of her vehicle to set up a crate or a cot for Zion, that's where it would have been?
Yes, sir.
If Zion says he saw a badge through the window with what you're wearing that night and what Dean was wearing, whose badge would he have seen?
Officer Dean's.
When light bounces off of your badge, is it reflective?
Yes, sir. It's shiny.
Your
I'll address.
uniform and that utility belt that Dean has on. The prosecutor broke down Dean's uniform, but you carried the same utility belt, correct?
Yes, sir.
You may have had stuff placed in a little bit different area. They asked about less than lethal items. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
You were trained at the Fort Worth Academy under a time period that's and if I'm wrong, correct me, the use of force, it's not the continuum, it's a use of force wheel now, is it not?
I believe it was still a continuum. We had the pyramid.
Okay, can you explain a pyramid to the jury?
So the bottom level is completely compliant. I'm talking with you. Words are working. The next level would be hands-on. So I'm going to arrest you. We get into a fist fight, an altercation. When hands are no longer working, then it goes up to the next level. And that would be your taser, your baton, your pepper spray. And then the last level is lethal, which would be your weapon.
Is your mere presence in uniform sufficient for Fort Worth and the general orders you said compliant, you're there?
Yes.
It's understood as a peace officer, if you're there in uniform,
That's a level of presence, yes.
what Aaron was wearing that night, did it clearly identify him as a peace officer?
As clear as I'm sitting here, yes, sir.
Nice for the defense.
Now,
I'll speak to why all
the
this uniform
pyramid you're
stuff is
talking
relevant.
about
if you're faced with a threat level that's higher than hands, do you have to escalate up the pyramid, or is the use of force continuum or the use of force wheel where if you're faced with deadly force, you can meet with deadly force without having to start talking to them?
Deadly force is always met with deadly force.
You have to go through the pyramid first.
No,
Good point.
Are
by
you
the defense.
trained at the academy on drills or situations where deadly force is confronting you in simulations without your knowledge, and you may have to make split-second decisions?
we're trained to stop the threat, yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
You have to stop the threat. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
Poor question on my part. Are there drills at the firing range where you have a silhouette that's if this is the silhouette, it's either facing you or it's turned sideways where you see the small edge of a silhouette and then it pivots or it doesn't?
Yes, sir.
What is the purpose, if you understand it, for that type of drill?
To identify the threat.
Is it become a shoot, don't shoot scenario?
It does.
And when you are doing that type of drill, is your weapon out on a counter? Is it in your hand already? How do they go about teaching you how to excel or learn muscle memory for this type of event?
Some of the times when we're at the range, we'll be in the sole position or the ready position, as they call it, and then we'll go to fire. Other times, it's a quick draw from your holster.
You just motioned on the stand and said quick draw. What does that mean?
It means you're getting your weapon out as fast as you can because there's a threat in front of you.
Again, without revealing nation secrets of how to get something out of a level 3 holster, it's not the easiest thing to do, is it?
It's not.
You have to have a distinctive touch and feel to your weapon and your holster in order to draw it out. Is that
Yes,
your
sir.
understanding?
Yes, sir.
Through your training, did you learn about incidents when we switched nationwide to level 3 from level 2 of critical incidents where officers couldn't draw their weapon in a timely fashion?
Yes, sir.
It's something that when you're at the range, they train you daily on how to safely unholster your weapon and bring it to bear if, God forbid, you were asked to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a training scenario in the academy or continuing education where you're met with a threat and the threat is as close to me as this board and you have to do something right then and there?
Only when we're shooting from the 3-yard line at the range.
What does it mean to shoot from the 3-yard line at the range?
There are different yardage at the range. It goes from 3, 5, 7, 10, 15, 25, I believe. And you're trained to shoot from each range.
Do you recall any close quarter drills where you're taught if you have somebody not through glass, when you're standing next to somebody, you're talking to them, and all of a sudden it goes south? And by south, I mean it disintegrates whatever's going on, and you're met with a weapon of some kind, and you have to take a defensive position.
Yes, sir.
All right? Can you take the members of the jury through what you would do in that situation?
Like, if the person had a gun in their hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if they're in close to you, you want to try to disarm them, but you're going to draw out your weapon as well.
All right? Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Are you taught as part of that training, if I understand your training, that you're going to try to give distance and drop to your gun leg to gather more distance as you unholster?
Yes, sir.
Is that a trained technique?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall watching State's Exhibit number 1 and watching Aaron take half a step back as he's unholstering his weapon?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you would consider as a fellow officer looking at the video to be part of the muscle memory from the training?
Yes, sir.
Y'all drilling that on a regular basis?
Pretty frequently.
Because the both of you weren't that far out of the academy, were you?
He had maybe a year on me, but close to the same time, yes, sir.
They drilled the academy into you every day, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
This isn't go to the academy at 6 and leave at noon, is it?
No, sir.
How many hours a day were you at the academy?
Usually get there around 5:30 because it starts at 6, and you're there until about 5 p.m.
5 days a week or 6?
5.
Supervisors went off on the weekends, don't they?
Yes, sir.
As part of that training, though, you have to make a decision, whether it's that close quarters or whether it's at the 5-yard, 7-yard, or distance. Still have to make that decision as you're giving ground, whether you're going to shoot or not shoot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we talked briefly before lunch. You've seen the studies and seen the film of how vision starts here, and on a stressful event, it becomes here,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And what they're visualizing, they're vocalizing into what the threat is.
Yes, sir.
Having now watched Aaron's video from his body worn, any surprise that he doesn't carry on a conversation with you while you're running back to the house?
No, sir.
Given the adrenaline and what just went on, would you expect the two of you to have a conversation as you're going through?
No, sir. My primary focus was to get in there.
You both started calling out,
Yes, sir.
yes? And you got the young Zion and you got him out of there.
Yes, sir.
From the time you were with Zion, I know you said when you were standing on the curb for the cavalry to get there, it sounded like it felt like time was standing still, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you trained during critical incidents that time can either compress or expand in your mind as how the mind handles an event?
Yes, sir. Time slows down.
From the time that Officer Ray took over, the time you were there, it's safe to say until we see the photo of Aaron with his camera on, he's still got it on his uniform when y'all are getting your pictures taken, yes?
Yes, sir.
So nobody's watched his video at that point.
No, sir.
Zion's been split away from you, so there's no outside influence on Zion's video interview that Lindsay Dula does later, right?
No, sir.
All right, let me go back through this. I asked another bad question after lunch. There was no outside influence that you were aware of on Zion's interview. He was isolated.
I'm not sure what happened to Zion after we separated, so no.
After Officer Ray took care of custody and control, you don't know.
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant Horner separated you and put you with a partner.
Yes, sir.
Why did they do that?
That's customary after any CPI, critical police incident. It's same as if you were to go and answer a call. You want to separate everybody so that their stories don't get confused and they don't talk.
So it didn't surprise you that you and Dean were separated.
Not at all.
It didn't surprise you watching the video that the incoming officers, the assist officers, moved Dean out of the way.
No.
It didn't surprise you that the incoming assist officers asked Dean for the weapon as he was turning the green laser off.
No.
It didn't surprise you that they took not only the weapon, the magazine, but the live round that Dean had extracted from the chamber and sent Dean outside.
No.
Would it surprise you after this critical incident that Dean is having deep breaths and is short of breath in some areas?
No.
Why doesn't that surprise you?
Because of what we had just went through.
On the two exhibits in front of you, 27 and 28, I think the prosecutor asked you about a Motorola radio that Dean may have around his neck.
Yes.
And normally, if you weren't in your Class A's, when you trade your tie-in, if you have shift work tonight, you're going to put your radio back on yourself, correct?
Yes.
Radios have evolved. Those are actually very expensive, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Post 9/11, those radios have not only a mic, you can hit an orange button on them. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the orange button do?
That's your panic button.
They also have a spot somewhere either on the mic or on the radio itself that you wear on the back, ability to put an earpiece in, correct?
Yes, on the hand mic.
On the hand mic. So on Dean, on the exhibit,
there's another cable then coming off of that, because Dean and you were both wearing earpieces that night, were you not?
Yes,
So when we're listening to Dean's video in State's Exhibit number 1, we don't hear communications coming back to Dean because it's going in his ear, correct?
correct.
And if you had one, had the school resource officer not taken yours, and we had a second camera, we wouldn't hear anything coming back to you as well, because it'd all be coming to your ear.
Yes, sir.
And is that also a feature for officer safety when you are talking to others in law enforcement or communications running something, that would be reported back to you and you're not in harm's way?
Yes, sir.
Because you're trained as part of your training, communications or dispatch will sometimes ask you if you're in clear air. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
What's clear air mean to you?
Do you have anyone around you, because I'm about to give you information about your suspect?
On direct, you were asked when you're sitting at JPS of how you got on this call. The sheet goes to the primary beat. That's Dean in this case, yes?
Yes, sir.
And it's a priority 2 call because it's an open structure call. The call taker's already made that decision. Dispatch, if dispatch disagrees, it takes the supervisor, so it goes out as an open structure call.
Yes, sir.
And you put yourself on the call, or how do you put yourself on the call if you did?
I believe that I put myself on the call. I'm not sure exactly how it was. I was on a sheet, I cleared, and then I would have radioed out asking whatever my call sign was that night to be put on the sheet.
You have the ability to, even though you're in a squad car, you could key up your motion here on the stand, keying up like you had your Motorola strapped to you.
Yes.
You also have one, a police car is really, you get to sit in it, but there's a lot of equipment sitting right next to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's a radio and light controls right next to your right, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's the MDC or mobile data computer. Okay, remember that term now from school? All right. So you can put yourself on the call via the radio, yes?
Yes.
You could also put yourself on the call via the MDC.
Yes.
And you don't know exactly where Aaron was coming from, but you got from Peter Smith to 35. Did you go down 35, or did you just go down Hemp Hill and cut over?
You just go Main to Allen and then you're there.
Main to Allen, come across, there's a bridge right there, isn't there?
Yes, sir. Goes over 35.
And this sits just, what, 30 seconds if it's no traffic at that time of night? Once you get off of 35, you're there?
Yes.
Do I have it right that you actually got out first and you walked up to the house maybe by yourself, the wrong house to begin with, or you don't remember?
I think we walked up together, but I'm not sure.
Both
When
the
you went
defense
back to the
lawyers are
squad,
former
you looked
prosecutors.
at the call detail record or a record of information that they give you?
I don't know if I looked at the MDC or if I called out on the radio.
Have you had a chance to listen to any of the radio traffic that was preserved based on the critical incident?
No, sir.
And the state showed you a little while ago the full 8-page printout of from the start of service to the end of service when the last crime scene officer left, correct?
Yes, sir.
But as part of this, you're given some visual text to read as you're going to a call, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does the MDC always let you activate it while you're driving, or is it like a modern car that shuts off when you get to a certain speed?
Oh, no, it's always on.
And you're trained how to be careful and not get distracted by it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do they write in full sentences when they're dispatching you on the MDC?
No, sir. They usually write in shorthand.
And does it take somebody to understand what the shorthand means to read it?
Depending on the dispatcher, yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes, sir.
All right, I left my glasses back over there. I think that's defendant's 29, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you
If I gave you that as a hypothetical, could you translate that for me without saying it right now? Could you translate what that is?
Yes,
All right. Have you seen those sentences before?
yes,
Are those the sentences that were on your MDC that night for this call?
yes, sir.
All right. If you could, we'd offer 29 for the record only at this point, Judge.
No, we have first exhibits. that
Yes.
are not,
Yes.
I believe it's 95. I don't have any objections to exhibit 29. Excuse me, defense exhibit 29.
For all purposes, or you only offered it for the record? You're still offering it for record only? No objections?
I don't have any objection.
Okay,
I don't have any objection to it for all purposes.
Okay.
all right, defense exhibit 29 is admitted for all purposes.
Officer Dart, let's go through the first sentence here. What's CP stand for?
Complainant,
Complainant. What's ADV stand for?
advised,
All right. Complainant advised front doors to address
yes,
is open. Should be are open, but it is, right?
yes, sir.
See, my mom said TCU would pay off after all, right? Both of the neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway. What's WHI
White sedan,
and DRK?
dark colored,
Sedan?
yes, sir.
Neighbors are usually home but never has door open. All right? Anything about a welfare check on here?
No, sir.
Anything that you and Dean were ever told about a welfare check?
No, sir. It came in as an open structure.
At any time, I know you were asked this question on direct, and I don't know, maybe you didn't understand it, or maybe you did, and I haven't seen it in my notes. The caller that called in, the CP, you weren't asked to call them. That's what you were dispatched on the MDC to, correct?
Those were all of our call details, yes, sir.
And based on this, that's a signal 56 in the general orders, correct?
Yes, sir. It's an open structure.
And you have to treat a signal 56 as what?
A silent alarm.
You get there on Mississippi, you park, you get out, you and Dean go to the wrong residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you start walking from the wrong residence, after you've gone to your car and figured out what the right address is, there are street lights on the street itself, on Evans.
Allen.
Allen. There are street lights.
I believe there's one at the corner of Maddox and, or Mississippi and Allen.
As we go further away from Mississippi, if the crime scene photos show that the light that's further down in the empty field is not illuminated that night, sometimes Fort Worth street lights are out.
Yes, sir.
The porch light wasn't on this residence when you got there though, correct? The address in question, you recall the porch light being out?
I don't remember if it was on or off.
If you told Major Case that morning it was off, would that be?
That would be fair, yes.
When you see these doors on an open structure, and I want to make sure I understood it correct when you were going over this with the prosecutor. With an open structure, are you supposed to try the doors?
I'm not entirely sure, sir.
Okay, so we got two doors, right? They're both open, they're storm doors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did the storm doors appear to have glass? Okay, you're from Glen Rose, I'm from the Deep South. There's storm doors that have glass in them, then there's screen doors.
Yes, sir.
All right. from I haven't been there, so I need you to help me. Were they storm doors where they had glass or plexiglass in them, or were they screen doors where you could move stuff through like smoke?
They were storm doors with glass.
Okay. And they were both closed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When you looked in, you've seen Stakes 1, the video from Dean's camera. Did Dean's camera give you the full view that you could see standing there with your naked eye?
Your body camera rarely catches what your eyes can see. It gets a view, but it's not the entire view.
And I believe you told Major Case and you told this jury that the place looked ransacked. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You started your career on the east side. You moved to the central district. You've been helping the residents of these areas fight the crime that's in their neighborhood, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would it catch you by surprise to see lawn and garden and bike equipment out in the middle of the night with open doors? Is that something that you take into consideration?
I'd say it's pretty common for the area.
Pretty common that stuff's just laying about, or pretty common if it's out, it might get stolen?
If it's out, it might get stolen.
So if people are lifelong residents of the neighborhood, it's safe to say you put it up or you lose it?
Yes, sir.
So do you recall walking across a weed eater?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall walking past a lawnmower?
Yes, sir, from the video.
Yeah, it's a good cross by the defense here. We got a good witness for them.
And then we have a BMX bike that we know your knee came in contact with, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of your training in the village and at the academy, where you've been taught that open structures or burglary in progress sometimes find stuff moved outside so it's easier to get away with it.
Yes, sir.
Are those data elements that you have to take into consideration when you're evaluating the scene?
Yes, sir.
If you're working in open structure and the vehicles are closed, the doors were shut, the trunk shut, the hood shrunk, why clear them?
To make sure that there's not someone in there trying to escape.
Can people pop out of different places and hurt you?
Yes, sir.
Are you all trained how to clear cars in a two-person formation?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that night?
We did.
You and Officer Dean split
Yes, sir.
around the vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get back to the back and there's a garage. Do you understand that to be the case?
Yes, sir.
When you get to the garage, there's a gate, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't get to measure the gate later, but the gate's about 8 boards wide. You were, from watching the video a couple times, you've seen that now, right?
Yes, sir.
If I understood your testimony on direct, the decision for who went to the window was based really on where you were standing.
Yes, sir.
Had you been the one that opened the gate, you would have been the one confronted with what Dean saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Dean would have been working the backyard.
Yes, sir.
You trained together at the academy to rely on each other's observational skills and to trust each other, do you not?
Yes, sir.
Are there training scenarios or things that you have learned as your police officer that situations where you come upon a threat and the threat's immediately in front of you and you have to deal with it?
Yes, sir.
How are those taught?
It was a long time ago, but you meet deadly force with deadly force, and you're trained to stop the threat.
Your general orders speak to the fact that, God forbid, any officer in any department has to use deadly force, but specifically Fort Worth, if you're faced with the threat of deadly force or the perceived threat of deadly force, you're allowed to use any means necessary, any weapon necessary to stop the threat, correct?
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor asked you on direct about the less than lethal that you and Dean had on your utility belt that night. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Would OC spray work through a closed window?
No, sir.
Would a baton through a screen-covered window work?
No, sir.
Would a taser work?
No, sir.
Are those acceptable forces against deadly force if deadly force is upon you immediately?
No, sir. Deadly force is always met with deadly force.
At the academy, when you're taught to give commands to show people their hands, you've gotten to watch videos of your fellow officers over their careers do it. Did you not as part of the training?
I think at the very end, we got to watch everyone's red mans.
All right. How about when you're learning how to give commands where they show scenarios where other officers have had to experience deadly force encounters? You've got some of that in training too, where you're watching other dash cams from officers that have lost their life because they want to show you what not to do, correct?
Yes.
And that's on those were numerous, were they not?
Yes, sir.
Where officers found themselves in an area that they couldn't get out of.
Yes, sir.
Are there explicit set commands that you're supposed to give, or they train you on general commands, show me your hands, that type of stuff?
Just general commands.
It's good for the defense. Because the commands here could have been better.
May I approach you, Winter?
Yes, sir.
Carol, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendants Exhibits 1 through 26, and ask you to take a second to look through those.
I hope everyone understands what the neighbor did or didn't do is completely irrelevant to this case, to any legal question in this case, except to the extent that the details provided helped inform the perceptions of the defendant in this case.
Officer Arch, I want to show you.
Open
having
structure
had a
call
chance
is
to look
treated
through
as a
those, we
burglary in
recognize those
progress.
to be exterior and interior photos of this residence that we're here to talk about today.
Yes, sir.
Before we start trial, we don't know what the state's going to use. There's some pictures that are already in, but our number sequence is already printed on our exhibits as well. So there's some duplicative here.
Yes, sir.
With respect to defense 16, 17, and 18, do you see an area in those three exhibits that's been blurred or grayed out for privacy concerns?
Yes, sir.
And that's not how the scene would have looked, but that's how they look on the exhibit for privacy concerns.
Yes, sir.
Here, at this time, the defense would tender to the state, state 1 through 26, noting those the blur out marks and those exhibits we just talked about, offer the ball.
So I don't have any objection to 1, 2, or 3, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit 4, 5, and 6 is already offered as the state's exhibits. I don't have any objection to those, it's just a duplicate. No objection to 7 through 15. No objection to 16, 17. And may I ask this witness a couple questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding these photographs, can I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, George, when it's exhibit 18, you're fine. The bedroom that is to the left of Tatiana's bedroom, did you go inside that room?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I can't remember which room I went in.
Well, did you
can't
go
remember
inside
because
of
of her
Tatiana's
strokes.
bedroom?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell me, Defense Exhibit 19, can you tell me whose bedroom this is?
I'm not sure.
Or, I guess, better question, did you go inside this bedroom?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 20, can you tell me whether or not you went inside this particular bedroom?
I don't remember which rooms I went in other than hers.
Okay. And same question for Defendant's Exhibit 21. Same question.
Not that I remember.
Did State's Exhibit, or excuse me, Defense Exhibit, I apologize, I've been calling it State's Exhibit, Your Honor. Defendant's Exhibit 23, 24, 25, and 26. Did you ever go inside of that bedroom?
Not to my knowledge.
Your Honor, we would just object for that purpose as well as relevance to 18 through Defense Exhibit 18 through 26, I believe. But I don't have any objection to the other exhibits, Your Honor.
Those objections are overruled. Defense exhibits 1 through 26 are admitted.
Overruled, they're all in.
As part of your academy training, when you finally get to the point in your training that you're given a weapon, they start everybody out on the same level and teach you the basics of a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have to carry a particular style of weapon for any department. You have to be certified to whatever their magic training is, to be certified to carry
a Glock or a Beretta or a Smith & Wesson, whatever it is, you have to pass the proficiency test with the department if they allow that type to be used, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even if you want to carry an off-duty weapon, something a little bit smaller than your full-frame Glock, you have to be certified on that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
I assume that you in your academy class that included Aaron were certified on shotguns as well?
Yes, sir.
Were you certified on a long gun platform as well?
I think we did a day or two of the carbine, but you had to take a class after the academy to get certified in that as well.
So the night that you were out, you had your duty weapon, and the next level of gun that you had with you would have been a shotgun?
I don't have a shotgun, no, sir.
Is that optional, or do you not?
It's optional.
Okay. So that night you carried just a handgun?
Yes, sir.
2 extra magazines?
Yes, sir.
May I approach you, Mr. Sherman?
Yes, sir.
How familiar were you with firearms before you started the academy?
Pretty familiar.
Pretty familiar. Okay. Well, for the members of the jury, this is a rubber gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If it were a true firearm, this is what would be classified as a semi-automatic weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does it mean to be semi-automatic?
It means you can pull the trigger multiple times without having to reload.
Do you have training scenarios at the academy, both when you were in the academy and now when you have to go back for recertification, where you're taught how to pull the trigger as fast as you can to anticipate stopping a threat?
Yes, sir.
17 plus 1, so 18 rounds.
Yes, sir.
You can empty a magazine such as that pretty quickly, can you not?
Yes, sir.
We're talking single-digit seconds.
Yes, sir.
We're really talking below 5 seconds.
If you're good. Yes, sir.
All right, probably 3 or 4.
Yes, sir.
So there has to be some discretion involved in a critical incident just to fire 1 round as well, correct?
Yes, sir. You're supposed to evaluate after every shot.
If one, assuming this were a functional firearm, if one wanted to clear a round, like we saw on States 1, when Aaron took a round out of the chamber on a semi-automatic weapon, can you show the members of the jury with that how you would do that?
You would take your magazine out. Once your magazine is out, you'd grab your slide and rack it back, and then the ammo would come from there.
Okay. I brought something else up here. I brought an empty magazine. You agree with me this magazine's empty?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's a smaller magazine than what would traditionally fit probably in that mock of a Beretta 92.
Yes, sir.
But for purposes of demonstration, bullets go inside a magazine, and you can either use a loader, or if you got a strong thumb, you can push the rounds down in here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a place on the back to count the rounds.
Yes, sir.
But if you have a round in the chamber, you used a physical description where you took the weapon, and there's some serrated teeth or edges on a frame rail of some weapons,
Yes, sir.
and some weapons don't have anything.
Yes, sir.
But those are intended so you can use your hand and move it up and down, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would eject the magazine if there were a button,
Yes, sir.
and then you would use the top and slide it
Yes, sir.
to take a round out.
Yes, sir.
It's cross-examination,
What
folks. He's allowed
happens
to
if you're
leave.
uncertain if there's one in the barrel and you want to make sure there is one in the barrel,
You do a press check.
okay?
A press check.
And a press check is what?
You grab the end and you pull it back just a little bit to where there's an opening right here, and you can see if there's a round in.
So you demonstrated that where the bullet would come out, a live round would come out of the extractor port,
Yes.
you would gently pull it back and see if there was one in the barrel.
Yes.
What if you're not as experienced and you go ahead and do like they do on TV and just run it?
Slide it back.
Would you expect that a round would just come out if it was in the barrel already?
Yes, it would pop out.
I get nervous when he puts his hand even in front of that rubber gun, in front of the muzzle.
You saw on the video, State's Exhibit number 1, your partner that night, Aaron Dean, hand off the weapon that was found at Miss Jefferson's feet, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw your partner, Aaron Dean, turn off the green laser that was emitting from the front of the gun, correct?
Yes, sir, it appeared that he did.
It also appeared that the weapon was emitting a green laser when he picked it up, did he not?
Yes, sir.
Because today's not the first day you've looked at the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
You and I met one time, I think you said you met with the state 4 times,
Yes, sir.
and they had you look at the video.
Yes, sir.
It troubled you then like it troubled you today.
Yes, sir.
It's not easy to look at.
No, sir.
Would you consider a green laser a stimulant if it was placed at you as an officer?
Yes, sir.
And if it's placed at your chest on the frame rail of a gun, is that an indication that trouble's bearing on you?
Yes, sir.
Now, we talked on direct with you, the prosecutor did, about Aaron's stream light, okay?
Yes, sir.
You recall that before lunch?
Yes, sir.
If I gave you a hypothetical that the stream light that was on Miss Jefferson's gun that we saw in State's Exhibit 1 was a stream light that had a light laser combo on it, have you had a chance to see that type of light laser combo on a frame rail system before?
I haven't seen hers, but I've seen, yes.
Streamlight's a well-known brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
Probably the industry leader for frame rail lights.
Yes, sir.
Your flashlight on your duty belt's probably a Streamlight.
Yes, sir.
They have an optic that has a flashlight and a laser as part of a combo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's ways, whether you're left-handed or right-handed, there's ways to turn on the light, the laser, or both.
Yes, sir.
And from what you observed in State's Exhibit 1, the laser was illuminated at the time that Officer Dean picked it up.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall looking at States 1 as to when Officer Dean cleared the weapon in the hallway as opposed to the bedroom?
I am not sure if it was in the bedroom or the hallway.
And anybody wants to go back and look, could look and see exactly where Dean clears the weapon, collects the round that was in the chamber, and hands the magazine, the live round, and the weapon to another officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it can't be mistaken if there's any other rounds in the bedroom, near the window, any other live rounds, unspent rounds, to be something that Aaron cleared if Aaron didn't clear the weapon in the bedroom.
I did not see it on the video.
She cried when she was talking about interacting with the child at the scene. Teared up a little bit, I should say.
This Streamlight or any of the rail systems that use a laser, some guns come from the factory with a laser mounted in as part of the grip system nowadays, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's a laser intended for those that may not know?
Accuracy on your target.
Whether that's a target at a range or a target of a person, it shows you where the barrel's pointed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, may I have a second?
Yes, sir.
It's just a much more focused contrast. This cross-examination of this witness by the defense with the meandering 3 hours of direct by the state that got the state
Officer
really
Gartz,
nothing.
when you were talking the major case early on, and then as part of your experience that you had on the east side leading up to this and your short 2 weeks in Central before this, had you gained experience or knowledge as to common tactics of burglars and how they plan their ingress and egress from the structure?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
They're usually going to go in whatever they can find that's open and go out the easiest way where they can be undetected.
The street that this is on, that would be more visible than going out the back, correct?
What would be more?
The residence. If I'm going to walk out with a bunch of stuff, if we have an open structure, you got 2 doors with glass that are open. The interior, the regular entry doors are open. It's what time, about 2:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Is it unusual to see any doors open in that beat at 2:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
You see a weed eater, you see a lawnmower, you see a BMX bike, you see the inside of the house. I think you said it was what?
Ransacked.
What's that mean?
It's just great
I mean,
testimony for the
it's
defense.
methodically gone through. Things are out of place.
And the body worn camera really can't pick up what you could see around the sectional sofa and everything else.
Yes, sir.
You've had a chance to look at the photos here. You could look further into the house than just what Dean could see with his camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Down that hallway, it doesn't get much better, does it?
It's pretty dark down there, if I recall, but no, sir.
There's still debris on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Consistent in your mind with what structures, when you've gone in to work a burglary after the fact, you've seen.
Yes, sir.
That's
Great
an
testimony.
imprint in your mind as another data element of what y'all are facing when you're out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
As part of an open structure treated as a silent alarm, would you agree with me that your general orders say you're supposed to check all the exterior for forced entry before asking for additional help?
Yes, sir.
Is that what y'all were attempting to do that night?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's doing a great job.
In your training at the academy, were you ever presented with a phrase called the fatal funnel?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a fatal funnel is?
Standing in front of a window or a door, you don't know what's on the other side.
As you entered the backyard, you were providing cover for Dean as you were slicing the pie to the back threats, if any, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Dean had to do the same for you at the window, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because the members of the jury can't go out to the scene, we haven't been out there in the backyard. That AC system to the gate, if I said it was 4 feet 2 inches in a crime scene measurement, would that make some sense from where those poles are that are holding the fence up to the AC unit? If I step through the gate, and when I step through, I've got an AC unit 4 feet 2 over here to this. So 4 feet 2 inches, I'm in an area.
Yes, sir.
And you step through this same opening off the concrete, and you're right behind me. If I'm Dean, you're right behind me.
Yes, sir.
You're looking that way, and I'm looking this way if I'm Dean, correct?
Yes, sir.
One protecting each other.
Yes, sir.
Having looked at the crime scene photos and thought this over in your mind, based on where the two of you were positioned, you walked into a fatal funnel where that window was, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Redirect.
Yeah, this is the state's witness. So the state's presenting its case in chief. We're supposed to be being convinced right now that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence the state's presented. This feels much more like a defense witness.
Can I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
The weed eater. When you went to the front door, did you see the weed eater?
I don't remember if I did.
Okay.
Sure. Up or right? You're still right behind me.
It'll be help.
That's okay. No, just, did you just minimize that, Judge?
Yep.
Thank you.
Now, there you go.
You're moving fast.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Can you just open Do No 4, please, for me? Thank you.
Right here?
That's fine.
Oh,
That
oh,
one.
over
No, actually,
here.
not a 403 is fine.
Okay. Mr. Brissett, would you mind moving your
Yes, sir.
easel so the members of the jury can see the board? Thank you.
May I approach the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't forget to hit that like, thumbs up on YouTube, folks.
What number do you need?
We're down to, just go to the front house, that's fine.
I'm sorry?
Just give it to this. like,
24?
the exhibit, that's fine.
23?
23? 24?
23. That's fine, okay. And can you just put it in presentation?
Yes.
Okay, you can see it closer on your screen than the jurors may be able to see it. And can I see the state's exhibits? Your Honor, do you have them, or? I have them here, and then these are just defense exhibits? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to verify a couple things with you, okay? State's Exhibit 95, it's not been admitted by the court, but on the second page, is that the same text that was just shown to the jury as far as the information, the call details?
The top couple lines, yes.
And that's what I'm asking you about, is the same?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at State's Exhibit, that's in, I believe it's 24, 25, and 26. So right now, we're looking at 23. Are you able to see on that exhibit the extension cord that is going in front of the door?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I hand this to your jury? It's very difficult to see in State's Exhibit 23.
Okay.
The extension cord, you may not be able to tell, but on the photographs, it actually goes over and it is connected to a weed eater of some sort on the side of the house. Did you remember that?
From the video, yes.
Okay. And there is a lawnmower you were just asked about. Can you tell me where that is?
I believe it's on the side of the house as well.
Okay. The bike, I know you said you might have tripped over it. Where was that?
That was further back. It was nearly to the opening of the gate by the dark colored sedan.
When you looked inside the house, you said it appeared to be ransacked, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, what were you thinking was going on in your mind?
A burglary.
And that's based on what?
Yep.
Just on the visuals that I've picked up with the cabinets being open, the things being misplaced in there, the doors being open that late.
The doors being open, the way it looked inside, and what else?
I'm sorry?
So the doors being open and it looking like it's been ransacked inside, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you go to State's Exhibit 24, Your Honor?
Very damaging for the state.
$25, please. 25, Your Honor. Okay. Will you just mute that?
I'm sorry?
I don't, that's not what I have marked in the right way. So will you just mute that picture, please? So let me show you State's Exhibit 25, 26, and 27. Those have already been previously admitted. Does that appear to be the kitchen?
Yes.
That jury already saw that earlier, and I believe it's State's Exhibit 26 that we talked about earlier with those cabinets being open. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And may I show the jury that
Yes, ma'am.
as well? All right. Okay. So State's Exhibit 26, the jury's looking at now, the kitchen. Those cabinets are open. You said that it's very easy to tell whether or not it's a kitchen is messy or a house is messy versus being ransacked, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
ma'am.
you're basing that on the experience that you had through the academy, training, and out in the field. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
It is fair to say you were a newer officer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been doing it for a little bit longer now, though?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though you said that earlier, as far as there is a very big difference between a ransacked house and a messy house, you certainly would agree that you guys were wrong. It was not a ransacked house. Would you agree with me about that?
I wouldn't necessarily agree. No, ma'am.
And so there was a burglary in the house that night?
No, ma'am.
Okay. There had been an intruder that had gone through and ransacked Atatiana's house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So,
It doesn't
may not be
matter.
the way you or I keep our house, but that is how that Jefferson family kept their home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There had not been an intruder or an offense that had been committed inside of that house, in that kitchen, by somebody before you guys arrived.
Such a childish argument by the
So you
state.
guys were wrong in that it actually had not been ransacked. Would
Yes,
that
ma'am.
be
Yes, ma'am.
right? Okay. And then you were asked a bunch of questions about this list of things. I don't think it's marked as anything, but the defense attorney.
I hope the
read
defendant does
230,
recross on that issue.
2 doors with glass, and then those following items. The weed eater, the lawnmower, and the BMX bike, all of those items were on the side of the house or between the car, kind of further down that driveway. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So none of those things factored into whether you thought there was a burglary that had either just happened or in the process of happening, or did it? You tell me.
Objection leading, it's her witness.
I'll let her answer the question. Go ahead.
I had gathered that just from looking in the front and the doors being open. Yes, ma'am.
So those things on the list, what do those 3 things have to do with your assessment of it being a burglary?
Once I got around to the sides and saw them, I thought maybe that it had something to do with it, but I was more focused on how the main part of the house looked.
The initial looking inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions about general orders. Okay? I want to ask you, do you have those memorized?
No.
Of course you don't, right? But as far as a silent alarm is concerned, you are to treat an open structure as what type of call?
A silent alarm.
And when you then, as far as a silent alarm is concerned, what is the very first thing that you do?
You look for signs of forced entry.
Okay. And that's the first thing that you do?
Yes.
Okay. Is that according to your general orders?
I believe that's how it's listed.
All right. All right, approach the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you a section and just have you read that. And then I can also show you it straight from this as well.
So read the 32701.
Yeah.
Okay, 32701, silent alarms.
Wait.
No, not out loud.
Oh.
Read it to
I'm
yourself.
sorry.
Just to yourself, please. Okay, so what's the very first thing when you respond to an open structure that's going to be treated like a silent alarm?
The sheet officer is responsible for the coordination and placement of the other units on scene. The sheet officer is responsible for the coordination and placement of all other units on scene.
Okay, and that was done generally correct. That would be the defendant, right?
Yes.
He's responsible for coordinating where everybody goes and what they do, right? Okay, and then the second thing after that,
You've got to guard all main exit ways to prevent the escape of an offender.
okay, did you guys do that?
No.
No, you didn't do that, did you?
No.
So that would actually not be according to the general orders of the Fort Worth Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And to be fair, if you're supposed to guard all entry and exits, let's talk about now the second door. Did you guys maintain any kind of surveillance or guard that other entry and exit?
No, ma'am.
You left the very 2 things, front door, side door, unmanned, unsecured, that would be counter to against the Fort Worth Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
General orders. All right. You've been doing it for 3 weeks,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And it's his call,
It's
right?
the sheet, yes, ma'am.
His beat, his sheet.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's keep going though, because that wasn't the only thing that we did wrong, right? Because after you are supposed to secure the front or any entry and exits, what's the next thing that we're supposed to do?
Inspect the structure, for any sense of forced entry.
Did we do that?
That's what we were doing, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how did y'all do that?
We went together, looking around.
Okay, and when we talk about to see whether or not the entry and exits that they're tampering with, what types of things have you seen before when somebody tampers with an entry? Like maybe they get inside of a door or window?
There's usually the wood frame will be cracked around whatever door or window it is, and then the metal part of the door or window they'll have a pry mark on it. There's obvious damage.
Did y'all see any of those pry marks on the inside
No, ma'am.
of the frame?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, y'all didn't look at the frame because you kept that storm door shut, right?
You would be able to see it.
Okay, and so were you able to tell that there was no damage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you were able to tell that there was no damage, and if there's no damage, then what's the next thing that we do, according to Fort Worth Police Department?
Guard all main exits.
And are we supposed to, if doesn't appear to be any damage to the entries and exits, are we supposed to call the owner?
Yes.
Did we do that?
No.
This is ridiculous. They were
Tell
only there
me
for 1 minute,
about
57
your
seconds.
training regarding deadly force and de-escalation. First, let's educate the jury on what de-escalation is.
De-escalation is trying to get a subject from being volatile just to talk them down, see if you can't relate to them as a person.
And there are times that you are not able to de-escalate a circumstance though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I asked you those questions about what's around your duty belt and what was around his, those non-lethal items certainly couldn't be used against or through a window or a door, right? Okay. Now, and you were asked questions about it's common that those items, lawnmower, BMX bike, and weed eater, might be piled in an area that's consistent with a burglary tactic or something you've seen before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you see any cars around that location besides the neighbor's cars?
Just the two in the driveway, I believe.
And the two in the driveway, when you were asked this question, I believe it's Defense Exhibit 29, jurors, so I've already seen this exhibit, both of the neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway, white sedan and dark colored sedan. So those belong to the folks that live there. So were there any other cars around that we could have started piling in a weed eater or a lawnmower or a BMX bike that you guys saw?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. But maybe there's multiple suspects that are going to come and grab that stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is as far as being a police officer, the mantra of the Fort Worth Police Department?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Is it your job to serve and to protect?
Yes.
To preserve life above all of us?
Yes, ma'am.
To protect
This is right
us
from the
between
Kim Potter
all of us,
trial
right?
Yes, ma'am.
and the George Floyd trial.
Now, the general orders that we just went over with you, there were violations of multiple general orders that this defendant was a part of and caused. Is that right? We just went over some of them. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
De-escalation would be one.
I'm not sure how you would de-escalate that situation now.
Okay. Well, in a circumstance where there are other options, for example, when you're trained in the academy about when you see a gun, you were trained in the academy about if you see a gun and someone's held hand, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're trained to notify the other officers and give some indication that somebody has a gun, is that right?
You're trained to give verbal commands, yes.
Right, and one of the verbal commands that is taught often is to say, gun, right?
In a high-stress situation, it's not, you rely back to your muscle memory.
Okay. And so, all right, let's just talk about a regular person. And so if I see a gun, in order to let Dale know there's a gun, probably want to say gun,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that wasn't done here, correct?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you were never told anything about a gun.
No, ma'am.
You were asked a lot of questions about what was seen through that window. And you said something about the body camera. Is there any way for us to know exactly what he was seeing?
No, ma'am.
You actually did a back turn, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said also that the body camera is on the shoulder, the eyes are moving in different directions, right? It's the best we have, but
Yes, ma'am.
it's not exactly what everybody was seeing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you ever see Atatiana's hands through the window?
No, ma'am.
And there's no way that you are able to tell us exactly what Atatiana saw looking out of the window, correct?
No, ma'am.
You can't tell us exactly what the defendant saw, can you?
No, ma'am.
You can't tell us whether or not he saw a gun in her hand.
This is raising uncertainty. This is not proof
Anything,
beyond a reasonable
right?
doubt.
No, ma'am.
Can you tell us, you were asked just now about a laser. Can you tell us whether or not the defendant saw a laser
I
in
can't
her
speak
hand?
for what he saw.
Okay. And walking in front of a fatal funnel, that is also something that is taught in the academy, that is not a good thing to do, to walk in front of a fatal funnel, correct?
It's not, but sometimes that's your only option.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's all you got. But it is certainly called fatal funnel for a reason, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one question too, and you may or may not remember this, when you're looking in that back gate, are you able to see whether or not there is a window in the backyard from the back gate? Like when you're outside the backyard, can you see whether or not there's a window to see what's going on in the back?
I don't remember.
That's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, all those policies, they're all subject to can they be done consistent with safety. You can't secure doors until you know where the doors are. That's why you walk around the house for the first minute and a half.
Officer Darch, by 7:07 in the morning, you had met with Major Case that started at 6:47. By 7:07, you'd given him your initial statement, correct?
I'm not sure on the exact time.
They would call it out as recorded,
Yes.
and it says this is when we start and this is when we end.
Yes, sir.
Any dispute to that, that's what the detective said?
No, sir.
You and Dean were separated by Sergeant Horner almost immediately when you guys got on the porch. In fact, you didn't go on the porch together, you were separated, went with your buddies to different squads, and you two have never talked about this.
Yes, sir.
If you told Major Case at 6:47 in the morning that this place was ransacked and that's why you thought it was a burglary in progress, would you be checking the backyard to see if there was a gate to the alley?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time?
You told Major Case, this incident's at 2:30, by 6:47, you're at 1000 Calvert giving an initial statement to Major Case. It's recorded. We got it from the government. In that, you talk about, they asked you what impression your observations of that front part of that house had upon you before you went around. Not 20/20 hindsight, at the time. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
What was that impression?
That it was ransacked.
And what did that make you think then and today?
That there was a burglar in the house.
Silent alarm, you have to go to the back to secure all points. You guys screwed up by not going to the front, all right? Stand there. Somebody still had to go check the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Dina,
Go ahead and use the phone.
may Officer Darch be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the state?
No, Ron.
Officer, thank you. You may step down.
And that's it for Darch. Wow. Long day for Darch. 5 hours. Over 5 hours.
Let's take a break, okay? See you in 15 minutes. All rise.
15-minute break.
All rise, please.
All right.
Everybody stay in the courtroom, please.
See if they have to chat about anything. Is the next witness going to be ready in 15 minutes? and then I'll get to questions.
Everyone needs to stand up and sit down when the jury leaves, all right? When I say all rise, that means all rise.
Even the
You
lady
can't
in the
follow my
wheelchair?
rules, you can stay outside. Ms. Dinger, we're on a break. Thank you very much.
That's why that's why we're not seeing lawyer shenanigans in this courtroom, because the judge has firm control of his courtroom and the lawyers know it, and no nonsense will be permitted. Okay, let me. All right, looks like it's muted. So I guess I can just go with that. Let's see, I'm going to move this over here so I can keep a better eye on it. And let's take a look, see if we have, so all the questions about the uniform, I did make a note to myself to talk about that. First of all, overall, Darch was a fantastic witness for the defense. The closest the state came to scoring a point is this talk about how, well, this is a couple things in the policy book that you didn't do. You didn't secure all the doors. Folks, these steps are a process. They take time. They were there for 1 minute and 57 seconds. They were moving around the house. You can't secure doors if you don't know where they are. It's not like they're already familiar with this house. Are there side doors? Are there back doors? First, they'd have to identify where those are. If there's multiple of them, there's only 2 officers at this point. Even if they could split and cover 2 doors, that would be inconsistent with officer safety. They're covering each other's backs in the moment for a reason. So they might be the first 2 officers there. If what they observe is consistent, continues to be consistent with the burglary in progress, they identify the doors, the backup arrives, and then you have multiple officers who can be directed to each of the doors. But these policies are not supposed to be followed if they're inconsistent with safety. So, well, he's allowed to kill somebody the moment he's faced with an imminent deadly force threat. It doesn't matter when that occurs. That can be an instant decision. In fact, it necessarily was an instant decision. All right, so let's look at the law self-defense member question. Oh, the uniform stuff. They kept asking, is your badge shiny? The defense on cross-examination of this witness. Would it be easy to identify that the defendant was a police officer? There's a couple of reasons they're doing that. One of them, which is really not relevant, but may influence the jury. And that is that they may be trying to get the jury to think that, hey, this woman inside the home, the victim here, she must have seen he was a police officer, and she was still raising the gun. Frankly, that doesn't matter to the legal questions in this case, because that goes to her state of mind, and her state of mind is not relevant. Now, it may go to his state of mind. He may have had a reasonable expectation that I'm so obviously identifiable as a police officer, she must know. He's inferring that she must know that I'm a police officer, and she's pointing the gun at me anyway. That would be consistent with her being a burglar, being a bad actor, and would contribute to his decision to fire. Not that he needs any more decision to fire, but it would be consistent with his overall perceptions of a deadly force threat. Okay. Let's see what we have from the law self-defense members. Yeah, I'm going to stick with this feed, this Fox 4 News feed. It seems to be working pretty well. Let's see. Mixter, law self-defense member, asks, Andrew, what's the relevance of the minute details of the officer's personal history and police academy training? Why can't the prosecutor just cut to the chase and ask about the protocols involved in an open door investigation and confronting an armed suspect? Because none of that would have been helpful to the prosecution, because it all goes against the prosecution's narrative of guilt. And they don't have much to talk about with this officer, really. I mean, this officer was also there for 1 minute and 57 seconds. Didn't see key components. She had her back turned to the window. But this is their second human witness. She must be important, so they have to try to make her important, and they can't do that substantively, so they do that by having her spend a lot of time on the witness chair, answering irrelevant questions about irrelevant topics. None of it matters much at all. But otherwise, the state might be, I don't know how many witnesses the state has, but if they question them only on relevant subjects, they might be done this afternoon. And that's not good for the state in terms of presentation of a narrative of guilt. Let's see. Okay, let's take a look at the super chats. What do we got? The super chats need to be $5, folks, or become a law self-defense member for $10 for an entire month, $9.95 for an entire month. I do caution, it turns out that on the member dashboard where we're streaming this video, the chat where you can ask questions apparently doesn't work with mobile devices. I've sent a message to my team, but I wouldn't expect it to get fixed immediately. But if you're on a computer or a tablet, it should be working just fine. Ask all the questions you want all day long, and I'll answer them for $9.95 for the entire month. But if you're doing it on YouTube in super chat form, they need to be at least $5, folks, or they're not getting answered. Let's see, what do we have here? It looks like just one new one. Squigsgar 2322, $5 super chat says, beyond a reasonable doubt is not the standard it used to be. Potter and Chauvin taught us this. Well, in the case of Potter, the jury was just given bad law. So they were misinstructed on what's required for a conviction on recklessness. So if they're just given bad law, it hardly matters what the burden is, because the burden can be met on bad law, no problem. And in terms of Chauvin, I mean, we know that people, lied their way onto the jury for the specific purpose of convicting him. So there were, maybe he ought to have been found guilty on the legal merit. I don't think so. I think there were plenty of alternative hypotheses for Floyd's death that were consistent with innocence, which to my mind is reasonable doubt on the issue. But it doesn't matter. Again, just like if the jury's misinstructed on the law, if you have a jury that plants itself on the jury in order to deliver justice, which in their minds is an incontrovertible decision of guilt, well, there's no due process of law there. So that's the way that goes. And I think I just saw a super chat come in. Let me see if YouTube can deliver that up. Of course, something went wrong. Something went wrong. Oh, a big super chat. Huggy Bar, $20. Thank you very much. Did I see the changes in Colorado gun laws in response to the Club Q shooting? Nope. Gun law is not really my thing, but I do live in Colorado, so I guess I'll have to take a look at what's happened. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. The iron gun purchase waiting periods, ban on assault weapons, red flag laws. But I see those as proposals here. I don't see anything having actually been done. Of course, the Club Q shooting was just a few days ago. Normally, it takes even the legislature a little bit of time to get things going. We'll see. These kinds of gun laws are going to be increasingly difficult to have in place with the Bruin decision, if we have good people fighting on our behalf in the legal courts, the federal courts. So this may just be political posturing. There's still a lot of gun owners in Colorado, even though politically the state's increasingly like California. We'll see what happens. If the gun laws go crazy in Colorado, I'll just move someplace else. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right, let me see if there's any other particular issues. Yeah, so I thought this was great for the defense. It was all consistent with the narrative of innocence here, meaning the officer was conducting himself within SOPs consistent with officer safety. He was not supposed to announce when it's a open structure call, a burglary in progress call. You're not supposed to announce. You're supposed to investigate first. You're supposed to secure entries and exits, which means you have to first identify them, where those are. They were in the process of doing that when the fatal shooting resulted. He had every reason to believe he was easily identifiable as a police officer. They had every reason to believe, even beyond the call they got from dispatch about an open structure, that the place had been ransacked, that it was a burglary in progress. It's all consistent with their conduct. Nothing here to suggest that he acted in a reckless manner. There's nothing about securing the doors that not securing the doors that creates an unnecessary, unjustified risk of death to anybody. Whether the doors are being observed or not from the outside doesn't cause death or not cause death to anybody. And in any case, they were only there for 1 minute and 57 seconds. They were still in the process of moving around the house to identify where the doors were. So in fact, their conduct is consistent with the SOPs. And I think the defense will bring that out in further detail when they actually get into the SOPs themselves, presumably when they're either doing cross or doing their own direct on the witnesses they call from the police department about SOPs and how they're supposed to be executed. So I don't think the state got anything out of this witness at all, despite having her on the stand for 3 hours plus here. She came across as very credible. One of the most notable things to me is how young both these officers were in terms of at least their experience as officers. They had both graduated from the academy just the year prior. The shooting occurred in October 2019. They graduated from the academy in March or April of 2018. Then they have their FTO period. So they've only actually been kind of independently operating police officers for a few, I think for her, it might've been 3 weeks. For him, it was maybe a year. So they're completely inexperienced, and they still seem to have done a reasonable job within department policies. But this is a reflection of this whole defund the police BLM movement. I see this increasingly in departments around the country. Every senior officer who's currently working on the street does everything they can to get off the street. They get academy jobs, they get headquarter jobs, they get public affairs jobs. So they have as low a risk as possible of having to go hands-on with the suspect and finding themselves in a Kim Potter, Derek Chauvin type of situation, or this officer, Aaron Dean. So they if they're close enough to retirement, they'll just retire. But if they can't retire yet, if they have to put a few more years in, they'll get a job that's off the street, which means all those street cop jobs have to be filled. And they're filled with new graduates from the academy. And you don't get better decisions out of a cop who's been on the job for 3 weeks or a year than you do from a cop who's been there 10 or 15 years. We saw this too with the Derek Chauvin trial. Derek Chauvin had been on the force for 20 years, but the other 3 cops with him, one of them, it was his first call as a police officer. And the other 2 were effectively brand new. I think within a year, they had become police officers. So we have all this defund the police movement, this demonization of the police, and the result is that we're creating profoundly less capable and less experienced police departments in terms of the interaction of those police departments with people on the street, people at crime scenes. And the results are not going to be an improvement, for sure. Well, of course, people who are going to become cops when they're 20 years old, they don't know any of this. Especially, I believe this witness's father had been a cop. Well, he would have shared stories with her about what it was like to be a cop, but his police era was different. His police era had more experienced cops who were readily available on the street to back up the young cops until the young cops got their own experience under their belt. They weren't routinely sending 2 brand new minted cops to as high a risk a scene as a burglary in progress. So this second witness, for those who are coming in late, was Officer Carol Darch. She was the backup officer to the defendant, Aaron Dean. I think she'd been active as a police officer for about 3 weeks at this time. And then, curiously enough, after this event, she apparently had a couple of strokes, even though she's only about 24 years old, and so has memory lapses now about the event, interestingly enough. All right, so that was my alarm. for court to come back, but it's not quite back yet. And I've got a bunch of let's see. I got to clear up some space here. On my computer. And yeah, so that was not great. That was a very good work by the defense. And full credit. It's the defense has the advantage of having the law on evidence on its side, which the state appears not to have. It's obviously much easier to do all this if you're in the right and aren't stuck with bad law, bad facts, and bad a bad narrative to try to sell to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, that's all spooled up. Ready to go. Okay. Come on, court. Yeah, these are long days, these trial days for sure. Thanks to all of you for sticking in as long as you do. All right, that should be good to go. Just waiting on court, folks. Just waiting on court. Yeah, so the count here is murder, first-degree felony, good for 99 years. The defense will be the legal defense of self-defense. And as near as I can tell, all the elements are soundly in the officer's favor. I understand a lot of people, it's a bad outcome, so people have an emotional reaction. Nobody thinks this woman deserved to be killed, but that's not how the law works. The question is, did the officer have a reasonable perception of an imminent deadly force threat when he himself was acting lawfully? And that all appears to be in place for a valid legal defense of self-defense. The other argument would be the lesser included offense of a charge of manslaughter, reckless manslaughter. But it doesn't appear that the officer violated any policy in any meaningful way that would constitute recklessness on his part. So I don't see the grounds for that either. And this is the state's case in chief. So the strongest argument for guilt beyond a reasonable doubt here, either disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt or proving recklessness beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, if we're judging this on the legal merits, just doesn't appear to be here. And these have been the two strongest witnesses for the state. The child who observed the shooting and said in all prior statements prior to their testimony that the aunt pointed the gun at the window. And then this backup officer who didn't actually see the shooting itself, but was present at the scene, heard the shot fired, knew the circumstances, had the same perception of a burglary in progress, and so forth. Is the state going to come up with stronger witnesses moving forward? I doubt it. Usually you start with your strongest ones. But I guess we'll see what happens when the state comes back. See how many more witnesses they have. Open doors don't mean the cops can raid. They didn't raid anything. It means the cops can investigate, which is what they were doing. It's a jury trial. 8 men, 6 women. It's not all white, apparently. I may have said that yesterday. It's reported that none of the jurors are black, but it's not reported as all white. So I presume some of them are Hispanic. It's Texas, but we don't really know. So 14 people, it'll be 12 jurors deliberating, and there's 2 alternates. You know, the alternates are not identified ahead of time. They're only known, the jurors only know if they're an alternate or not at the end. Otherwise, the alternates wouldn't bother paying any attention. Let's see. Well, yeah, the training here was to find the crime being committed versus just trying to keep people safe, because the call was a crime in progress call. It wasn't a welfare check call. If it was a welfare check call, they might have knocked. But that's not the call they got. The call was open structure, which is a burglary in progress, which is they're trained to try to capture the burglars. And you don't do that by just announcing at the front door and having them run out the back door. No, it's not criminal liability if somebody gets killed while you're doing something that can reasonably be predicted to lead to death or great bodily harm. I think you may be thinking of recklessness, but recklessness is when you're engaged in an unjustified risk of death or serious bodily injury to another person. If it's an officer in the course of his duties following procedure in all relevant ways consistent with safety, he's not acting in an unjustified way, so it's not recklessness. Recklessness requires as an element that the conduct be unjustified. This conduct by the officers appears to be entirely justified. I don't know where Steve is. I sent him an invite, but you know, Steve works for a living, so he can't always be here. So Branca has a best of 50% ratio of correctly calling cases, and we should pay him for advice. No, don't pay me. I don't want your money. I only take money from people who want to give it to me. But in any case, I have a 0% ratio of correctly calling cases because I don't call cases. I don't predict verdicts. The best I can do is provide legal analysis on how a case should turn out if it's based on legal merit. And there, I'm always right. But the cases aren't always judged on legal merit. Let's see. Yeah, so, yep, right. Potter shouldn't have been convicted. That's still true. Chauvin shouldn't have been convicted. That's still true. The McMichaels and Roddy Bryan in the Arbery case should not have been convicted. That's all true on the legal merit. Right. My opinions on how it should turn out on the legal merit, not what's going to happen. As I always caution people, if you're in front of a jury in a criminal trial, there's a 10% chance you get convicted, even if you're actually 100% innocent. That's just noise in the system. And that's in a non-politicized case where there aren't political or racial dynamics at play. Where there are political or racial dynamics at play, there's maybe a 50% chance you get convicted, even if you're actually 100% innocent. So that's why I don't predict verdicts, because there's too much noise in the system for that. I can tell you whether or not the verdict ought to be guilty or not guilty based on the legal merit, the law, and evidence in the case. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit of movement, little heads moving now on the camera. We should be starting up momentarily. We're quite a bit over, aren't we? Maybe 5 minutes over. Oh, someone bumped into the camera. I can see it shaking. Let's see. Yeah, Potter has perfectly good grounds to appeal her conviction because there was errors in the law at the trial. The jury was misinstructed on what's required for recklessness. But she won't, because it doesn't make sense from a practical perspective. She'll be out in a few months. It would take years to appeal. And if she won an appeal, that doesn't mean they find her not guilty, the appellate courts. The appellate courts would just say, well, the trial court made a mistake. Let's remand it back to trial for a new trial, which could go even worse. So, she was looking at 20, I believe. All right, looks like we're back, kind of. Man, that
I didn't want to turn around either,
Who y'all have next?
the state's gonna call Gabriel Albert, and she is the 911 call taker.
Have her come on in, I'll swear.
I don't think she's been sworn in.
Okay, yeah, I don't think anybody has. But
state's next witness. Looks like this is the call taker. Dispatch. See if we get a name on this person. On the jury's, wow. They're showing the, man, if I were the judge, I would require the camera be, have something put in place so it can't even pan over to the jury box
how about place, man?
to avoid mistakes.
Okay, you have, first of all, you have beautiful hair, but you gotta keep it back behind, okay?
Yeah, jury has to be able to see your face because the defendant has a right to confront his accuser and all witnesses against him.
Raise your right hand. You can have a seat. Okay. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth.
Look at those nails.
That's the true self of God. Okay, have a seat. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Keep your hair back for me as much as you can, because if it hits that microphone, it makes all kinds of noise, okay? First and last name for my court reporter, and if you'd spell it for her, please.
Gabriel Talbert, A, B like boy, R-I-E-L. Last name Talbert, T like Tom, A-L, B like boy, E-R-T like Tom.
Gabriel Talbert.
Are both sides ready for the jury?
State's ready, Your Honor.
We are. Okay, all right, let's go.
Oh my God, listen to that coughing.
And you may remain seated.
Jury's being brought in. Yeah, I expect that's a wig. Whatever. Oh my God, I'm waiting to see a lung go flying across the screen. Sorry, Your Honor. As long as the coughing stops. Yeah, I guess maybe the coughing's not a juror. The jury's just coming in now. I mean, it's such a bad cough.
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Okay? State may proceed.
And the state calls Gabriel Talbert. How are you?
I'm doing good.
You turn to the jury and introduce yourself and speak real loudly for me.
Hello, I'm Gabriel Talbert. I used to work for the city of Fort Worth as a 911 call taker when this incident happened.
Okay. I
Another
need you to speak
soft-spoken witness.
Even louder. Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right. So you said you used to work with the city of Fort Worth
Yes,
when this incident happened.
yes.
What did you do with the city of Fort Worth back in October of 2019?
So I was a 911 call taker. I would take non-emergency and emergency calls from the public, generate a call, which is then sent to the dispatcher, who then dispatches the officers.
What date did you start with the city of Fort Worth as a call taker?
I believe it was November 15th of 2018.
Tell us about your educational background.
Oh my God. Why?
I went to Tarrant County Community College, and now...
Nothing this woman did is relevant.
UNT
No, the only thing that's
University
relevant
of
is the
Texas.
information that was actually passed to the officer by the dispatcher.
I grew up in the Arlington Grand Prairie area for most of my life.
A complete waste of
And are
time.
you currently working with the city of Fort Worth?
No, I left in October of 2021.
Where did you go to work?
I'm currently working on a program for the Oregon Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
Oregon Emergency what?
Rental assistance program.
So are you living in Oregon?
No, I work remotely.
Okay. After COVID, the world has changed. Have you ever gone to Oregon?
Working
No.
for a rental
So you
assistance
work
program.
for a company in Oregon, but you're able to do all of that remotely.
Yes.
Can you explain to us what you do there in Oregon?
So
Sounds like a
I
nice
help
gig.
with people that have been affected from COVID when it comes to rent.
More of our
Need
federal
help
tax
with
dollars at work, folks.
Emergency rental assistance.
Wonder why inflation happened?
You said you started working there in October of 2021.
November of 2021 is when I started working there.
So in total, how long did you work as a call taker with the city of Fort Worth?
A little under 3 years.
Tell us about the training you have to go through in
Oh
order
my
to be
God.
a call taker with the city of Fort Worth.
You have to know how to answer the phone.
So you have to kind of go through testing.
Yeah. Again, this is
getting
witness
licensed,
padding.
Going over all of the call types and the priorities, learning the CAD system, the system that we put calls into, learning the actual phone systems, things of that nature.
What made you want to go and work with the city of Fort Worth as a call taker?
Formerly, I was with the city of Arlington. I did branch away from them and just decided to try a bigger city, which would be Fort Worth.
And with the city of Arlington, what were you doing?
Same thing. I was a 911 call taker
Okay. And how long were you a 911 call taker with the city of Arlington?
for 5 months. 5 months.
And so, you said
Nobody
you
has
had
any
the direct
experience.
certifications. Were you T-Pole certified?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just generally what that is?
You're basically certified to take like emergency situations calls through the state of Texas.
And are you a police officer?
No.
A civilian?
Yes.
Now, the training that you go through, I want to talk first just about the call taking training. How long is that?
I'd say maybe a little over a month, maybe 6 weeks.
What about when you're actually on the floor and you're going through that training, getting calls? How long is that?
It's a little, hard for me to remember, maybe 2 weeks learning the material, being what we call the shadow, sitting with your trainer and having them take calls while you listen. Sometimes they'll do the listening and then we'll type it and vice versa, just to kind of get us started and going. And then eventually we'll do both.
This is
And
actually
then
not the
we'll kinda
dispatcher.
do
So there's a
a,
call
like,
taker, and the
a
call taker then
ghosting
hands
session
information to the
where
dispatcher, who hands it off to the
trainer
officer.
listens in while
It's a
we're
nice way to pad the city
doing
employee
it kind of
roles,
solo,
I guess.
but like I said, we still have our trainer listening in, and then eventually we kind of get like tested to where the supervisor ends up listening in while we're doing calls, and that determines whether we're good enough to fully be on our own.
So did you go through all of that training?
Yes,
And were you deemed good enough to be on your own?
yes.
All right. So as a 911 call taker, do you answer both emergency and non-emergency numbers?
Yes.
Explain that to us. How does that work? How are you able to tell whether it's an emergency or non-emergency, or are you?
When the call comes in, if it's emergency, it will generate like an approximate area of where this call could be coming from. When it's non-emergency, we don't get any type of mapping. And that's how I'm usually able to tell whether they're calling on the non-emergency line or the emergency line.
And when you go through your training, are you given information, or I guess instructed in what types of calls, when they come in based upon their details, how to label them?
Yes, we go over that. Yes, that would be the call types
Call types.
and the priorities.
And then you said what?
And the priorities.
So are there different priorities that are assigned to calls?
Yes, each call has the same priorities that we can choose from. It all depends on the call details.
And so can you go through how many different levels of priorities there are?
There is currently 3. Priority 1, priority 2, actually 4. Priority 1, priority 2, priority 2 SS, and priority 3.
Okay. And so let's go through. So 1 is for what?
1 is like in progress, life is in immediate danger, weapons are involved, someone is currently in danger.
Okay. Then let's talk about 2.
And 2 is it's in progress, but it's not as immediate as a signal 1. So like a signal 1 would be, for example, a burglary in progress, someone actually seen on site breaking into a residence. It's happening versus if it's like a priority 2, we don't really priority 2 would be like I saw someone around at my house or my neighbor's house like 5 or 10 minutes ago. I don't know if they're still on scene or not, or
Okay, so
things
something
of
that's,
that nature.
okay, so something that's already passed would be a 1. Excuse me, I mean, a 1 would be in progress, but a number 2 would be less prioritized, less emergent.
Less emergent.
Okay. Would, if a weapon is mentioned, is that going to be a priority 1 or a priority 2?
If a weapon is currently being used and someone is currently armed and threatening someone, that would be a priority 1.
Okay, got it. And then you said there's priority 3, what's that?
Priority 3 is more like report calls, more so welfare checks can go underneath that category, things of that nature.
What about an open structure?
There's clear
call? What
distinction
priority is that
between
gonna be?
More so
open structure and
priority 2.
welfare check is, of
Do
course,
you
why everyone's been
assign the
lying and
level of
conflating the
priority,
two.
Or does the computer system?
I tell the computer system what priority.
Okay, so you do it.
Yes.
And is there a difference in the priorities and what is assigned depending on whether it's a 911 call or a non-emergency number?
It doesn't matter whether they call a non-emergency or emergency. We go by the details, not whether it comes on the emergency or a non-emergency line.
May I approach you, Sean?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you State's Exhibit 95. It's not in evidence yet, okay? If you look at State's Exhibit 95, are you familiar what that document is?
Yes, it's the incident report of that day.
And when we say that day, October 12th of 2019, what were your hours that day that you were working?
I came in at 11 p.m., got off at 7 a.m.
Is that called the midnight shift? What's that called?
Yeah, that was the midnight shift.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 95, are you able to tell whether or not this call from an individual was on the non-emergency number or on a 911 call?
No, you wouldn't be able to tell from this document.
Okay. And when you talked earlier about mapping information, how would you be able, what is that information? How is that depicted on a call detail, or is it?
On the sheet, no, it wouldn't be. Yeah, it wouldn't be.
Where would it be then?
When it comes in, it'll be depicted on our screens, but not on the incident.
Okay. So what dictates the title of the call is really going to be the call details,
Yes,
meaning the information that the caller is giving you.
yes.
All right. And so does State's Exhibit 95, though, does this particular document pertain to the call about this case?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so So you were given information about what was going on at,
I mean, she's fine as a witness, but it's just irrelevant. All that matters is what
No,
the
not off the top of my head.
Aaron Dean knew at the time, what information he'd been provided with. It doesn't matter what information she was aware of.
may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been offered into evidence as Defense Exhibit 29. And comparing that to State's Exhibit 95, very top, will you just compare those two and let me know if that appears to be the information that was given to you from the caller?
Yes.
So what information were you given?
Everything that I wrote on this sheet, that the caller said that the front door to that address is open. Both neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway, and then I described the vehicles, a white sedan, a dark colored sedan, and that neighbors are usually home, but never has the door open.
Right, the other officer who testified before this witness testified that open structure is treated as a burglary in progress.
Can you go forward
Yeah,
without it?
I don't need the screen.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
it's fine.
That's fine.
All right, so repeat that for us again. You said what now?
Okay, so I put that the complainant said that the front door to the address is open. Both neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway, which is a white sedan and a dark colored sedan, and that the neighbors are usually home but never has the door open.
Okay. Now, why did you put that both of neighbors' vehicles are in the driveway? Why did you put that?
And so the officer knows what's supposed to be at the address.
Okay.
Nothing out of the ordinary other than the open door.
And why did you put that the neighbors are usually home?
As at that time, I believe it was around early morning, maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So it was important to know that they're on scene. They're usually on scene at that time. Don't expect anyone not to be at home at that time.
Okay. So your purpose of this is to tell the officers that somebody may be home.
Yes.
All right. And so that information is relayed. Are officers able to, on scene, call you back and ask you for updated information?
Call me.
Well, call the center back, call the forward
Yeah.
call taking area, whatever it's called.
Yeah, they're able to communicate back to us.
Could he mail a letter and drop it in the post box?
How would they do that?
They can do that via message. We have a messaging system.
No, this is the call
They
taker,
can,
not the dispatcher.
Send me a message, or they can contact the dispatcher, and the dispatcher, if they need any more information, can contact me via the same messaging system. And if we need to, we can call the complainant back for any other information if they are off the phone. If they are on the phone, then we can ask them in real time.
State's Exhibit 95, does that have information regarding who called, not the non-emergency number?
Yes, it gives the complainant's name.
Does it also have information about the person that called the complainant, their phone number?
Yes.
Have you had it before where officers will call you guys back and give updated information?
Yes.
Have you ever received a call where an officer will call you back and say, hey, can you tell the homeowner to come outside or answer the door?
Yes, they'll send me a message, or they'll contact the dispatcher, and the dispatcher will contact me.
So how does that work? You're the call taker, but then there's a dispatcher. Explain that to us.
Okay, no problem. So I basically speak to the public I'm the one that takes the calls and gets that information.
It wasn't communicated to the
And then I
officers as
generate
a
a call,
low
which
priority,
then
non-emergency
gets
call.
sent
It was
to the
communicated to the
dispatcher.
officers
And
as
the
a burglary in
dispatcher is the
progress.
one that assigns officers to certain calls, and that's usually how it goes.
If you're giving me an idea of, when we talk about call titles,
Mhm.
can you give me some examples of what are some different call titles?
So you'll have like a disturbance, a domestic disturbance, an investigation, a suspicious person, a burglary, burglary in progress, things of that nature.
Are there quite a bit?
Yeah,
If you were to give me an idea of about how many different types of calls, what would you say?
about 55 to 75, around that range.
Quite a bit, okay. Are there any types of calls, you just mentioned domestic and disturbance, and you mentioned burglary in progress. Are there any types of calls that are more common than others?
I would probably say a domestic disturbance, a disturbance, and probably a suspicious person.
You run into those quite often.
Yeah, around that time of night, yes.
Can you, the title open structure?
Jury
is that an
nullification is very
example of
real.
the title of the type
The
of
jury can do
call?
whatever it wants.
Can you
They
give
can
me an
nullify if they
example
want.
of what would be an open structure?
It's just not law, so they can't be instructed on it. They can't be urged in
So
court
an open
to engage
structure
in jury
basically
nullification.
classifies as a building or a house with any type of entryway that's open.
It's noteworthy, of
or,
course, that here, no
like a
callback would have
window
really made sense
or
because the police were
anything in
not
that
called from the
section that's
home
open.
in the first place. So it's not like the scenario the prosecutor is describing. Don't officers sometimes ask you to call the homeowner and have them come out? The homeowner didn't make the call. She doesn't know who the homeowners are.
Addresses, would they know whether it's a non-emergency number that's been called or 911?
No.
And really, the only way that you know that is not looking at the actual documents, it's the computer, is that right?
Yes.
In this particular case, on October the 12th in 2019, did you get a call around 2:23 in the morning regarding an open structure?
Yes.
Why did you do and title it an open structure and not a welfare check?
Because there was a structure, house.
That was
building,
open.
That had an open door, so it's pretty specific to that. So,
This poor girl's like, why are you asking me stupid questions?
no.
Does it fit any other type of call, any other title of call?
Maybe an investigation, but it would still be about a priority too. It's just the open structure is pretty black and white on that.
Pretty black and white.
And in this particular case, did any of the officers at the scene ever reach back out to you or dispatch to get any further information?
I'm unsure about dispatch, but for me, no. Once I hung up with the caller, that was it on my end.
Are officers also able to call you or the dispatch and ask to run license plates?
Yes.
This is just so weak, so weak.
I'm sorry?
Even if officers have the option to call back for some reason, first of all, that wouldn't be the norm. Normally, the information flow is one way. And secondly, they're not required to. So this is not inconsistent with innocence.
Not really.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Have you been pretty much dreading coming up here and testifying?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know why I'm here.
This isn't a case that I don't think any of us would ever want to be a part of.
Gonna pass it to John.
Cross-examination.
That's it. Defense.
You would agree that probably goes for Aaron as well, the defendant. This is a dreadful night, correct?
Correct.
Because you know what ultimately happened when dispatch sent 2 officers out to the scene, correct?
I didn't know until way later on, and I still didn't fully know the extent of everything.
And after you hung up with Mr. Smith, you didn't know your role in it until Major Case came over to visit with you, is that correct?
Yes.
Because you sat down and gave an interview to Major Case.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know my role until one of our supervisors that night, hours later, basically pretty much said, hey, there's a heads up, there's a officer involved shooting on an open structure. And I was pretty much like, well, I sets up an open structure, let me check it out.
It's so open and shut.
And I pulled up my call details and realized it was one of my calls. As far as major crimes, the only person that talked to me right after the incident were like supervisors and homicide. So other than that, I wasn't interviewed by anyone else.
I like these paper easels, by the way, because you get to flip through them and the jury sees content over and over again.
That's over what, on West Bolt Street?
Yes.
And was that where your office was at the time?
No.
You were officed at West Bolt Street for the call taking?
I was, yes.
Okay. And it's a rather sophisticated center that the city of Fort Worth has, a little bit bigger than Arlington's center that's in the main police building on Division, correct? Am I right in understanding your training that everybody that's in the Tarrant County area, the Tarrant County 911 district is all basically cross-trained? You can work Arlington calls. If Arlington's lines fail, they fail over to Fort Worth and vice versa?
Yes, calls do get switched over, so yes.
And the only way you know the difference between a non-emergency and an emergency is whether or not you get the ALI, or the automatic location identification information, into
Yes.
your console.
Yes.
And there's ALI and there's ANI, is that correct?
Yes.
Automatic number identification?
Yes.
And those two products came about as part of the E911 system that was brought about after 9/11. You were trained on that, correct?
Yes, correct.
When the console that you were at that night for non-emergency, it could just as easily been a 911 desk as well, correct?
Yes, and like I said, we go according to the details, not whether or not a call comes in as 911 or non-emergency.
But greeting's not the proper term. You're taught to introduce yourself with your operator number.
Yes.
On a 911, you do it a little bit differently. What's your emergency? On the call, the regular non-emergency, you don't greet with that type of sentence to start with. Would you agree with that?
No, I have greeted the same way regardless. Like I said, I don't know what I'm going to get until a caller tells me.
You have a headset on,
Yes.
so you can have both hands on keyboard and mouse. Is the monitor a touchscreen as well, as I understand it?
No, it was, but we work on.
But you can't do it with those
3
nails.
different screens.
Touch screen doesn't work.
So we'll have one that has the calls and comes in, in the alley mapping. And then we have the one where we work on and generate calls or look up anything. And then we have like a second type of mapping system on the third monitor.
And our profession that ties into this building is probably the last bastion that uses a MapSco as well, right?
Yeah, but I've never had to use it. Well, my time there.
You're too young.
Yeah.
All right. And MapSco, for those that don't know, is grid coordinates in a book that tells you where stuff is at the the visual maps that the patrol cars have don't work. There's a map scope coordinate to where something is. That's your understanding in your training, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This console with your 3 monitors and your headset, do you pick and choose which calls in the queue you get to answer, or if you're available, what happens when you're sitting there?
No, if I'm available, it just comes on in, so I don't get to choose or pick out of a queue or anything of that nature.
Next call up, it's in your ear.
Yes.
You get a prompt to know you have a call?
We'll get it's like a slight beeping noise, and then we'll hear the caller.
And your job, if I understand it correctly, there's general orders just for communications. You remember those?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Your job, if I understand it, was to listen to what the person was telling you and then figure out how it fits into those 55 to 75 codes or signals you talked about, correct?
We listen, we ask questions to get a better understanding, and then we prioritize and assign a signal based off of that, what was said.
So when you're listening to this call, God bless, what is the call taker or the caller, the complainant, the CP, because that's the shorthand term you use.
Yes.
What's the CP telling you?
When it comes to that call, he said that my neighbor's door is open.
Okay? Did he ever mention? the
I thought
word
CP
welfare?
was calling party, by the
No.
way,
You
not
took
complainant. But
what he was telling you, and you
Could
had
be
to
a
fit it
complainant.
from listening to assigning some stuff. So were the doors the trigger for you, the open doors in that call?
Yes, that was the first thing that was said.
All right. What were other trigger words for you to figure out how to filter this through the 55 to 75 different things you could assign this?
I wanted to get more details as to is the owners usually at home, just so our officers know what to expect, as much as I can give them when they get on scene.
Yes, ma'am. And you attempted to do that. You and I listened to the call.
Mhm.
That
Yes.
You probably listened to it as late as today, did you not?
I didn't listen to it today.
Yesterday?
No.
When's the last time you listened to it?
Maybe a week or two prior.
Okay, you met with the DAs at their office on the 4th floor here?
Yes. I don't remember exactly when, but it was recent.
Okay, and you would expect that as witness prep takes place?
Yes.
So you got a chance to listen to it.
Yes.
Did you initial the DVD or CD that it had it on there?
I don't know.
The recording, though, that you listened to, you could identify your voice.
Yes.
And from the start of the beat to the end, you were a complete call with this case, correct?
Yes.
And based on listening to what you were able to listen to, you went through what you have from the 55 to 75 codes and made this a signal 56, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the signal 56?
An open structure.
Why not a signal 61?
I, just given how long I've been away from the city, I don't remember Signal 61. Could you please go over that?
Welfare check is found under signal 61 in your
Okay.
58-page general orders.
Because the call details fit a open structure. Which,
Obviously.
You know, I've said before is any structure, business,
Structure
house
that was open.
that has anything
Under
perceived
suspicious
as open, a
circumstances.
door, window, as such. A signal 61 for welfare check is more so, like, for example, if I usually speak to my mom around a certain time and I haven't heard from her, can officers go over there and kind of check, make sure everything is okay? Most of the time, a welfare check is not within the Signal 2 realm, is more of a Signal 3
Do you
most
remember
of
when-
the time.
Oh, I apologize. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, okay.
Do you remember when you were given your interview, whether it was the homicide or somebody else, that they recorded your conversation?
Yeah, I believe homicide did, yes.
If I understood what you were trying to explain with homicide, had they said just that, I'm looking for my mother, if a specific person's name was mentioned up here in this call, that changes the playbook for you and gives you more factors to go on. You're looking for a specific individual then on a welfare check versus the open doors, which is the bigger threat assessment at that point.
Yes, you can say that.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, I want to understand.
That is one of the examples of a Signal 61. It doesn't have to be specific. If, like, the door wasn't open and he just wanted to go and check upon his neighbor, that could also, classify as 61, depending on what he tells me.
When you listened to that call a couple weeks ago, though, nobody ever said the word elderly residents to you.
No, and it does not have to just be an elderly person.
No, but I'm saying if somebody today said that they told you, they specifically told you that they wanted to check for an elderly resident, that's not what was told to you that night,
No.
was it?
No, that was just an example.
So if anybody is saying that today, they're mistaken.
Yeah, I would say.
Not to you, but you didn't take that down. Nobody ever told you it was a welfare check for an elderly resident.
No, no one ever said that.
No one ever told you they were too scared to go over there because they didn't have a firearm.
No.
Once you get assigned, what takes place?
Once I hit that, then it is sent to the dispatcher. And at that moment, if I am still on the phone with the caller, I can still add details, and anything that I add in there, the dispatcher is able to see. And the dispatcher then assigns a unit, I guess, based on availability.
And given a priority 2, they have to have, at least it goes to 2 officers. If 2 officers aren't available, it goes to an officer and a sergeant. If the sergeant's not available, the lieutenant. They find 2 people to go out there.
From my understanding.
In your time at Fort Worth, did you ever work on the dispatch side, or was always the call taker side?
Always call taker.
And those are really specific disciplines, are they not?
What do you mean?
Well, are there people that are cross-trained to do both besides supervisors?
Yes, there are some.
Had you had the opportunity to do that at that point yet in your career at Fort Worth?
At that point, no.
Prosecutor asked you about officers calling back in. Was that on a regular occurrence that officers get stuff and they immediately start calling back in, or is that?
If an officer needs more details, then they can contact dispatch, or every now and then they'll just shoot the call taker a message.
Do you think your handling of this call, you got enough information to dispatch officers to do their job?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Pass the witness. That was it.
And Ms. Talbot Beach.
No need for a
subject to
callback.
Potential recall.
No objection.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, ma'am. You'll unclip that microphone, you're free to go.
Again, another state witness that was solid for the defense. We see this all the time in these politically motivated prosecutions. The state brings up witness after witness. They're favorable to the defense.
Who do you have next?
State calls James Smith.
James Smith. I think it may be working again.
It's hypothetically,
Yeah,
yes.
I understand.
James
Come up, please, sir.
Man, this judge demands a efficient courtroom. Snap, 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 snap. Everything happens right away. That's not by accident, folks. It looks natural, but that happens because everyone involved knows the judge demands
Ladies and
it.
gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is James Smith.
And Mr. Smith, could you speak up and do that one more time? Make sure that microphone catches everything.
My name is James Smith,
And Mr. Smith, what city do you live in?
Fort Worth, Texas.
And what street do you live on?
East Allen Avenue, Fort Worth, Texas.
How long have you lived on East Allen Avenue?
Oh, give or take about 60 years or more.
Is this the
You live
caller?
In the same house on East Allen?
Not the same house. We own several homes on that property. Throughout the years, we moved from house to house.
You said we. Who's we?
My mother, my grandmother, 2 sisters, a brother.
How many homes have y'all owned on East Allen Avenue, your family?
At one time, we had 13. We're down to
Yes, this is the neighbor who made the call
5 now.
about the open structure.
And do you recognize the address of 1203 East Allen Avenue?
Yes, I do.
And what's located at that address?
Excuse me?
What's located at that address?
That's the home of Yolanda Carr.
Yolanda Carr, and that's where Atatiana Jefferson used to live?
Yes.
Do you live directly across the street from Yolanda Carr's house?
I'm across the street, but I'm kind of like a diagonal.
And how long have you lived in that particular house?
This is
About 20
the
years.
guy half the chat wants to put
Anybody
in
live there
prison
with
because he
you?
called the police.
I'm taking care of an elderly lady, yes.
What about next door? Who lives next door to you?
My sister and her family,
And who all lives there with your sister?
her children.
And
Her children,
how many children does she have?
living in the home.
Adult children, let's say. Let's start there.
Well, there are 3 adult children in the home.
And who are the adult children in the home?
3
Rachel
adult
Bowman,
children in the home.
Julian Bowman, Jay Bowman.
So I'm sorry, I have Rachel,
Rachel.
Julian, and Jay
Jay,
Bowman.
Is something going wrong with the
And then,
audio? Is it just
Are those
me?
all brothers and sisters?
brothers and sisters, yes.
And then how many kids between those brothers and sisters?
5.
And what is the range of those ages?
No one over the age of 18.
Is there some young kids
Young
too?
kids, maybe 6 to 15, 16.
Wow.
Mr. Smith, you
Someone's
lived
been
in that,
busy.
on that street for 60 years. Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about your neighborhood, your street that you grew up on, or you lived on for 60 years?
Well, it's a pretty great neighborhood for me to be there 60 years, but I started at my grandmother's house on the opposite end of where I live. And when my mother was able to rent a home, she moved from her mother's home to a home closer to where I am. In fact, next door to where I live. And she rented that home for about 6 years. She got a job at the post office. She was the second black person to be hired at the Lancaster post office. And she was able to buy a home. And she came home and told us that she was going to move. And we thought we were going to be the Jeffersons and move on up. Being a young lad, I'm going to use the word lad, I was waiting on a moving truck. And I waited till the sun was about to go down. And I said, "Where's the truck?" But we don't need one because she bought the home 2 doors from where we were renting. Over the years, when I got older, the neighbor that I had on the left and the right of me as an adolescent child passed, and I bought her home, and that's where I'm living.
So, you know a lot about the neighborhood. If somebody has never been over there before, would they think that's a high crime area?
Over the years, like any neighborhood, it has its problems in different sectors of the neighborhood. But my block was pretty much safe.
Before October 2019, did you lock your front door?
No,
What about your sister next door? Did she lock her front door?
she may lock her door.
How is this relevant to the cops?
So you lived on that street for 60 years, and before October of 2019, you wouldn't even lock your own front door?
No.
You mentioned her name Yolanda Carr, and she moved in across the street, 1203 East Allen Avenue. About when did she move into that home?
That lot was empty for several years. There was a home before her home was built. But I believe her home was built in 2016.
Did you meet Miss Carr when she first moved in?
Yes, I did.
And how did you meet her?
She came across the street to bring Zion to play with my grandchildren.
And was she wanting your grandchildren to teach Zion something?
She came across the street, she wanted them to teach him how to ride a bike, and she was willing to pay my grandchild to help him ride a bike. And I told her she didn't have to pay him for that.
Did those kids play with Zion?
All the time, yes.
They teach him how to ride a bike?
He rides the bike, yes.
What about, did any Yolanda's Carr's children ever move into that home?
No.
Did any of her children ever come to stay in that home off and on?
Well, Atatiana came after she got out of college to stay.
And do you know where she went to college?
It's Louisiana, Xavier.
Xavier?
Yeah.
About when did she kind of come back after college?
I can't really remember the exact time, but pretty much close to when she had this incident. It's the same year.
Do you know what Atatiana studied at Xavier?
No, she was, I don't know exactly what she studied, but I knew she was planning to become a doctor.
Planning to become a doctor. What, did you ever meet Atatiana?
Yes, I did.
And when did you first meet her?
I met her, the first time I met her, she and Zion's mother, Amber, came over to my granddaughter's birthday party. And we sat on the porch and watched the kids play on the bounce house.
Did you ever see Atatiana taking care of Zion or teaching him how to do things?
Yeah, she taught him how to cut the grass. It was rather comical because he would run with it when she was trying to teach him how to walk with it.
So he would just run as fast as he
He was
could?
running fast. It was comical. I was doing my yard, they were doing theirs, and it was comical.
Well, if I may, I'm going to show you some pictures. Is that okay, sir?
Sure.
I'm looking at State's Exhibit 6 up here.
Your Honor, can you put it in presentation mode on
Yes.
yours? I have it on mine, but it's not working. It's not translating over.
So,
Like,
the photo,
We can start with State's Exhibit 6, Your Honor.
well, it's,
I know, that's what I'm trying to explain is, Judge, it's almost as if it's stuff. Can I just use the screen to do it?
Yes.
It's supposed to be a smart board. Oh my God, that coughing.
We're having technical problems. You might have to use it old school.
Old school.
It's showing on the computer, but it's not showing on the board.
Your Honor, I'm anything I'm adaptable.
He might have tried to call him, actually. She was playing video games with a headset on, so her phone might have rang and nobody answered. It just got him more concerned.
Now, first witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, James, or Mr. Smith, I'm sorry.
James is fine.
James is fine. Okay, James, this is kind of hard to see, but this is State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is this a picture of?
In my neighborhood, my street,
All right, and what house did Yolanda Carr live in?
this one.
All right, and let the record reflect the witness has pointed to the home in the middle of State's Exhibit 6. If I may just walk in.
That's fine, Mr. Smith.
Now, James, which home is yours?
This one.
This one over here, there's 3 homes in the bottom right corner of this photo, and yours is the middle of those 3 homes in the bottom right corner of this photo.
Correct.
So I'm pointing to it right now?
Correct.
Yeah, if he called, I expect he would say so in his testimony here. I'm just saying it's possible. We don't know yet. I wouldn't assume he didn't call. We'll find out.
So, James, what is this big building that's just to the west of Miss Carr's home? That I'm pointing to with this green highlighter, and in State's Exhibit 6, it has kind of a white front in the building.
It's a Masonic mosque, a Muslim mosque.
Back in October of 2019, was that building in use?
It's in use, but they don't have a congregation there yet.
So there's not a lot of traffic going in and out of that building?
No.
And what about this big, long building that's kind of behind Miss Carr's home and that mosque? What is this?
There used to be a community center, the Maddox Community Center.
Is it in use anymore?
No, it's not.
And Your Honor, if I may, I'm gonna.
A thriving community.
One pass showing the mosque.
Maybe the guy was up at 2 a.m. because he was watching Recital Law.
And then another pass showing the community center behind this car's office. So, James, when we're looking at State's Exhibit 7, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a view of Miss Carr's home in the middle of the picture from the east looking west?
Yes, it is.
So what's this street that's going right here, horizontal of State's Exhibit 7? Horizontal State's Exhibit 7 with, let's see, just next to the mosque.
Mississippi Avenue.
Mississippi Avenue, okay. Now,
Yeah, I love to hang out with Nick, folks, but we're on different schedules and we have different businesses, so we have to wait till things coincide. But big Nick fan, hearing great things about how everything's going for him. Very happy.
After you did all that work, we fixed it.
Hardest working guy on YouTube, as far as I can tell. It's Nick
I'm going to
Ricada.
take you back to October
Well, and Rumble.
2019, okay?
And locals.
Okay.
And that's not, you've kind of lived over and over again, haven't you?
Every day.
So let's go to the daytime of October 12th, October 11th,
Traumatic.
2019. What did you do that day?
I work in the yard.
And what was going on? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary while you were working in the yard?
Working in the yard, nothing out of the ordinary. Like I said, I was cutting my yard, and I talked to him and Zion were cutting their yard.
Was this another one of those times where Zion was racing with the lawnmower?
When he really wanted to be across the street playing, but she had him working.
Maybe that's why he was racing, so he'd get over with to play?
Could be.
So about what time did you finish up with your yard work?
Not really, maybe 5:30.
And what did you do after you finished up with your yard work?
I went in the house to watch TV.
And anything eventful happen while you're watching TV in your home?
Later on in the day, there was an automobile accident.
What happened with that automobile accident?
I guess, well, I live on I'm gonna call it a dangerous curve, which it is because cars come across my yard frequently. A car hit a
Cars come
light
across his
pole.
yard. Nice, safe neighborhood.
Was it daytime or nighttime when that car hit?
I believe it's like nighttime, going toward evening, dusk, not dusk.
Well, did you see it happen or did you hear it happen?
I heard it. I didn't see it. I heard it.
What did you do after you heard it?
I went to the front door to see what the noise was.
And what did you see when you got to the front door?
I saw Atatiana run from her home to the accident site to sit with the people that were in the park.
She went to sit with the people who just hit the light.
Almost like a 100-yard dash straight to the car.
And can you tell us, from looking at State's Exhibit 7, up here on this board,
What I do? Oh. She ran east toward the other end of the lot to the last clump of trees. There's a light pole there that the car hit.
okay, so I'm going to give this pointer to you, James, so you can use it. You see this button right here?
Mhm.
Why don't you show me where that car, can you see where the car accident would have been from this
Is
photo?
it a green laser? No, it's a red laser.
Right there. And he's kind of pointing to the middle. For the record, he's pointing to the middle of State's Exhibit 7 to a tree almost. It's where the curve is going into the bottom of the photo.
Right.
And so, did you point to Miss Carr's house again?
Right here.
And so you saw Tatiana run from that house all the way over there to sit with those people?
Yeah.
And how long did she sit with those people?
Until the paramedics came.
Was everybody okay?
They were fine.
Okay, so after that excitement, what'd you do?
Went outside, back outside. It was dark. All the lights were out. The street was totally dark. And Atatiana was standing outside talking to my son.
Okay, and did you eventually go back inside your house?
Yes.
What did you do once you got back inside your house?
I continued watching TV.
You watch TV all night, or did you go to bed at some point?
Not all night. I usually watch the world news, but I eventually went to sleep.
So you went to sleep, was it still October 11th, or did you stay up past midnight, or do you remember?
October 11th.
At some point, after you went to sleep, did you wake up?
Yes, I did.
Who woke you up?
I got a call from, I'm not sure if it was my nephew, but I guess it was like on a conference call. But my family next door called me.
Without getting what they said, what was the nature of that phone call?
They're concerned for my neighbor.
And were they concerned about this car's house?
Yes,
And did that make you concerned?
yes.
So what did you do after you became concerned?
I listened to them give me their concern. And when I got up to look out my window, my dining room window faces Miss Carr's home. And I noticed the front door was open. Both the doors were open.
Okay, so now we're looking at State's Exhibit 5. Are you talking about the front door that faces the street and that sidewalk and that little side door that comes out to the driveway?
Yes,
When you say they were open, was it dark inside the house?
no, it's light inside the house.
So the living room lights were on?
Living room and dining room. The living room and dining room is kind of combined, so yes.
What about the porch, the front porch, you remember?
I don't believe the front porch light was on, I don't remember.
So about what time was this when you walked outside and saw these doors open of Miss Carr's house?
Well, I was looking through the window and it was like, I guess 2 something, I don't know the exact time. It was after 2 o'clock.
So what were you thinking when you saw these doors wide open and the lights on?
Well, when I saw the front door facing the street open, I was concerned because that door had never been open for the duration of her living there, which was
So very unusual.
concerning.
It's a good point for the
They
defense.
didn't use that front door?
She never used that front door.
Which door did they use?
She used the side door.
And both that front door and side door, in fact, open up in the same room of the house, right?
Correct.
So, you've known Miss Carr for about 3 years. Was she in good health?
No, sure.
Had she spent a lot of time in hospitals before October 2019?
She'd have frequent bouts of travel to the hospital, yes.
So, you see these 2 doors open out your window, what do you do next?
I go over to the home,
You left your house and walked across the street?
yes.
Walked across East Allen Avenue?
Mhm.
What did you see whenever you got to Miss Carr's home at
When I got to,
1203 East Allen?
when I got to the back of the car, I didn't see anything.
Back of whose car?
Back of, I don't know if it's, I think this car, no, Atatiana's car.
But it was a car that's normally parked there?
Right.
Did you hear anything inside the house when you walked over there?
No, I didn't hear anything.
So, did you knock on the front door or anything?
No, I didn't.
Again, this is after 2 in the morning?
It was 2 in the morning.
So what'd you do?
I went back home and called the police.
He didn't announce himself.
So, what was going through your head that you thought it would be a good idea to call the police at that time?
Well, because I didn't know what was going on. It was 2 o'clock in the morning.
It was
And
suspicious.
I didn't want to startle her. I realized that she's in the back of the house, and if she had to come from the back to the front, her front door was already open. So that would have been concerning for her, for someone to be at her home at 2 o'clock in the morning, and she not know who it is.
Were you concerned about her medical condition?
Her mother's, I didn't know her mother was still in the hospital.
You talking about your Honda car?
Yes.
So, did you call 911?
No, I dialed the non-emergency number.
Why did you call the non-emergency number versus 911?
Because I wasn't really sure what was going on. It didn't appear to be an emergency.
Unsure what was going on.
Yes.
Now, James, you come to me, you came up here to meet with me and Ashley before, haven't you?
Yes.
And in one of those times, did you listen to your call to your call to the non-emergency line?
Mhm.
And did you initial it?
Yes,
And is that your initials right here?
yes.
Have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
But of course, it doesn't really matter what he told dispatch. What matters is what dispatch told the responding officers. That's what the officers are going on. They have no knowledge of what dispatch was told.
At this time, Your Honor, State Officer States Exhibit 2, which would be the phone call, the non-emergency call from James Smith to Fort Worth Dispatch. During the defense counsel for review.
Judge, I have to just assume it's the same thing they turned over to us as it is if we don't have any objection.
All right,
It is the same turned over through discovery process, Your Honor.
all right. State's Exhibit 2 has been,
Permission to publish the audio.
yes, sir.
Fort Worth Police Operator M873, what's the address?
I'm calling about my neighbor,
Okay, what's the address?
1203 East Allen Avenue.
Okay, 1203 East Allen Avenue, what's going on there?
Well, the front doors have been open since 10 o'clock. I haven't seen anybody moving around. There's nothing wrong with them now.
Open since 10 o'clock.
Okay, you know if anyone is inside?
No, I'm not sure. Most of the calls were there.
Yeah, let me.
4.5
And
hours.
they're in the driveway?
Most of the calls in the driveway, yes.
Can you give me a description, like a color of the vehicle?
One's white and one's dark.
The white one is a sedan or a SUV? Or pickup?
They're both sedans.
Okay, and what's your name?
Dan Smith,
And what's your telephone number?
817-609-9158.
Hey,
I
176099158.
played the phone number.
817-609-9158.
Okay. And,
Normally they would redact that.
Are they usually home at this time?
They're usually home, but they never had both of the front doors open. The lights on, like I could see straight through the house. Well, my sister was there, she stayed across the street, and I live in the house, so I was just,
Okay, is the address that you gave me, 1203, that's their address, correct?
yes.
Okay. We'll have an officer come by, they're already being dispatched now, okay?
Okay, appreciate it. I mean, there's not normal to have both the doors open this way, that long.
Gotcha, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Now approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
James, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And is that Yolanda Carr's house?
yes.
And I know that it's got some crime scene tape on it, but is that, other than the crime scene tape, is that truly and accurately reflect Yolanda Carr's house on the night of October 12th, the early morning hours of October 12th, 2019?
Yes, it does.
This time, Your Honor, State Officer States Exhibit 22 for all purposes.
No further objection.
All right. State's Exhibit 22 is admitted.
So, James, when we're looking at State Exhibit 22, I see a white car in that driveway. Is that one of Yolanda Carr's cars parked there?
That's Atatiana's car.
That's Atatiana's car.
Yes.
And I see another car that's kind of back there to the garage. Whose car is that?
That's Miss Carr's car.
And those are the two cars that you identified in that call we just listened to, right?
Yes.
How close did you get up to that white car whenever you went to go look?
Just the passenger's back end of the car, the white car.
Did you notice anything about the lawnmower and weed eater?
I saw the lawnmower and the weed eater.
Are they still plugged in?
Yes.
Did that strike you as odd?
It was odd, but I remember them using it, yes,
Did they just use it earlier that day?
correct.
Well, the cops would know that.
So, after you made the phone call, we can bring the lights back up. After you made that phone call, what'd you do? Did you go back to bed?
No, I was gonna wait for the police to come.
Where'd you wait?
I was gonna wait where I was standing, but then I thought I could be construed as a perpetrator, so I went across the street to my sister's home and sat on the stoop.
Sat on the stoop, and who sat on the stoop with you?
Myself and my older sister and several other family members.
Did you ever see the police arrive at Yolanda Carr's home?
I didn't realize they were the police, but I remember I was standing in front of my sister's home, and my nephew, Julian, said, "Uncle James, who is that?" And I looked to my left, and we saw two silhouettes coming from around the corner toward the house.
He saw the shooting go down.
From Mississippi?
Yes.
And were they running through somebody's yard or in the middle of the street or something different?
Well, there's a vacant lot around the corner, but they were just crossing the street.
Because they were out on the asphalt.
They were on the street's asphalt.
I'm sorry?
The street is the asphalt.
Yeah. Were they on the street or the sidewalk?
They were on the street.
On the street, out in the middle of the street. And whenever you first saw these two silhouettes, did you have any idea who they were?
No, I didn't.
Did you figure it out pretty quickly?
I really didn't figure it out till after.
They were there to put the house on the market.
Was it clear to you from where you were sitting, did you see any badges or anything?
No, I couldn't make out what they were.
Did they say anything to you as they went by your sister's student?
No.
Where'd they go, these two silhouettes?
They came across from the Mississippi, from the west side of the home. They crossed the street. They walked up to the front door. At that time, I thought it might have been the police. But when they passed that door and went to the right of the home, we were all wondering where are they going.
Did one of the officers stay at the front of the house, or they both go around the side?
They both went around the side.
I'm sorry, the silhouettes.
They both went, the figures that we saw went around to the side.
Did you lose sight of them after they went around the side?
Yes.
What happened next, after you lost sight of them?
After I lost sight of them, I heard some yelling, and then I heard a gunshot.
Did you see those two silhouettes again? After you heard the gunshot?
I saw them running to go in the house.
Did you see those two people go inside the house?
Yes.
How long before anybody else showed up at Yolanda Carr's home?
It was rather quickly. The street was filled with other police cars.
How many police cars showed up there on the scene?
I started counting. It was over 10 for sure.
Were they all going inside the house, or were they out in the street, or something different?
They all went to the house.
Were there other officers kind of out in the street checking on things?
They were all around the house, all over down the street.
What were you thinking at this point?
What had happened?
Did you have any idea what had happened?
Not at that point.
When did you figure out that something horrible had happened?
I don't
I
hate
believe the
dogs that
officer
don't eat
came
people. folks.
Across the street
Dogs are fine.
and took a statement from me and advised me that there was a fatality, but she wouldn't tell me who the fatality was.
Who did you think the fatality was at first?
At first, I thought it was the officer.
And what did you learn?
How funny.
It
He
was
thought it was the
9 hours
officer,
later, I
meaning
learned
he
it was
thought the
Atatiana.
officers were going into a dangerous situation.
How was it getting that news?
It was devastating.
How many times did you give a statement to the police that night?
I think I gave 2. Well, I gave 1 statement, but another conversation was recorded.
James, you said you live with this every day since.
Every day, every day, every day.
Have you felt responsible?
Somewhat.
We'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
You mind if I ask you a few questions too?
Sure.
Thank you. In your 50 years of living over there, has it been a quiet, calm 50 years over there?
On my block, it has been calm.
You said that the neighborhood was a pretty good neighborhood?
It has its problems in different sectors of it, but where I live, it's no problem.
Okay. So what do you consider the neighborhood to be?
Excuse me?
What do you consider the neighborhood to be?
A neighborhood is where you live.
Well, how big is your neighborhood?
Well, if you want to do it in sectors, I live in a two square mile area of a neighborhood.
Okay. In a 2 square mile area on the east side of I-35, correct?
Yes,
South of I-30,
yes,
located here in Fort Worth,
yes.
right? And in that 2 square mile area, have you ever heard of there being any crime?
Yes, I have.
Okay. It's pretty plain that there's quite a bit of crime over there, isn't there?
I don't know the stats, but there is crime over there.
Okay. Are there burglaries?
I'm not sure. I don't know the stats, but I know there's crime over there.
Okay. Well, what do you consider crime to be?
Well, just recently we had a murder.
When was that?
I can't remember the date, about a few months ago.
Okay. Is that the first murder that's ever happened in the neighborhood?
I'm not sure. That's one I know about.
Is there a little bit of crime or a lot of crime?
I'm not sure. I don't know the stats.
You've only lived there 50 years.
Yes.
Okay. What's your opinion?
My opinion? Could you rephrase that in my opinion of what? The neighborhood?
What is your opinion about the amount of crime that occurs in your neighborhood?
My opinion, it could be less. It should be less.
But it's not, it's more.
I wouldn't say more, but it should be less than what it is.
So it's more than what you'd like.
Are there any crimes that occur at night over in your neighborhood?
It probably does, but I'm not, I don't keep a record of every crime that goes on in the neighborhood because I'm not privy to every crime in the neighborhood.
You couldn't possibly keep a record of every crime that happens over there, could you?
No, I couldn't.
Because there's so many.
Ever had a burglary over there in your neighborhood?
I'm quite sure there has been, yes.
Probably quite a few of them, right?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if it was quite a few. I know we've had burglaries. There are burglaries in every neighborhood.
There are, aren't there?
Yes.
And there are robberies in every neighborhood. Right?
Yes.
And there are car thefts in every neighborhood.
Including your neighborhood.
Possibly.
And there are murders in every neighborhood.
Not in every neighborhood.
Name a neighborhood that's never had a murder.
Well, sir, I don't know every neighborhood. I don't know the name of every neighborhood, so I couldn't give you that answer.
So you live in, what is the address of your house on East Allen Street?
1208.
And then, so looking out your front door, does your sister live to your left?
Yes.
And is there another house to the left of her?
No.
And when the police came out that evening to the car home across the street, there were a number of your family members that were out there on that front stoop waiting to see what happened, right?
Yes.
Who all was there?
Julian, my sister. I think both of my sisters. And some nieces and nephews.
Who's Julian?
My nephew.
You were actually asleep and got a call from one of your sisters that she was concerned about what might be going on over at the car house, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And that woke you up, and then when you learned about what was going on, you became concerned, right?
Excuse me?
After you were woken up by that phone call, you became concerned about what was going on over there, right?
Yes.
Because you could look across the street from your house and see that their front door was open.
Yes.
The door that faces, there's two doors on that corner, isn't that right?
Yes.
One of them directly faces the street.
Correct.
And one of them faces the driveway, right?
Yes.
And I believe what you said a little earlier, it was a door that faces the street that you had never seen open before.
Correct.
The first time you'd ever seen that door open.
Yes.
So it was highly unusual for that door to be open, right?
Correct.
Not only was that door open, but the other door that faces the driveway was also open, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you were concerned enough where you got up out of your home and at 2 or 2:30 in the morning, you walked across East Allen Street to their residence, right?
Yes.
And you got all the way up to where that white car was parked in that driveway.
Yes.
And you were able to get a good look inside the house from there. Isn't that right?
Not a good look, but I could see inside the house from that angle.
Well, you didn't walk up any closer to the house, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you saw all you needed to see, right?
I walked across the house hoping that I would see someone in the living room. I didn't see anyone.
So having not seen what you hoped you would see, did you back up across the street or did you call the police from a cell phone?
I think I called him on the cell phone, yes.
Were you standing right out there in the driveway when you called the police?
I don't remember.
Were you across the street at your house when you called the police?
That's possible.
It's possible that you had backed away and gotten over to the safety of your home before you called police, right?
The safety of my home?
Yes, sir.
If you call my home safe, yes.
You're the guy that called it safe. You said that you didn't even lock the doors over there.
I don't lock my door.
Did you consider your home to be a safe place?
Yes.
And you made the call to the police, right?
Yes.
And you told the police what you wanted to tell them, isn't that right?
Excuse me?
You told the police what you wanted to tell them.
Yes.
No one told you what to say, did they?
No.
And then you presumably walked from your home over to your sister's home and sat with them on the stoop to see what was going on, right?
Not to see what was going on, but to wait on the police.
To wait on the police. And make sure the police could go over there and take care of the issue that you saw, right?
To take care of the issue?
Yes, sir.
If you want to call the issue, yes.
Well, what would you call it?
I wouldn't call it the issue. I would call it the concern that I had.
2:30 a.m., you had a concern that something was wrong at your neighbor's house, right?
Correct.
While you were across the street, standing on your neighbor's driveway, you didn't go up to the front door to knock, did you?
No.
You didn't holler out, "Hey, this is James Smith, what's going on?"
No.
I wonder if
You
this
didn't
guy
walk
bought
around
that
the back
house.
of the house.
No.
You
That would
called
be
the
funny.
police.
Yes.
That would be ironic.
Now, after all this happened, the press and the media did a number of interviews with you, is that right?
Yes.
And you answered all their questions for them, isn't that right?
I believe so.
And told them what was going on from your perspective, right?
Yes.
And you were honest with them about what was going on, weren't you?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the press that you didn't get any closer to that house because you didn't have a weapon?
I got to the end of the car, yes.
Do you recall telling the press that you didn't get any closer to that house because you didn't have a weapon?
Yes.
Some of you in the chat need to learn
Now,
what
first,
prowler
when you heard there
means.
was a fatality over there, you thought it was a police officer?
Yes.
What gave you that idea?
Because he was the only one that went in the back of the house.
When the officers interviewed you around, well, not long after the events that occurred over there, like within an hour, correct?
I'm not sure of the time, but they did in fact interview me.
It was pretty quickly afterwards, wasn't it?
The Netherlands also doesn't have our crime demographics.
Factoring in my memory at the
Roland
moment.
Darthur.
Before the sun came up.
Yes.
Love the Netherlands, by the way. Lived in
Before the sun
Maastricht
came up.
for 2 years.
And you told the officers that interviewed you that you heard a noise, you heard a loud bang. Is that right?
Yes.
And that you thought that loud bang was a battering ram.
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that.
I don't remember saying that.
You didn't tell Detective Heisey and Detective Harrington at 3:41 a.m. that you thought that loud noise was a battering ram?
I didn't know. If I said it, I didn't understand the question they were asking me. It didn't sound like a battering ram.
So if they asked you what you thought you heard, you didn't understand the question?
No.
Did you ever use the word battering ram while you were talking to them?
If I used it, I don't remember it.
Did the prosecutors play the recording of that interview give you the benefit of that?
I believe I heard that, but I don't remember hearing battering ram. There was no back door for that home, so I wouldn't be using the word battering ram. There's nothing to batter.
Okay, you knew there was no back door to the house.
Yes.
You didn't tell the call taker when you spoke to them that there wasn't any back door to the house, did you?
No.
We pass witness.
Redirect, Mr. Smith.
One quick question, Your Honor.
May this Mr. Smith be excused subject to any potential recall?
We asked that Mr. Smith be excused. I'll stay here.
Can we swap him for you?
Sure can, Judge.
You're free to leave, Mr. Smith.
That'll be it for the day, I think.
Be sure, I forgot to tell you that there is a rule of procedure, rule of evidence in effect that says once you testified, you're not to discuss your testimony.
Yes,
with
Maastricht has
anybody else
excellent
except the
restaurants.
lawyer.
Lovely
Okay?
city.
All right, thank you very much.
It was a
Let
great
me
place
see
to live for
counsel.
2 years. All right. I think they're going to be wrapping up. I don't know if there's any announcements, a little bit of discussion with the lawyers there. Judge is probably just checking in and making sure we are all set for tomorrow. You got your witnesses lined up. Any issues we're going to have to deal with?
Witness may be a little lengthy, and so I want to try and get you out of here on time, okay? Remember the instructions, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. We'll see you, see you in the morning. Thank you. All rise.
All right, that is it for the day. That is it. So, by the way, those of you who are having trouble with the chat, the Law Self-Defense members chat on mobile, please try it again. I was just told that an error was found and fixed. I don't know if we found all the errors that might be there, but at least one was fixed, so it might be working. So you might want to check that out. And let's see. I want to stop. And that is it. That is it for today's live stream of, what are they calling this? I guess State v. Dean. The trial of Aaron Dean over the shooting death of Atatiana Jefferson. So a number of witnesses today. None of them I found particularly helpful for the state. Again, remember the state has to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt to get its murder conviction, or prove recklessness beyond a reasonable doubt, criminal recklessness. And I don't think they made any substantive ground on any of those fronts with any of these witnesses. The dispatch witness in particular seemed to me just padding. I saw there was a question in the chat, why would they pad witnesses? Well, they don't have much to work with, by all appearances, that would actually be substantive in terms of evidence and law. And I said the expression a couple times already, just covering this trial. When you have the law on your side, you pound the law. When you have the evidence on your side, you pound the evidence. And if you have neither the law or the evidence on your side, you have to say something in court. You have to talk about something. The jury has to believe there's a reason they're there, so you pound the table. And that seems to me what they're doing is they're pounding the table, just putting content out in front of the jury so it looks like something's happening when really not much is happening in the state's case in chief. A lot of most of these witnesses, and if anything, have been extremely favorable to the defense, especially this guy talking about how dangerous he perceived the event to be around the home. He didn't feel safe there without a gun. He called the police rather than even merely call out to his friends who lived in that home. I mean, I understand. I wouldn't have gone in either. You go into someone else's house at 2:30 in the morning, you might get yourself shot. But he could have called out. They know his voice. Their kids play together. He didn't even feel safe doing that. Why? Because he thought there might be a burglary underway, and he didn't want to alert burglars to his presence any more than the police would, which is why they have the policy not to. So let me take a look and see if we have super chats that need to be addressed, as well, of course, as the law of self-defense members. Let's see. Let's see. David writes, sadly, I would not be surprised to see a conviction. This will likely be an emotional, not a legal verdict. Could be. We'll have to see. What about objecting to these witnesses on the grounds of relevance? Well, the relevance, I don't know. I mean, there may be some relevance. There's little prejudice. There's not much harm to it. You don't need to have a lot of relevance to make it worthwhile. Well, to make it permissible. I don't think it's worthwhile. I mean, that the woman who took the dispatch call, I don't see anything productive about that at all. And much of her testimony was very, very favorable to the defense. Especially her talk when the state kept asking her, well, why was this not a welfare check? Why was it an open structure check? Well, there was a structure and it was open. I mean, duh. Jerry writes, hasn't it already been established that the officer followed procedure? If so, what is the relevance of this witness? Yeah, he followed procedure as reasonably as possible within the minute and 57 seconds he was there. Let's see. Mixter, Branca, how does the judge manage to stay awake during all the irrelevant testimony elicited by the prosecution? Folks, I can tell you, I'd never want to be a judge. It looks really boring to me. So I'm certainly glad that there are people willing to do that job. And we need good ones. This judge, to me, looks super solid. These lawyers, neither the state nor the defense, are testing him at all. And they would know weakness if it was there, and they would be pushing this judge around. We've seen that in other trials, right? Not happening here at all. Let's see. Robert asks, Andrew, do you think the defense may have been a little hostile given that Mr. Smith did not help the prosecution? Well, this whole, the defense has to be careful about this notion that this was some kind of inherently safe community. There's no reason the cops should have had any suspicion there was a burglary taking place. The defense knows it's not a safe community. They have the crime stats, even if this witness does not. And there's a reason, there's a motive for the witness to bias his testimony, if possible, in favor of the state. I mean, the victim was black. The officer was white. He's a black man. His family is black. His face is known. His address is known. So he certainly, there would be incentives for him to try to bias his testimony favorable to the state. And the defense has to, act vigorously in defense of their client and make sure that a false impression of some kind of uniquely safe community or neighborhood isn't allowed to be planted in the judge's mind, in the jury's mind. Big fan of this judge. A judge. A good judge is when there's no shenanigans going on and you hardly notice the judge is even there. That's a good judge. That is a good judge. All right. Let me do the super chats, see what we got. Just a couple. Kyle Cowden, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. He writes, I know the CAD system in Fort Worth PD, administered the system for Dallas in the last 7 years of my career in the department and trained others on it. Oh, interesting. Well, if you have any particular insights, please don't hesitate to let us know. And folks, I will plan to live stream this trial again tomorrow, Wednesday. Thursday, I've got a medical thing going on, so I probably won't be live streaming it. Maybe in the afternoon, I might start a catch-up stream. But I think worst case, I might cover Thursday's proceedings on Friday, and maybe I'll catch up on Friday and Saturday, something along those lines. Try to get caught up before Monday. I believe the expectation for the court is that this case will proceed into next week. So that's where we are with all of that. And with that said, folks, don't forget, you can get your copy, your free copy of our best-selling book, The Law of Self-Defense, Principles. By the way, I do have I just saw it's currently number 22 on the Amazon list for best-selling criminal law books. So not bad. There's about 1,200 reviews there. It's 5-star rated. Go look at the reviews. People love the book, but don't buy the book on Amazon. It's like $25 on Amazon plus shipping and handling. We'll give you this book for free, folks. We'll give it to you for free. We just ask that you cover the cost of the shipping and handling, but we'll eat the cost of the book. You can get this at lawofselfdefense.com/free book, just like it says there at the bottom of the screen. And if you need a gift this gift giving season, you might consider the beautiful hardcover version of the book. Looks great on a bookshelf, might keep your loved ones out of prison. This book is not free because it's too expensive to print, but you can get your copy or copies for those dads, brothers, husbands who you don't know what to get for Christmas again this year. Get them a copy of The Law of Self-Defense Principles hardcover. And you can get this at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard. And finally, we have our upcoming American law courses. This spring, the spring semester is coming up. Where is my little thing for that? Whoop, not that one. This one. Here we go. Be the citizen the founders envisioned. Armor your rights by learning the law. This is a series of law school level classes in plain English, without the cost, a fraction of the cost, fraction of the time, and without any of the political toxicity of law school today, taught by experts in their legal fields. We just finished up criminal law this week. Tomorrow's the last criminal law course for the fall semester. And in the spring semester, second week of January, we start with a course on evidence law, the guardrails of justice, and property law, American property, freedom, liberty, and ownership. And if you sign up now, we're still in the pre-registration period. You get 50% off the tuition. That saves you $1,000 per course. It saves you even more if you sign up for the entire curriculum. You can learn more about all of this at AmericanLawCourses.com. AmericanLawCourses.com. And with that, folks, I will just remind all of you that if you carry a gun so you're hard to kill, that's why I carry a gun so I'm hard to kill, my family is hard to kill, then you also owe it to yourself and your family to make sure you know the law so you're hard to convict. Until next time, tomorrow morning, I remain Attorney Andrew Branker for Law of Self-Defense. Stay safe.